I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, don't be cheap. It's once again, everybody can pay out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, Tinubu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go shop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, the contract, but you won't pay me some more money. They can't bring up. I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my temple, I will show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Tinubu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri the Mo, Eguma, Karatuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri the Mo, Obodo Jisike Nubo Seruna, Oibo,
it is everyone, Sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega panto mo. Yeah, they go get me. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota wakuna togabu.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. One day, you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no Jelumba. Oh, where would he get? I got
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Ìfàlóní kan fàìmọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọ̀bí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹnùkú. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdà dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. So there it is. Káàárọ̀ oòjíire bí ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín, ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín, báwo ni ṣé wá pa. I've always had the thought that anybody that doesn't understand Yoruba, especially the Oyo inflection of it, I've always had the thought that that person that doesn't understand Yoruba, especially the Oyo inflection of it, that person tantamounts to, almost certainly amounts to a barbarian. So how can you claim to be civilized and you don't understand Yoruba with your or your laughing inflection? So if you are not, if you don't understand Karo, Jerebi, and all that, Bawoni, if I say Bawoni to you, and you're not able to respond in equal like in sequence with the greeting, if I say Bawoni to you and you're not able to respond, then you might as well be in a cage and have bananas thrown at you because you don't belong to the. All right, so all that. So good day to you. And that was a joke, by the way, for the benefit of. I know some of you are a bit prickly. Some of you so very, very sensitive folks. Some of the people that listen to the streams. So yes. Good day to you and all that. And thank you for hanging on. You know, the platform has been so skittish for so long. I wonder sometimes why people still bother, but bother you still do, and with gratitude I accept that. So thank you for being here. All that, there's still the same funk. The funk remains the same. So be funky by clicking on the like button. That's the funky thing to do. So click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, then please do that. So like and subscribe. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. If you want to engage in a conversation, if you want to share your thoughts about the topic of the day, then hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your tickets to ride. So let me send that again. So let me tag on to Facebook so that we used to stream on Facebook once upon a time. We stopped streaming on Facebook. So now let's bring let me tag Facebook onto it. Yes, yes. So that's So yes. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screens. If you want to engage in conversation, share your thoughts and all that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that brings you in. Share the links just as widely as you can, super chat towards the stream. So those are the calls to action that I call to action every time we stream. So everything remains consistent. And 4 of those call to actions, there are things that you are compelled by law to do. You have to do them every single day. So or every single instance that we're streaming. You are compelled by law to like the stream. So that's that. And then you are compelled by law to subscribe, but you only do that once. So once you've done that once, don't touch the subscription button again. So you are compelled by law to like the stream. You are compelled by law to subscribe to the platform, to be subscribed to the platform. You are compelled by law to share the links to the stream in all of your social media spaces. So those things are compulsions by law. The Constitution demands it. You know, the Constitution demands it. So you are compelled by law to like, share, and subscribe. So now you are not compelled by law, but you are highly encouraged to super chat and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So all those things, all those nice and funky things, funky, cool, Medina, and all that. So do all those things. So So good day and all that. Shall we just get started? We get started and then we see where it lands. Pardon me, anytime I take a pause, I think you all already know I'm having a sip of water. Let's just get started. Shall we start it off on a lighter note and a brighter note? So we've been campaigning and canvassing for the release of this guy, and it looks as though he may well have perfected his bail conditions. Chizo Rom, Harrison Ofo Egbu, also known as a jealous pig, has been granted bail under the same terms as his initial arraignment. Ejele is free. So Ejele is free. So for those of you that have been on this platform for long enough, we've of course. So Ejele, of course, is the gentleman in the sunglasses. The man that had him incarcerated is the not so gentleman that is holding up his hand, which is to say that is that culpability is admitting to. So the Ejele speaks, of course, the guy in glasses, the guy that had them incarcerated is this guy holding up his hand. So why did this guy holding up his hand have this guy in the sunglasses incarcerated? Well, this guy in the sunglasses accused this guy, who is a preacher man, of being a 419 and a fraudster in terms of in reference to some of the just fantabulously ludicrous miracles that he claims is performing. So, yeah, he accused him of being a chancer, a fraudulent preacher man, pastor man. And then, of course, he then, from all of the tithes and offerings that he has amassed to make himself wealthy, then used those funds to have this guy incarcerated. Had him in prison for going on 3 years now, but it looks as though then he has now perfected the conditions for his release. And then, of course, it looks as though he might well be free. So we're speaking about it because, of course, this guy here in the sunglasses right here, Ejele Speaks, is a good friend of this platform, as you know. And we've had him on as a guest about 3, maybe 2, 3 times, maybe more. It's a friend of, if it's passing by and he sees us online, he sometimes just pops in to say hello. So is a big personality and a good friend of the platform. So I've been trying to call him, but his phone has been off all the way through. So hopefully, hopefully he's free enough now for him to come back into circulation, because of course the space that he occupies in the Nigerian paradigm, the social media, the social political structures of Nigeria, the space that Ejele Speaks occupies remains empty until he comes back to fill it. So there it is right there. Ejele Speaks gets to speak again. So Ejele Speaks gets to speak again, but somebody that you would want to stop speaking altogether is the is the graduate from Oka, who is now trying to grab land in Lagos State. The audacity. So I could give you the short form, or I could give, actually, let me give you the long form. Let's pick it up from here. Here is Peter Obi now. There's a lot to this story than you get from the initial opening salvo, but we try to break it down in the course of. So we pick it up from here. So Peter Obi, as I said, accused of land grabbing in Lagos State. Of course, anyway, there's a lot to it, but let's pick it up from here. We pick it up from here, and then we navigate our way through it. So let's pick it up from here.
Thank God we got Monday.com. You won't believe what new leadership just laid on us. They want us to double.
All right, I'll mute the voice until we get to the speaking part. But what you're looking at there, clearly, you don't need me to describe it. This is a property that has now been demolished. There's a dispute over this property. So the dispute over this property, Peter Obi's clan. And by the way, before we even go any further, let's just establish something, because there's so much mystery wrapped around the ownership of this particular property. But let's see if we can start to untangle it somewhat. So this property that you are seeing being being demolished, that has been demolished, this demolished property that we're looking at purports to belong to Peter Obi's brother, who remains anonymous in the course of all of this conversation. By the way, it purports to be to belong to Peter Obi's brother. But nobody really believes that it belongs to Peter Obi's brother, because, of course, we know that Peter Obi, we know this from the Pandora Papers, we know that Peter Obi hides its assets under proxies and business names. So this is one of Peter Obi's hidden assets that has now been uncovered somewhat. And that is what a lot of people believe, by the way. Let me just show you this. And details are emerging also that this property does belong to Peter Obi. So it says updates. There are indications the demolished property, which Obi claims belongs to his brother's company, is a property Obi had discreetly possessed using his brother's company as cover. So we know all of that from the Pandora Papers, etc., etc. So we know that it's that way inclined, always hiding his assets under proxy. So there's that. So now this now demolished property now purports to belong to Peter Obi's brother. That's the assertion of the Obi's family, that it belongs to his brother. A lot of people feel that it belongs to him. But then, of course, there's a third party now that actually claims ownership of this property. So we're essentially in the realms where we're within the bracket of land grabbing. So that's the backdrop to what we're about to see now. So we watch on.
They didn't even allow anybody to remove. They didn't even allow anybody to remove anything. You can go. They didn't allow anybody to remove anything. You can see the equipment that are here. You can see things that are here. Nobody could remove anything. Is that how a country works? They just came suddenly, started demolition. You know, if my brother didn't have a brother like me, they would. He wanted to enter here. They say, no, you can't enter. We have court injunction. What about court injunction that allows somebody to enter into another person's property?
Let's just pause it on that statement being made by Peter Obi right there. So it says, what sort of court injunction allows somebody to enter onto somebody else's property? So now the court injunction tells us then that that property then belongs to a different person other than Peter Obi or his family. So to all intents and purposes, Peter Obi is actually trespassing on a property that does not belong to him. So if we pick this up from here, this is the judgment then that confers ownership of that property to the person disputing it with the Obi family. So this is a certificate of execution of warrant of possession appropriate general title, etc., etc. It says between Deborah Olorun Olorunlogbon. So between Deborah Olorunlogbon, who is the claimant, and person unknown, the defendant. So now there's been a lot of hue and cry and a lot of debate wrapped around this person unknown sort of tag. So if you have instances of vagrancy or trespassing or things of that nature or squatting, then really the legal start, because you don't then know who the trespasser is, who the vagrant is, who the miscreant that is occupying your property illegally is. So if you want to seek to law for redress, then of course that person will be an unknown person, because you don't have a title for that person, but you have a legal stance that you want to take. So the legal stance stands against whoever occupies that property, irrespective of who their personality is. So their persons unknown. So certificate of execution of warrant of possession between Deborah Olorunlogbon, who is the claimant, and person unknown, who then turns out to be the Obi family. It says this is to certify that by virtue of the warrant of possession issued in this action of suit number, and then it goes on to give us the suit number, which ended in 2023, by the way. So this has been dragging since 2023. Did on the 19th day of June 2025 deliver peaceful possession to the claimant of the property therein, that is. So the physical possession of the parcel of land situated at number 57 Odudua Crescent, Ikeja, Lagos State, was successfully taken against the defendant. So this essentially tells us then that the court asserts then that the ownership of that property belongs to this Mrs. Deborah Ologun, whatever her name is, Mrs. Deborah Olorun Logbon, Mrs. Deborah Olorun Logbon. So she's the official owner of that property. So now, what was alleged against Peter Obi's alleged brother, who is really Peter Obi by proxy, is still what is playing out now, because the court now asserts that this property that Peter Obi is filming from here belongs to somebody else. So essentially, he is flouting the law and is trespassing.
Allow somebody to enter into another person's property, refusing for removing things and everything, and demolishing everywhere. What about court injunction is that? We are finished with the country. I have peacefully gone to court. No quarrel, no issues. We will.
Music producers, would you believe me if I told you that I never struggle to find inspiration, song ideas, or have any creative?
All right, I'll fast forward it to where he actually makes his submission or his claim.
Just yesterday, just on Sunday, I came back from the US, and my younger brother told me that he urgently wants to see me. And I saw him yesterday on my way to Abuja. He said to me that the land, the company land, Nest Food Limited, the land they own for over 10 years, probably over 15 years, belonging to them, that some people just jumped into it and said they are the owner, that they have cut injunction, and that they are about to start demolishing it. I said, okay, you go to court. That they won't demolish it without having proper documentation and everything. But yesterday evening, he called me, said they've removed the roof. They brought 3 tractors, 2,000, they're demolishing everybody as fast as they can. And I said, no. I'll leave Abuja this morning. Let me go there personally. He said all efforts for them to enter there, they've been refused even entry. And they've chased out the people who are living there. So there's nothing they can do. That's how I came from Abuja. We first fly this morning from Abuja, drove to this place, asked the people who authorized it to demolish. They said I've cut injunction that the owner gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. They just gave them this. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. Can I see the court injunction and see who the owner is, the person who is now claiming is sued? They gave me the court injunction. The court injunction explicitly said unknown person.
All right. So, as I said, this has been an ongoing case. Look, if you want to really dig deep, this has been an ongoing case for since 2023. By my reckoning, this has been ongoing since 2023. Let me show you this. You see all of these documents here. These are all the legal back and forths that's happened as sequel to now this demolition of this property. So they cannot claim to have been caught off guard. These are all of the documentations of this woman then so these are all documentations that has led them to the demolition of this property. So they cannot claim ignorance because a process was gone through before we landed on this point. But as ever, the OP goes to his usual spiel to whip up sentimentality, and then they will turn it into an ethnic thing very soon, and then they'll start to rage and row.
How can you sue an unknown person and say the land belongs to you? A land with property. And within yesterday and today, you demolish the property. Look at it. They've removed the roof, they removed everything. Okay, give me your proper documentation, demolition orders, because even if you want to demolish a house, you go to the state, they give you order to demolish, give you appropriate documentation, bring safety people and them, so that we know we're doing what is now. It's only while I'm here now.
I'm not quite sure what process Peter Obi is describing. There's a court judgment that cedes that property to that lady. So she cedes. What is found? The one rule of thumb in law is that what is found on the land belongs to the land. Do you understand? What is found on the land belongs to the land. And if the land now belongs to this Mrs. Mrs. Deborah, if the land now belongs to Mrs. Deborah, which the court tells us that it does, whatever then happens to that land or anything found therein is entirely a private matter. She doesn't need anybody's consent to demolish anything on her home property. So the contention is then, is it her property or not? But the law asserts, as it stands now, that it is her property. And if she chooses to demolish any structure on that property, not even Bola Tinubu can stop her. So that's how it stands. It's just basic stuff. But then, of course, it's Peter Obi, as dumb as they come.
That some people came and said they are from Lagos State, they are safety order, and they say, what kind of a country is this? How do you descend to this level of rascality? How can you sue an unknown person, enter somebody's land and everything? I've been here for 4 hours. I've not seen one person who comes and say, I'm the owner. 3 people or 2 or 3 people have appeared. Are you the owner? No, I'm not. But I'm acting on behalf. I say, so who is the owner? No name. They've not called the name. I say, but you know my name, man, Peter. I want to know the next person so I can even approach him and say, please, this land belongs to a company that my brother.
Watch out, it's raining where I am, so it looks as though my internet might kick me off for a moment. It might do, but I'll come back if it does. But just stay steady. The thing is starting to quake a little bit.
As a majority shareholder, we country can't go on like this. We're looking for foreign investors. We're looking for investors. But look at how local investors are being treated. Is that how a country can thrive? This level of lawlessness.
Where is this brother, by the way? If I, because that's a prime location, you see where that this whole setup you're looking at that's the better part of, if that's not close to $1 million in terms of the location, the structure, and everything, is well in excess of that. That would be like a $750,000 plus in play right there in terms of the property, the value of the land, etc., etc. So if he's claiming that he belongs to his brother, why is that brother either not shouting from the rooftops or stood right next to him, saying that this is mine, and all that? So it's a phantom brother. The brother might well exist, but the property does not belong to him. From the tonality and the angst that you're hearing in Peter Obi's voice, it's clearly his property, which is hiding under a proxy, as we know he often does, because he's always hiding away all of his little assets, all these little things that he stole from Anambra State and all that. He'll hide it behind the company. You remember the Pandora one? He was hiding it behind the name of some Italian guy from Monaco or whatever. So we know that this property actually belongs to Peter Obi. That's just the logic lends to that.
This level of rascality. So he's a senior advocate. He knows what is happening. What he's saying is a simple thing. The documents of this property is well documented and everything. And that is why it is important that the owner appears and bring his own documents for verification.
The document of this property is well documented. You know what they call that in language? They call it tautology. That's tautology right there. The document is well documented.
Yes, when they sued an unknown person, a property like this cannot be owned by an unknown person. Fenced. It's owned by a company. And that company, this is their lawyer. I'm only... Sorry. Wait, sir. Let me read the right.
But where is the owner of the property? Why is the guy not there fighting for his own property? That's the thing. So we have Peter Obi there fighting. We have the so-called senior advocate. I'm not sure, this doesn't look like a senior advocate to me. But we have the lawyer there fighting. But the owner of the property that is at the epicenter of a national controversy, he remains anonymous. This guy, man, Peter Obi.
Sorry. Where is the tractor going? Where is it going? Okay. Can we speak?
Yes, we can.
You say you are loyal to the.
Yes, I am. Yes.
I don't know. Can you give us a perspective here? Because I don't know. We all came here and saw that.
On Friday, just this last Friday, we were called upon that some people who came here to levy execution on Friday. We never knew about the pendants of any suit at all. Nothing, nobody knew. The suit was filed against persons unknown. Unknown persons. Was the defendant.
Is the senior advocate of Nigeria, is he going to pretend as though that's an unknown phenomenon to him as well? That the suit was filed against persons unknown? Is he going to pretend as though that's something strange and unusual? Somebody of his pedigree within the legal profession, you see what they're doing.
In the case, what we did was to say, let us quickly rush to the registry to see the process filed, the process they relied upon to come to this place. We now got it only to discover that they came by way of what they call originating summons. And they were even claiming possession, not title, not ownership of the property. Possession. The originating summons is that it's not an issue that ought to be controversial or contested. And they were just claiming possession. Possession means they want to take over. But there was no claim for, I am the owner, that is.
But there is a claim of ownership because we got the C of O of the property, which is in the lady's name. So let me see if I can find it. So if you look at it right here, that's the C of O right there for that property. And as you can see, it's in that lady's name, Deborah Olorundogbon. So that's all we do know that. So just give it up already. You know, when you're already in stop digging, what's that? How does that phrase go? When you're already in deep shit, stop digging.
Title. It wasn't there. We made copies of all those processes and walked all through Friday. On Monday, we filed our application, which was yesterday. We filed a motion 1 for joinder. Let us be joined in the case as parties in the case. And we attached an affidavit where we annexed copies of material documents showing that we truly own the house. We attached the deed of assignment, we attached the CO4, we attached every document to show that we genuinely own the house. We also filed a separate application seeking to set aside that order of the court, because the order was obtained without the court knowing that other persons own it. They just sued unknown persons. And I can assure you that if you go through the attached evidence of service, but I can assure you, if you go through, you see that what they normally do is that they go behind there now, paste the court process, snap it, remove it, and go back to the court to file as evidence that they have effected service. We attacked all those things in our application seeking to set aside that judgment. We also filed an application setting aside further execution, which is what they're doing. Staying further execution, which is what they're doing. We also have a leg on injunction pending the hearing of the suit. We also have a prayer where we are saying, my Lord, convert this case to pleadings so that everybody will file their own side of the story. And the court will take a plenary session and hear us out. That is where we are. We are about to serve, we have not served them, truly, but then the registry coming to serve them.
But I'm glad that the OB lawyers told the truth there. They are about to serve them, so they have not yet served them. So until they serve them, whatever it is that they are doing within the court, it doesn't take effect. So until they serve them, whatever it is they are doing in court doesn't take effect. So what still subsists legally is the judgment that woman holds and the execution of that judgment. So they've executed that judgment in the manner that they deem fit before the obedience side was able to serve the stay of execution. And it's not even me saying it, it's the Peter Obi lawyer saying it.
I expect that as a lawyer, if you know, like I did disclose to the man who came as their lawyer, that there is a pending application of this nature, which applications are of grievous nature. I think the proper thing to do, the circumstances, would have been to await the hearing of that application. Then let the court rule on it one way or the other. That is where I expect my colleagues to take it to and say, oh, since they have come, although he's entitled to say he has not been served, but I'm also entitled to assume that having spoken to him, I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria. If I tell him that this is what is going on, he can wait. He should also indulge me, because I will do that and wait. You are not running anywhere. It is the house. The house will not run. The house will not run to anywhere. Are you getting my point? Because the houses are fixed. I mean, the houses are fixed to the land. You can't carry the land. You can't carry anything anywhere. So what you do in the circumstance would have been simply to take time, take the wait for the process, take it, react to it, and show that you have a superior title, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, sir.
I thank you.
All right, sir.
I think
So there it is right there. So that's obedient, trying to use sentimentality to land grab in Lagos State. But we go on from there. We're still staying with that storyline, and then we come at it then from this perspective. It has taken siege all over social media, of course, as often the case, anything Peter Obi, because he will very quickly whip up ethnic sentimentality, and all of that is playing out on social media. But not everybody is buying into that, especially not this lady. So we pick it up from here.
I would rather stand alone on logic than to join the crowd with any social media propaganda. I said my opinion as regards Peter Obi's younger, Peter Obi's brother's property that was demolished. Can you all see what is going on now? Can you all see the court order? Can you all see that the case has been in court since 2023, and Mr. Indibe Obi has been told to vacate that property? Can you all see the documentation? So this is actually a case between Indibe Obi and Deborah Olorunlobon, and the court ruled in favor of Deborah Olorunlobon. If the argument here is that the verdict should have favored Indibe Obi, that is a different analysis. But here, coming out to say that a property was demolished without any court order, make sense. And this is exactly why Buhari called some Nigerians lazy. You all are too lazy to use your logic. Leaders of tomorrow that are so lazy to even use their intellectual ability. Why won't the older politicians always...
This lady is being far too generous in her assessment. They cannot use what they do not possess. What does Zita often call them? Headless mob. They cannot use what they do not possess. How can they use when they don't have brains? Anyway, let me not go in that direction. Let's just carry on.
This is exactly why Buhari called some Nigerians lazy. You all are too lazy to use your logic. Leaders of tomorrow that are so lazy to even use their intellectual ability. Why won't the older politicians always do what they like when a lot of you cannot stand on logic? And at the end of the day, when you see a content creator that has a platform, you want them to join you to push unnecessary propaganda, which I would never be part of. Can you all see the court order? So apparently this case has been in court, and the verdict was in favor of Deborah Olorunlobon. This case has been in court since 2023. And I said in that video, how will they demolish a house? Now, let's not break it down that they are trying to attack Peter Obi because he ran for president. Do you think Peter Obi is a baby in Nigeria? Do you know the political weight that Peter Obi has? Do you know that Peter Obi, as he did like that, nothing must touch Peter Obi? So the government will not even do that to Peter Obi. The government will not attack Peter Obi unnecessarily when they don't even have any solid backing. And now Lagos State is even saying that they don't have anything to do with the issue with Mr. Indibe Obi and Deborah Olorunlobon. And a lot of you were in my comment section cursing una mama, cursing una papa for my DM. I am not lazy like you. My father spent money to send me to school, and I have to make use of my brain. I'm sorry if you don't use your own brain. I use my brain. And anytime you see me make any analysis, is from my logic. I could be wrong, like I always say in my video, but I will always use my logic than to join any social media propaganda. Can you all see the documents flying all around?
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. We're still staying with this storyline. So we've seen the documents. We know that the legal process had been ongoing since 2023, 24, 25, 23, 24, 20, so for a good 3 years solid. So there's no way that the Obi family can claim that they were caught off guard. And we've also then discussed that this property doesn't actually even belong to Peter Obi. It belongs to Peter Obi, who is hiding it under a proxy name. So that's been established as well. So now Lagos State looks to exempt themselves because, of course, immediately Peter Obi launches it at Tinubu. Lagos government reacts to demolition of Peter Obi's brother's property. So Lagos State essentially telling us that they're not involved. Following the outrage over the demolition of a property reportedly belonging to Peter Obi's brother, the Lagos State government has swung to action. The government of Lagos State on Thursday said neither the Lagos State Building Control Agency nor any other arm or agency of its government was involved in the process. Benga Omotosho, the Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, said they are not privy to the alleged demolition. Omotosho said the Lagos State government would not be swayed by baseless allegations against it or its agencies. He further noted that the state government has issued a directive to the Permanent Secretary, Office of Urban Development, to request a full investigation by LASBCA into the matter. The agency is also expected to clarify the said demolition. We urge the public to disregard Mr. Peter Obi's claims and rest assured that the Lagos State government will continue to work tirelessly to maintain law and order in our great states, the statement added. Recall that Obi, in a photo post on X, accused the Lagos State government of demolishing his brother's property without reason or prior notice. The former governor of Anambra State was reacting to the illegal demolition, said Nigeria was drifting into lawlessness. So that's Peter Obi, of course. It's just everything. It turns everything into ethnic jingoism. It's a one-trick pony. He only has one default setting. Citizens call out Obi for lying over his brother's property demolition. Peter Obi, former Labour Party presidential candidate, recently lamented the demolition of a property belonging to his younger brother in Ikeja, Lagos, claiming the action was unlawful and lacked due process. Obi stated that unidentified men demolished the building based on a vague court judgment against unknown persons and squatters without naming his brother or authorizing demolition. He described the incident as a coordinated lawlessness and impunity, emphasizing that no demolition order or permit was presented and no one served with court papers. Obi said he rushed from Abuja to Lagos to confront the demolition, but was barred from entering the site. Despite waiting several hours and requesting contact with those responsible, no one reached out to him. He highlighted the broader implication for Nigeria's rule of law and investment climate, warning that such lawlessness threatens human rights and economic growth. However, Lagos State officials countered Obi's claims. The Lagos State Commissioner for Information, Benga Omotosho, affirmed that the state government follows due process in demolitions and that no building is removed without legal backing. LABCBSCA, the agency responsible for demolitions, denied involvement in this particular demolition. Additionally, legal experts criticized Obi for publicly undermining judicial authority, arguing that the matter is sub judice and that Obi's emotional social media post could manipulate public opinion without presenting legal proof. Prominent voices like Gbadebo Rose Vivo and Dejade Yonju with Gbadebo, is he criticizing Obi? That would never happen. Prominent voices like Gbadebo Rose Vivo and Dejade Yonju condemned the demolition as lawless and reckless, aligning with Obi's view of impunity in Lagos State governance. You see, these people that just condemn without first establishing facts, Adeyanju continues to parade himself as a lawyer, but he doesn't conduct himself like a lawyer. Meanwhile, aides to Lagos State Governor Sanwo-Olu advised Obi to report the incident to the police to identify those who ordered the demolition. This controversy has sparked a heated debate online, with citizens divided between supporting Obi's call against lawlessness and criticizing him for allegedly misrepresenting facts surrounding the demolition. So there it is right there. So the backlash against this guy is coming swift and fast. But there it is right there. So that's the graduate that Obi is trying to perpetrate against Lagos State. So that's the Obi space. Let's just whiz through what else we have left, and then we see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Tinubu Tinubu signs tax reform bills into law. Do I even need to read it? The headline tells us all we need to know. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has signed the 4 tax reform bills into law. President Tinubu signed the law in his office at the State House, Abuja, on Thursday, in the presence of relevant stakeholders from across the arms of government. The new laws, and by the way, there's a clip that actually aligns with that. So let me play. Yeah, actually, let me finish the reading now. I'll play you the clip that aligns with it. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has signed the 4 tax reform bills into law. President Tinubu signed the law in his office at the State House, Abuja, on Thursday, in the presence of relevant stakeholders from across the arms of government. The new laws include the Nigerian tax law, the Nigerian Taxation Administration law, the National Revenue Service Establishment law, and the Joint Revenue Board law. Earlier on Thursday, President Tinubu had explained that the laws would be unifying Nigeria's fragmented tax system, removing redundant overlaps, boosting investor confidence, enhancing transparency, and promoting coordinated efforts across all levels. He also described the legislation as a clear departure from previous policies, emphasizing that the reforms are designed to ease the burden on working families, small businesses, and low-income earners, etc., etc. So that's the tax bill. Then now the tax law essentially. So this and by the way, if you reflect just how long it took the Nigerian space to enact and set in law the petroleum industry bill, that took 20 years. This took nine months. So that's the difference.
I don't know how old you are when we started PIA. Look at how many years it took us to conclude on it. No, you don't accept that. That is not growing a nation. Look at the bottleneck on the PIA itself. The one that we have right now. Untie the bottleneck. Make accelerated action. You have proposals you submit today, you must have a timeline for the approval of that project. If I know as an investor that I'm giving you this proposal and expected a return within the next 3-4 weeks, and I get it, it's calendarized, I will bring my money. The more money you have, the more comfortable you become. And you can promote those ideas. There is bureaucratic bottleneck in the establishment. I'm not given to it. I've never worked for government before. I guide the government. I was the governor of Lagos State. That's my first public life government. Deloitte and training, good university education, Deloitte training, ExxonMobil, Auditor General, ExxonMobil, Treasurer.
Sorry, apologies. My system dropped for a moment. So let me play you like about a 3-minute song just to reboot my system. Just stay there. Let me just play your 3-minute song to reboot my system.
jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. ṣì mí lọ́nà o mo tẹ́rí bá fà dàgbà o àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ni ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí wórí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọmọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun lẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làálàá.
all right, sorry about that. So that's these things happen. It's live TV, as they say. It's live streaming, not TV. But let's go on from that to another one. Pardon me. So this was going to be this was what we were meant to discuss yesterday. So let's just touch base with this. Full list, obedient, ADA, movement of the people, 107 others seeking party registration. So Peter Obedient looking to register his movement as a party. You see this movement of the party, but this movement of the people, by the way, this is a Shem Kuti, because that's the moniker he goes under, isn't it? So that's Shem Kuti right there. Let's just a few paragraphs from that. That was what we were meant to discuss yesterday, but it didn't come out. The Obedient People's Party and the Advanced Democratic Alliance are amongst 110 associations that have applied to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for registration as political parties. The Obedient People's Party, with Mr. Barry Avutu Johnson named as pro tem national chairman, is one of 2 applications referencing the Obedient movement, a political wave associated with former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. The second is named Progressive Obedient Party. So that's so all manners of funky goings on there now. I don't think this is actually under Peter Obi's team. Maybe it's an opportunistic interloper that is just wanting to grab. Do you remember back in those days when we all used to register websites? You want to register money.com and all that, just to grab the name and then try and sell it on later. I think this is what is going on here. So the Obedient People's Party, but the Advanced Democratic Alliance, that's the Atiku movement right there. And then the Obedient People's, and then the second is the Progressive Obedience Party, and all that. So that's the whole list of so many people wanting to register a political party. So it is the work of Mahmoud Yakubu is truly well cut out for him. So that's that. What else have we got? Oh yes, of course. Still with Peter Obi, he's still intent on dismantling the structure of criminality. Peter Obi very much still is determined to destroy and bring to an end the structure of criminality. And here he is right there discussing with Abubakar Malami. Do you remember Abubakar Malami? He's discussing how to bring to an end the structure of criminality with Abubakar Malami. So you couldn't make it up, could you? It's unbelievable stuff. It's quite scary even sometimes when you if you pause to reflect, it's quite scary what these people are. It's not desperate for power, and it's discussing ending the structures of criminality with Abubakar Malami, the bagman of the Tinubu what's it called? Buhari administration. So that's that. We've done a jealous speak. We've done the OB, something or the other. What else have we got? Yes, a lot of OB stuff. Still OB that one. Lagos State distances. The tax reform bill signed. What else have we got? Oh yes, let me bring you this. Do you remember? Do you remember the last session we had? We were discussing then how they have effected the arrest of some of the people responsible for the massacre in Benue State. So, and people were asking why they did not parade them. So let's watch this.
Suspects who were masterminds of this attack were apprehended from their hideout. This arrest led to the arrest of 7 other suspects the following day, 20/06/25. They were picked up from their various locations where they had fled, hoping to evade justice. On 21st June, another key suspect, in whose house the initial meeting to plan the attack was held, was also arrested. On 22nd June, a major breakthrough was recorded with the arrest of 18 other suspects who directly took part in the killings. Similarly, on 22nd of June 2025, a heartbreaking incident occurred in the Mangu Plateau State, where a bus conveying passengers from Zaria was stopped and attacked by a mob. Tragically, 9 of the passengers were murdered and 3 sustained injuries before our teams could intervene and rescue the remaining 22 suspects, 22 victims. So far, 22 suspects have also been arrested in connection with this gruesome.
Oh, okay, and here they are being brought in. So those are the arrested people right there. So people were saying, why are they not being paraded? They are still not being officially paraded, but those are the people arrested, essentially being bussed into detention or whatever it is. So that's that. So that's that. So those are the first viewings then of the killers then. So that's that. I think that's sufficient enough to be going with. We play the Kegite music, we kick it off. The link in the comment section if you want the conversation, hop on. We play the Kegite music. That's not the Kegite music. No, that's not the Kegite music. This is the Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Ogbeni. Good to have Ogbeni right here. Man of prestige with us as well. Good to have you, prestige. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to hop on. We start it off, we kick it off with Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you there? Have you fallen asleep?
Oh my.
You know, we don't try. You're improving these days. So usually you'd have fallen asleep.
I'm actually around the corner. I don't know if you're in London. I'm actually in London.
Oh, I'm in Dartford. So maybe we'll speak offline and see what we can arrange.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, I'll be returning tomorrow morning. I came for a conference.
Oh, God.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Do me a favor. Speak amongst yourself with prestige for about 2-3 minutes. I'll be back. I need to get something.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, carry on. You know the topic, so just carry on.
Okay, man on prestige, I greet you. How are you, sir?
Greeting, Ogbeni.
I greet you, Baba. Well done, sir. It's been a while.
And
Anyway,
you've been hiding from us. You're not coming here to give us your legal advice anymore. I don't know what happened. The chaos sometime at this platform drove you away. I know you're a way mannered person. Even at all, I disagree with you a lot of time. It's politics.
I know, not really. I've been very busy doing
No,
marking,
okay.
and then, but I'm getting less busier now, so I should be appearing more. So, this Obi's brother property that I don't know. For me, it can be neither here nor there. The way I look at it is, if you ask me as a practicing lawyer, do people do a lot of shady things that can make litigants in the country to be very suspicious of every step taken by people? Yes. By register of the court? Yet, yes. What the lawyer, and by extension will be to claim they did by hiding the case from them and then pasting all the processes, that's papers now, the court papers by defense, and then remove it immediately. Is it practice that do happen? Yes, of course. Such practice also it happens sometimes in court. Particularly in Lagos, you are in Lagos. Lagos. A lot of things happen in that Lagos. So in Lagos, you see, most times it doesn't happen when and that's where I'm very curious about what that senior advocate was talking about. They don't really do all those things when it comes to cases on title to land. Title to land is a very big deal. They do that mostly in cases that involve tenants and landlord, where you want to chase your tenants out from the house, and you know quite all right that tenants will give a fight back. So some landlords, what they do is they have an arrangement with registrar, most times of magistrate court, not high court. Nobody will really do that much in high court because that's contempt, and you know that you will go for it. In fact, it's a crime. That's obstruction of justice or perversion of justice. So they know you will go for it. Why? Because in executing judgment, you need a lot of affidavits that you must file as sheriff in the court. You go and sweat on the affidavit that you did this, you pasted this thing there, and it's there. You take the picture and everything. If it turns out to be falsehood, you know that you're going to prison. So you hardly see them doing it in all these superior court of record. They do it most times magistrate court, and most times they do it in all these tenancy matter where you want to chase your tenant. And if that tenant is aware that you have a case against him, he will come to court and give you a good fight. And yes, you will still be on that case. I blame judiciary for that again. So yes, you still be on that case. The tenant will be enjoying your house. The tenant will not pay. The tenant will one day just vacate the house and he will still not pay. To chase the tenant to pay in arrears of what he has spent when he was in court.
Obeni, it's you and I. So what you having the legal mind. I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask you some question if you don't mind. Let me interject. Just 30 seconds. I know it's your time, but it's good to have a good perspective. So my question to you, with your legal mind,
Yeah.
is it legally, to what am I? Let me see what I'm trying to say. The court injunction.
Is it legal for Peter to try and steal other people's property? Is the question. Eh?
No. What I'm saying is it legal for the court to order, to target unnamed flora. They didn't specify it would be property. That's what according to the court.
Unknown person, you mean, or person unknown?
Right,
Oh
that's what they
yes.
specify. That's the court, unnamed squatter. That's what they said in the court document. One man showed it here, and I've read it somewhere. I'm secondly, the person that filed will now know the name, but initially when they present it to that property, the person is unknown at that particular time. Is that part of that area legal?
Oh, so let me start by point whether you can sue unknown person. Yes, you can sue unknown person in law. It's very elementary. And that's why, for me, I can excuse Obi for not knowing that. He's not a lawyer. He's just a businessman, at best a trader. So I excuse him from not knowing that. But for somebody like Didi Adeyanju, or somebody like Ruben Abati, to be saying, oh, suing an unknown person is not known to the law, sometimes makes me to question the certificate they are holding. But at the same time, I don't blame them. After all, they are base university products. So they are the kind of people, all these private universities that all churn people out and they get license. Why am I saying this? When you get to the law school, the first topic you're going to take in civil procedure is parties to civil suits. And when you go, there are basic, it's so elementary. I don't know why. I can excuse Obi. He's not a lawyer as well, has not gone to law school. But for those ones who have been to law school, I don't know, that is so elementary. There are many cases, okay, that talks about you suing persons on no. There is this case, this popular case, Foluke Mudashiru against persons on no or something like that. That's partner hate too. And there are so many, Ogunbi Mustafa. In fact, there are cases that even expatiated it to the extent that if you sue unknown person and you get judgment against unknown person, that unknown person cannot just resurface and come and appeal against judgment against the person. The person must take what they call 3 steps procedure before you can even have anything done with that case. Because when the court wanted you to appear, you refused to appear. When your identity was supposed to be known, you refused to reveal your identity. Now, because there is a judgment against you, you are now coming. And the court said, at that stage, you need to do 3 main things before you can even have any interest in that case. First thing, you need to show your interest in the land. Second thing, you need to show your circumstances in which that land, has been occupied, without you that you are not aware of. And the third one, now you need to show that you are a person of interest. You come and prove, and that is the only time the court will now allow you to appeal as an interested party. If not, that judgment remains a final judgment against person on no. Now, if you ask me, in what circumstances do they really sue person on no? Don't forget, I can have a land and you see squatters occupying it or trespassers occupying it. And you get there, they put things on your land and they put gates in your land. You try to gain possession, you can't gain possession. You try to enter, you can't enter. The place seems abandoned, but at the same time, the place is gated and sealed off. You won't jump fence and just enter the place. So in law, it's called squatters. It means you have some people that have entered your place and they are trespasser, and you need to get them out from your place. In that circumstances, when you make every means to know their identity and you can't know their identity, you go back to court and you say, look, I don't know the identity of who is occupying my property. And then you don't just get it easily like that too. There are things you also still have to prove. First, you have to prove your title or interest in land. Don't forget, it's not only title, interest also is there. For instance, if you rent the land or the apartment, it's not title you are proving as interest. So when you show your title, you now show your circumstances in which that person entered the place. If the person entered the place legally, okay, or and later become illegal in your land, you have to prove that. And when you prove that, then you have to also show that you have taken every reasonable step to identify that person, but you can't just identify the person. And you have to put all these things in your affidavit and file it in court. And then in that, you have to show all that reasonable step that you have taken, and the court will now be satisfied. If the court is satisfied that, okay, with all that you have shown me, in most cases, you see judges will keep adjourning the case. They will adjourn, let's see, okay, go and paste something there. They won't even, it's not even you that will paste, it's the bailiff of the court. Because the bailiff, of course, is the officer of the court. The court trusts their bailiffs. So the bailiff will go to the court and paste.
Sorry, Gwen, I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but what you said there about the bailiff, the Obi lawyer was saying there's this practice where they will paste it on the wall, take a photograph of having pasted it, and then remove it again, in order then not to let the party being sued know that it's being sued. That's what he was suggesting. Yeah.
That I've explained that when in my intro. And my explanation is that yes, I agree that there's a practice like that in Lagos. There are a lot of sharp practices in Lagos. Okay, but what I know about that practice is that practice hardly happens when it comes to title to land. It hardly happens. Most time they do all those practices in magistrate court where issue of tenancy, you want to chase your tenants and you don't want that tenant to be aware, then they do all those sharp practice, which is bad in law. But the reason why I question that lawyer is that it is written with red paint clearly on the wall of that property that possession has been taken and they will demolished or something like that by court. So is it they are sleeping? Is it they don't know that they are coming to take possession of that land? What step did they take? And when you see all the processes that have been filing, it shows that they've been filing and they've been going back and forth since 2023 on that land. At a point in time, the person who is claiming the owner now, and some people, they've dragged themselves to court, to police, and they've been dragging themselves. Is it this person is not aware? You see, that's what baffled me about this property. And if you ask my honest truth about this property, do you know what I think? I believe this property belongs to Peter Obi. Why do I think so? I think I've watched
not the brother, but the Obi himself.
I believe it belongs to Obi. Why do I believe?
I think a lot of people
so.
Carry
the
on.
company they are talking about, they said the name of the company is Next Food Limited. And that his brother Indibe Obi has lion's share in that property. Well, we've not seen the list of the other shareholders there, but I know Next is owned by Obi. Next. And I know also in law that there is no way you will use that name again unless there is what do you call it, consent of the person who has registered that name before giving to you to register it. But whether it is owned by Obi or not, what we should focus on is what's the legal procedure? Is there anything shady in what they have done? For me, if what they are claiming is that they only pasted it there and they did remove it, what exactly are they talking about? Is it the judgment they said they pasted and they removed? Do you know why people dodge most time? Let me share with you why sometimes people dodge to receive processes of court, and sometimes some people decide to ignore the process of court. Let me tell you why. See, if you want to sue a company in Nigeria, there is this, I won't call it useless, but there is this very dangerous precedent or a case. It's called Mark and Eke. It was decided in 2004. The Supreme Court held in that case that you cannot serve a company by substituted means. I will explain what that means. You know, if I want to serve you now and you are refusing the papers from court, I can serve you through many means. What I will simply do is I go back to the court and say, look, this man is not available. I can't really serve this man, and I don't know where to serve this man. Then the court will now give me leave. Leave is a permission. The God will give me permission to serve you, whether by publishing it in the newspaper or by pasting it in last known address, or by pasting, the court will just, or maybe serving it through your wife, or the court may say, okay, service through DHL as a special courier service to serve you, and so many and so forth. But you see, in this case of Mark and Eke, the Supreme Court said all those alternative is not available for a company. So here you now see, I want to serve a company, I don't know the headquarters of the company. You get to CAC, the headquarters, the company is not there because you have to serve it on human being. And I realized that I don't find human being to serve. What people do most time is this: they dodge it. The directors of those companies will be dodging the process. So if they come to my property and they paste a court process on it and they say we are suing unknown person, I said, well, it's a company. If you like, whatever you do, one day I'll come and set it aside. They ignore it. So I suspect, possibly, if that is the scenario, possibly this man never knew that even if judgment come, that they will come and demolish that place. That's what I think. My thought on this is that property doesn't look like property that is being occupied and they are living inside that property. And to me, it doesn't show like a property that they are even running any business inside that property. Because if you demolish a property that they're living inside, I'll be seeing furniture and a lot of things, bed and people's things outside, belongings and things. But I can't really see that here. And if you are running it as offices, I should see office furniture and some other things. So what I suspect is that that person sue a squatter on his land. And another thing I don't know is whether Peter Obi brother purchased the land with the property on it already built, or did he build that property on it? The question is, if he purchased the land, bare land, and built the property on it, then what is that owner? What has the owner been doing for the past 15 years when they took over your land and they're building on it, and you just woke up 15 years after? But I want to believe, considering the way I see that house property, it looks like a property that they purchased both land and property already built on it. And if that is the case, if the owner gets to the land, the owner can decide to demolish whatever is in the land, because there is a position of the law that says whoever owns the land owns everything on the land. So whatever I find on my land, I can demolish it, and that's a choice area. I can decide to build a better, edifice or a better property here there that would be befitting and probably get more value for money on the land. So nobody can actually blame. What we can blame is did they follow the proper procedure? If they follow the proper procedure, there is nothing Peter Obi can really do here, or his brother, or their company. But if they don't follow the proper procedure, then that execution was a wrong execution, and then they will incur liability for that execution. But let's see how more events unfolds.
Okay, well, let me ask you one more question before you go to the next topic.
Yeah.
According to the Nest of Food, which is the company in question, right?
Yeah.
They said the judgment was incorrectly served because according to what they received, the judgment was actually obtained in 2024, and it wasn't executed until I think 23 or 24, which is 6 months beyond the limit. Do they have any limit when you obtain a judgment in order for you to execute? Do you have a limit? According to Nest of Food, they say 6 months. You're supposed to execute within 6 months, but this has gone beyond 6 months. So do you have any opinion on that?
I don't know where they get their own 6 months.
Okay. I mean, that's what they say. So
I saw it also somewhere where they were talking about the fact that the judgment was delivered 2024 and the execution is 2025. So if I get a judgment that pronounced me as the title to my land, if after 5 years I want to execute the judgment, does it mean that judgment has expired? Does it mean
well, can you verify that to be more accurate? I mean, I don't know. That's what they said. So
the one I know, I think is about 9 years or about 19 years. That's a very long span.
How can you wait that long to execute it? That's too long. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
It's your judgment now. So
you can just wait until in eternity.
Let me give you an instance. I've handled a case before where I got judgment. It's a money judgment, okay? It's a money judgment. The person was owing my client. I got judgment, and then we try as much as possible to execute. Don't forget there are several ways of executing judgment. That's just one of the ways. Another way of executing judgment is you attach the person's account and you're trying to look for the money in the bank account. We tried that thing for a whole 8 years. I don't know how that guy did it. He was just dodging his account, changing name, using it, put it in. So today you sue Finbank, and Finbank will come to and say we don't have anything. Next year we're suing Union, First Bank, all of them. They come and say he doesn't have anything. We kept doing that until we realized that he has a construction company somewhere. So it was that construction company we went to go and get his crane, drilling machine, and all sort of. The day we levy execution on all those things and we packed them was the day he gave us a check and paid that money, and that was 8 years after. So you see, after judgment, execution is another ball game on its own. A lot of things play out in execution, because to even execute you have to return back to the court, which is even another stressful process. Why is a defendant in a case that a judgment is against you, why are you not appearing and show up? Why are you not voluntarily relinquishing the title in a land that is not yours? Why don't you put up a fight? Why don't you go on appeal on a judgment against you? Why don't you come out and identify yourself? And like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I see that property as a property that is just tied down investment. Purchase something and put gates there and lock it. I don't see it as a going concern. It doesn't look to me like a property that is being used.
It's essentially being used to hide money. That's really how to conclude it, isn't it?
But they didn't meet any
What
money
else? What? Huh?
or maybe they got money there, see, that
No,
made
no,
Obi
no,
to
not
run
not hide. No, not hide money physically. Oh. They are
is to tie down
it's
investments.
essentially
I believe
yeah
so.
to tie down yes
Yeah, to
illicit
tie down
money.
investments.
Just yeah.
I
All
believe
those money
so.
that is still from Anambra State. Yes.
I believe it's to tie down money because it's in a
Yes.
choice area. That is Ikeja. And Ikeja, you don't just
And if you look at that street, that even it's the posh end of Ikeja. If you look at that street, it looks
yes.
like a top end sort of
But you know what sounded again is very funny to me is when the lawyer said I have filed but I have not served, and you expect them to stay to wait. I don't do that in my practice. If you file, you should be diligent enough to come and serve me because you've delayed me for how many years you've been occupying my land. Now I have a judgment. You don't have to take possession. I'll take possession. You'll be the one to fight from outside. That's how it works in law.
No,
Because whoever is
but how? But I think what he was actually hinting at, Ogbeni, was that the notice came to their attention latterly, and they were running against time. They were not aware previously, and the moment they became aware, they took all the steps they needed to take. And then he being a senior advocate, he spoke to the lawyer of the lady that is wanting to take possession of that house to say that look, we are taking a legal stance, and you'll be served soon. So, and he had the expectation then that as a matter of courtesy, especially to his seniority, that he would defer execution and let the law play out.
No, Oma, you see, whether you're a senior or not, there's equality at the bar. If you file a process, be diligent enough to come and serve me. Why am I saying so? My home practice, if I'm fighting for a land for my client and I have judgment, the law is on my side. You should be on the defense side. So what will matter to me for my clients to take possession. You go out and fighting me from outside. The reason is this. You see, that particular case, this case you are seeing can linger on for another 20 years. That's the reality of land matters. And people should understand how sensitive and critical land matter is. And that's why when Pharaoh Timi wrote all those is nonsense, I just look at it. It's land matter you are dealing with like this. But I don't really blame you. It doesn't have really serious parties like that. But for me, I will not allow you to be in possession and be fighting from possession because you will still be there for the next 20 years. I would rather take possession since I've kickstarted my execution. You can't stop me unless you serve me. And I will complete that my execution, no matter how noise you use Peter Obi to make. Peter Obi is just one citizen out of almost 300 million Nigerians. I'll complete my execution and take full possession of my land. Then you'll be fighting me from outside. Why I take benefit of my land? After all, you've been taking benefit of my land for the past 15 years. Okay? And I'm not asking you to come and pay.
Just still on that space, Ogbeni. So the judgment, the legal status of that land now, as it stands, it belongs to the lady. But Peter Obi is there with a camera crew, etc., etc. Is this not a case of trespassing? Is it actually not trespassing on that property?
Well, it depends on what the lady is making of this. They are still taking possession. When you look at it, what they are still really doing is taking possession. And that's why I said, take full possession of your land, change the padlock there, take possession, and then let them fight from outside. And whoever enters your land after that becomes a trespasser. That's the way I see it. And then when you look at it too, I wonder why I wonder why the man is saying, but Peter Obi is saying, oh, he can't find anybody here. Because when they saw the processes, one thing I think about, okay, you see a process and you see a lawyer there. The woman has a lawyer. He has a lawyer who carry out all these things, who went to court for the woman and everything. Put a court through to the woman. It's not for you to be expecting who owns this land, who asks you to come and demolish. No, put a court through, and then let them explain to you. Woman, do you know what I think about this land? I think this particular property has been probably having serious family tussle. You know, all this family ownership thing, everybody fighting. Unfortunately, maybe Peter Obi's brother and Peter Obi bought it from
the wrong side of the family.
from the wrong side of it. That has happened to me like about 3 times in Lagos. There was a land I purchased with a guy to develop in Bagada. That Charlie Boy, after that Charlie Boy area. And you see, that land was a very nice land, the only one undeveloped around that place. But it was a swampy place, so we recovered it and everything. One man, I can tell you, after about 5-6 years on that land, with possession throughout, free possession, quiet possession, nobody attacking us. One woman just came from abroad. Was it Sweden or Belgium or so? It's an Igbo woman. She bought that land years back, woman. and brought a document. We couldn't do anything, no, and we've spent money, you know, to recover such land in Lagos now. Heap of sand, heap of stones, heap that we put there. We couldn't do anything because when she brought out her document was genuine. And you know another thing, and we are fight for what they call, is it recertification or something like that, regularization or so. That's if you have your this thing, you go back, and we bought it from family member. Meanwhile, she had bought it years back and she has gone to government to go and get his own document out. We were still processing our own document out from the place. So our title is better than our title because, yes, we bought it from the family, but our title predated our own, and at the same time, she has regularized with government. So, and then they told us they packed some of the documents to allow us, all these things, the way they do it. And so that's why they couldn't find our own on computer when they were doing our own. Eventually, one man, what we did was to settle with that woman, and both of us settled together to develop that place and then sell it and then cash out from the place and leave the place. So these things happen a lot in Lagos because of, land dispute is a very major thing in Lagos. But the one that marvel me most is Peter Obi making sentiments out of this, making noise out of this, more like politicized.
But that source is one trick, isn't it? It tries to whip up sentimentality around everything.
It's too silly.
It's just so silly.
I don't know.
It's blaming Lagos State. It's saying it's Tinubu. It's a dispute between two private individuals.
Yes.
So to the point that Lagos State has to be releasing prestige. Anytime they demolish any property in Lagos, this guy turns it into one of these things.
Say we are finished in this country. This country is finished. Is this one? And you are attracting investors. We want to attract investors to the country. Which investors? Same you that went to Lagos, to US and London and be demarketing Nigeria. So is you just wake up now and just realize that we need to attract investors to the country.
So, Benny, one more question, please. One more last question.
All right.
Okay. With the discrepancies in reference to the CFO, we're having right now. The first one is the plaintiff. According to I think her name is Mrs. Deborah. This is what she used to to obtain the judgment. She presented the certificates of occupancy, and that's what court used to give her the judgment. Then is that Next Food or whoever P2B brother, according to their lawyer, they said they did obtain the CFO lawfully in 2011 and with the concept obtained in 2023 from the governor. So how can we resolve these discrepancies between those two things? How can that happen? How can two people have
man of
CFO? Yeah.
Man of Prestige, I just explained my own. I'm not even aware of this. I'm not even aware that Next Food has produced its own CFO.
Yeah, they according to them, say 2011 with the governor concept in 2013. Okay. So
what I've seen so far from Next Food is deed of assignment, not CFO. I don't know that their CFO also is out. But if it is deed of assignment is not CFO. So don't equate it.
Yeah, they say CFO. They didn't say deed of property.
Okay,
they didn't
CFO.
say. They didn't say
one
that.
I spotted. Now I've not spotted their CFO. Is deed I saw.
Yeah, I'm just saying what they claim. You know, if it is, I mean, I'm not there, so I can't say.
Have they put the CFO into public? Is he
I have not seen. I'm just saying what they said. I wanted you to comment
Well, the
if
lady
that's possible.
CFO is is right there, and I don't think two people can have the same title registered one has to succeed the other now.
in
They can't
Lagos?
be in tandem. Yeah.
in
Well,
Lagos.
don't you think if the lawyer can make this claim, you know, if it is false, he can be disbanded because it was stated by the lawyer, not even Obi or whatever. It's the 2011 when when the lawful assigned to them. Then the governor concept obtained in 2013. This is from the lawyer.
I think he said
That's
we
the
have
thing.
our title. I don't think he actually mentioned. He said we have our
No. He
document.
said, one man, I'm telling you what I read or what I heard. C of O. There's different. Yes, I know what I'm talking about. One man.
So
but we saw him being interviewed just now.
Well, I don't know where. I mean, okay, but I'm telling you what what's documented. But anyway, go ahead.
So if he said C of O and they have C of O, I believe they should have put it on in the media by now. I've not seen. The only C of O I've seen is the C of O of that woman, and that C of O of that woman self, I question it a bit because I'm seeing something like 2025 there. So my question is the C of O just out in 2025? I saw something like 2025. So
because that land, according to them, was obtained in 2011.
It showed February. It showed February 2025, the woman's document. So I asked that question too.
Okay, so this is the way it works. CFO doesn't just come out like that. I have some lands in Ekiti now that have been possessing CFO for more than 10 years. So the way it works is that you have, for instance, if you purchase land from family cannot use CFO for you. So once you have the consent of the family and you have the consent of the principal persons there, then you from there you go to the you move to the, in some places they tell you have consent. In my place now, you have consent of the traditional ruler there too on that land, and then you go to the registry to go and register it that this land has been assigned to you. The reason is this: every title to every land belongs to the governor, but because we also recognize customary ownership of land which belongs to the family are allowed to assign it, then governor is allowed to give consent, and then he use CFO. In most cases, they don't really use CFO for a long time. You can be in possession of your land for 20-30 years and you won't see those guys use CFO. You file application for it and you start processing it until it's out. But if you ask me, is it possible to have two CFOs on the land? It is very possible in Lagos. I just share my experience with you now. We have our own document, we are regularizing it, and one woman just surfaced, and that woman has regularized her own years back. Is the fault of the government anyway? It's not fault of any of these people. Sometimes people don't do their due diligence too. But for two people to have one CFO on one land, the only place where you won't find that happening in Nigeria, I think, is Abuja. And the reason is because they have a centralized system in Abuja. And then because of that, it is very hard for you. And it's not as if you still don't have fake ones in Abuja. They still have fake one in Abuja. Now, if this guy has brought out CFO, what I strongly suspect is this: he bought that land because I saw deed of assignment. You won't have CFO and deed of assignment at the same time. So there's a possibility that he purchased the land with his deed of assignment, and then the person who sold to him handed over a CFO to him and said, "This is my CFO." If that is what they are purchased here, if that CFO happened to be a fake CFO, they are still in trouble. Unless that CFO is authentic.
I mean, since 2011, that's a long time.
Yeah. So my issue is that since 2011 now, what has that owner been doing that you don't trace your land? But I've shared an experience with you of somebody of a land
similar to your experience. The owner may well have been abroad, but
some are sick.
Yes, or it could even be for whatever reason. If she has authenticity, then that's just it, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter whenever or however she chooses to take possession of her land. But the question I was going to ask you is, Where is this obese brother that owns the property? Where is he?
One man, I've told you there is no border anywhere. That land is owned by Next Food Limited. Do you know who owns Next? Do you know Next?
Obi now. Obi, of course. Yeah.
Obi is the
Next
owner of Next. We all
International.
know now. Because when they set Next on fire, that Next store, when they set it on fire during election, all the Obi then were shouting and crying and said that they are intimidating Obi. So why now that Next Food has now suddenly changed character from being Obi homes to Obi's brothers home? Forget all those things. For me,
Obeni, I'm one man.
Yeah.
Because, we already spoke on this. I have so many things to say, but I'm not going to speak on that. Can you just give me a minute to counter you some
That's
narrative?
fine. Yeah.
Just 2 minutes. So let's get something straight. We should not be awash here with speculation. Nobody knows exactly what is right, who owned the right CFO, because like I said, the lady just presented a CFO that is 2025 or whatever it is. Obi said they have 2011 with the governor concept on 2000. I mean, this is the lawyer, not even Obi saying it. So, if you send the wrong thing, on the national TV or have, or said it in anywhere, it has to be disbanded if he's, telling lie. But having said that, I said we should not be washed with speculation by saying that this property belongs to Obi, he is using it illegally to, like one man said, to launder money or whatever you said. This property actually is in government reserve area. It's exactly located at number 54 Oduduwa Crescent, Ikeja, which is GRA in Lagos. That's where the property is located. So we know that for sure. And it's owned by Ndibe Obi brother. That's what we know. That's what is documented. So one man, everything other you saying is speculation. And he is the majority, the shareholder, the majority shareholder of the of that company. So every other thing you say, like I said, let the people listen. It's just a speculation. You don't have fact to back up what you're talking about. But we have some documented fact to back up this. So that part of your narrative is a hogwash, in my own opinion. So we still had the judgment, it's a 2 case judgment, they just take it to court, like Obeni said, and and let the facts speak for itself, but we should not be here, questioning the government or other things, like they have come out and said, I guess because of the antecedent going on in Lagos, that's why some people are, people gonna parade or do different kind of narrative, say it's the APC or a big government, but we know where we are right now. So let it go to the court and decide, who actually have the place. I mean, I don't have the fact to back up, but this is what we know as of right now. So one man, stop your narrative, please. That's what I have to say. I don't want to, there's nothing to say about that. Take your place, Obeni. What's going on? Is the guy speaking? I can't hear nothing. One man.
Hello, one more. You guys are back to security meeting. You don't want to talk again, Shabai? You don't want to talk again. You and Ogbeni. back to secret meeting. After you guys finish, you can come back again. Okay? I'm waiting for you guys here.
What happened? Where's Obeni?
I mean, we are here. I don't know what's going on with you, one man.
No, sorry. I want to get something.
Everything that you was playing, I think I was speaking. When you gave me time to speak up, I don't know, you was playing some video. I mean, nothing was coming from, there's no sound. There was no sound, so I don't know.
That was just meant to be background. So it wasn't meant to play any sound.
But it's Obeni there?
No, he's back now. I think the system dropped. All right. Shall we move on from there to?
Wait a minute. I didn't want to talk about that anymore. But did you all hear what I said?
Oh no, I was away from my computer, so maybe you want to repeat it.
Yeah. So let me give a mini submission. I don't want to talk about this anymore. You
Okay.
know, like I said, we have other topics to talk. One of the main reasons that I came in to talk was about the tax bill. Because I have some point in me. I support that tax bill, but when you go to my turn, I will talk about that. So what I was really saying, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I said, let's not, wash ourselves with speculation here. One man, particularly you don't have the fact to state that the building, the building belongs to Obi. There's no fact for that. That's their own assertion. But according to documented information, the next food, belong to Ndidi Obi, which is the majority shareholder of what we are talking about. And this company is located.
Have you ever tried to register a company in Nigeria?
What do you mean? Have I ever tried to register a company in Nigeria? Like I don't have any business in Nigeria.
No, if you've ever registered the company in Nigeria, if you go to company house, if the name that you are choosing, if it even bears even the biggest semblance to an existing company, they will reject it. So if it's and we know that Next International belongs to Peter Obi, so he cannot tell us that Next Food belongs to his brother because the law would not permit
one man. Like I said,
to register
hold
that
on,
business name.
one man. I thought you give me a minute. I said let's not wash ourselves with speculation. That is not documented, whether it belongs to PWB or it doesn't belong to PWB. This Next Food is on number 57 Oduduwa Crescent, Ikeja, GRA, Lagos. And it belongs to Ndibe Obi, Next Food as the majority owner. That's all we know. So everything you are talking about is speculation.
No,
that's a fact.
That's all we were told. No, that's according to Peter. Have you established it?
No. This is not according to P2B. This is documented. It has nothing to do with your P2B. Whether P2B,
where is it documented? Sorry, where is it
I'm giving you the fact. You see, like yesterday, the other day when I was giving you the
You
fact.
are giving us the no. Hold on.
I'm giving you the fact. Go and find out. You have a way to find out. You don't find out what you don't like to find out. I said it's number 57 Oduduwa.
Yeah, that's the land in dispute now. So
exactly.
So what are you saying?
And I'm telling you who it belonged to, as well documented. Ndibe Obi is the younger brother's name. He's the majority owner, in this, Next Food. That's what we know. So we shouldn't be coming here be speculating that Obi is using it to launder money or whatever. It's just a hogwash statement, okay? So let the court play and play it out right now.
What is known lends to that. So, and you cannot tell us that Next Food belongs to Ndidi Obi. That sounds like it sounds like a conduit rather than anything else.
You're going with this speculation narrative.
Because the fact
you don't have anything to back up the fact that is documented. This is where I have an issue with you. When you come to Obi, you just want to make a point and run away with it.
No, forget Obi now. Don't try and.
When you are making it about Obi, when it's supposed to be Obi brother.
Obi is the point in contention now.
The reason why Obi is speaking
on. If you've ever registered a company, if you've ever registered a company in Nigeria, then you would know that that Next Food.
What are you talking about? What kind of question is that?
Next Food and Next Food, they are one and the same entity. They cannot be otherwise because the law would not permit.
But whatever. The reason why Obi is speaking, the reason why Obi is speaking for his brother, because he has a big bullpen when it comes to Nigeria. So he has made it for, so that's how he magnified to this, form. It's not like Obi is making a pointless claim. This is his brother. So he has the right to speak on it. Nobody know about his brother. He has a big open, just like Trump speaking. Everybody listen. So that's the way I look at that. But Ogbeni has explained, the legality part of it, and I know what I read already. So we leave it there. Let the court decide. But we should start speculating. So can I go ahead and make some points? Let's go to more favorable things. You talk about Ijele, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ijele has been granted. I think it was on the 14th of June when he was granted a bail. It's already out. My man.
Well, according to what Showore is putting,
I don't know where Showore got that. All I know, on the 14th of which is like about what's today, which is like about a week or 2 weeks ago. Not quite 2 weeks anyway. Today is the 26th. So about a week ago, he was granted a bail for 50 million naira with two surety. One of them that somebody who own a property in Lagos. I don't know why they put it in Lagos when the guy suing him is from Owerri. Then the other one he must have levels, I think level 14 of civil service, at least level 14. So it's too shorty. So I don't know if he has met it. Whether it's out that I don't know, but at least it's a good news that he has been granted, a bail. So that's it's a good thing. Whether he's going to be able to meet that 50. I don't whether it's going to be able to make that 50 million bail and those two shorty. That's a point for another day. So do you want me to go to the main topic?
Yeah, you can go to it. Ogbeni is here as well. So Ogbeni, we are still in the conversation. It's just the three of us.
Let me give Ogbeni right to finish what his topic then, because I'm next. Ogbeni is supposed to be first before me. Go ahead.
Okay. So one man was the next topic.
No, we were talking about the tax bill as well, which has now been signed into law. So also it's another big leap, another quantum move, just within the 2 years of this guy's administration.
Kudos to Tinubu on this tax reform bill. Let's start seeing what exactly this is going to fetch Nigerians. I've lost track of the bill when they said that the National Assembly. I learned that the National Assembly has changed a lot of things there, following the backlash and everything that came from the northern governors. So I don't know how much is still remaining in it. I can remember either Ola or Emeka also lamenting here about how they've downplay a lot of provisions that are there, and how we don't really have much to gain in it. But in all, for me, I think it's a big leap for the government to be able to achieve this. And we'll be expecting more for the government, despite all the pushback from the opposition. But at the same time, I will still praise the opposition, despite the fact that sometimes they could be so idiotic in their moves. I'll still I'll still praise the opposition to an extent that they are putting this government on their toes, which is a good thing. For me, one man, ever since the exit of Obasanjo in office, in fact, not even the second term of Obasanjo, after the first tenure of Obasanjo in office, I think this is the first time we are really having a lot of activities injected into our system by this man. Every week, activities from both opposition and those ones who are just behaving like opposition, and they are not opposition, they don't just like the man. And then the man himself pushing back, and then we can see governance and a lot of things happening. We're not yet where we are supposed to be, but I believe we're on the right track. Not in all areas. I've taken my time here on the platform before to talk about some of my disappointments with Tinubu and some of my expectations that I'm still expecting. This tax reform is one of the major expectations I'm expecting, and I will take my time to try and look at the bills that have been passed, the law that have been passed now, to study and see if there are still advantages to Nigeria system there. But kudos to Tinubu. It has another feather on his cap, which I don't expect anybody to rejoice about it. Like I've said here before, when NYNC Act was passed, many people were against it. A lot of people were against it. Some said, "Oh, it cannot last." But today we still do NYC in Nigeria. Some of us we met our wives and husbands during NYC, and we are living happily. So the same way with this, some will come and tell you, "Oh, there's nothing there again, safety is this and that." Well, time will tell. That's it, one man. So the next bill I'm expecting to come out sooner is the state police bill, and I learned that one has passed committee stage. I think
is that not in second reading? Is that not in second reading? Yeah.
I think they said it's in second reading now, next to the joint reading, and they have to quicken that one.
Yeah.
With the Benue thing, I think they are hasting it. If they can hasten it on time, and will pass that into law, and let each state have their own establishment. I read a little about the way they do it in the US, and I was impressed. I never knew that is how policing work in the US. Possibly the system we are using is UK system. I don't even know the exact system we are using in Nigeria anyway, because even in the UK here, the London police, they don't wear the same uniform as the one they wear in Scotland. I don't know the overall head. I don't know how it works.
Even the Kent police, they are different from the London police.
Yeah. So
yes, their vehicle, their uniform, everything different.
Quite different, and I don't think they have the same head. I don't know how they relate and the thing works. So if that is going to work for us, let's do it during Fayoshe time. And I keep repeating it. Not a single person, Fayoshe did not lose a single soul in Ekiti to this headsman nonsense. Why? Because from the day one in office, Fayoshe made it clear to them. He called a meeting of all of them, and he made it clear to them: you do any rubbish in my state, I will not only send you out, my people will annihilate you before I take your dependent out of my state. He told them. He passed his law. He was the first to pass the this raising bill thing in this thing before Benue got it. He passed his law, and he made it clear. He read it clearly on the TV and said, "Look, this is the law. I don't want to see you anywhere." The first one they saw, I think 2 days after I passed the law, he ordered them to kill those cows, and everybody make it suya there, and they all left. Governor came there, they all ate together and left the place. They left the forest in Ekiti. It was when this one, what is his name? That's this one that left. Firemi came back to Ekiti that we started experiencing this issue of killing of our people. So if we can have that, and the governor is in control, it is even at that stage you can really say governor is the chief security officer of his state. Really, in the real sense. As it stands now, you can't say governor is chief security what? You can't even command the commissioner in your state. At best, you know what they give, what governor have? They have access to intelligence. So whatever is happening in terms of security in their state, I learned that they submit it to their table on a daily basis. And then if there's any issue, they call for security meeting and they call the commissioner. But it's not enough for you to just call for a meeting and give order. Who can command? Command and control is what matters there. See what happened in Benue. The governor cannot even command the soldiers or command whatever is the police there to say, okay, go ahead and quench this. Unless they call the IGP give them final order, or AIG or DIG or whatever to give them final order. Those ones maybe they are with their girlfriends in this thing when things are happening and they just put their phone somewhere and nobody's giving any command. So that's it, Mama. That's the next bill I'm expecting to be out. The bill. And then I'm expecting them to also increase that loan thing. They need to increase the money they are pumping into the loan. And they need to start.
Which loan? The student's loan or the credit
loan?
card?
Yeah, student loan. I think they need to spread it more. 3 of my cousins applied. They gave only 2. So when I asked the third one, what's the problem? They said, I think is it the quota for his area? They've exhausted it. But they gave those 2. They didn't know anybody. Nobody. They just applied. In fact, they did not even want to apply. Those poor boys. So they gained admission to a very good federal university and they are just dilly-dallying. I was the one who forced them. They said, they will not give them, or they won't give them, all these people, politicians. I said, go and apply first now. Why do people distrust government so much like this? 3 of them applied. They gave only 2. So for me, I want the government to increase funding for that thing and then let them expand the net. But beyond that, I think they should the federal government should probably take over primary education and then make it free the way it should be. But I think they should find a way to monitor primary education. Primary education in Nigeria is almost dead. There's nothing really going on in diocese. But I give kudos to Alex Oti in his own state. I learned that he's doing very well in his own state. I had one of my hands that went to Abia recently told me that the man is doing very fine in terms of primary education in his state, and children can't roam the street during the day in his state. If they pick you, your parents are in trouble. And so he's enrolling people in primary. And that's more like our policy, And so I give kudos to him, to the guy in Abia based on that. And I think others should emulate. But beyond that, I think the federal government should take back that primary education. It was within the domain of federal government before they let it go. I think it was Obasanjo in 70. Was it Obasanjo? I think it was Obasanjo 76 or so that let that thing go off. They take over again. That's the basic education. That's what we need to build our nation. That's the basics. Don't leave it in the hand of those chalangan called governors, because they don't really care. And unfortunately, we have Nigerians that don't even focus on their governors. They would rather focus on the president and tell you the president is dead, the president is this. Simple thing that their governor should produce. They will be looking for somebody in Abuja to come and produce something for them in Katangura or in Ado-Ekiti or in Kafansha or in Mubi or in Michika. When your governor is there, your local government chairman is there, and they keep pumping money to them every month, but you don't even care because you think presidency will come and give everything to you. So if that is the case, they should take over primary education, because I'm expecting a lot to be done in that primary education. And if Tinubu is able to do that and do health, have what do you call this thing? Standard tertiary healthcare facilities in the 6 geopolitical zone. I think one that is of standard. And they proposed that to the National Assembly too. If they can have that standard one in the 6 geopolitical zone, I think his assignment is complete. Even if he's going on by 2027, he should just go and rest it if he really wants to. That's on that, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ogwene. I still want your thoughts on this registration of political parties and the realignments going on and all of that. But let me move it around a little bit. Go on to Prestige, who has been waiting for a while. But before I go on to Prestige, what you said earlier, just about the the state governor not actually being the chief security officers of their state. When you said that, it just reminded me of this.
Can you call your superior in Abuja and tell them that the governor is here and I'm the chief security officer and that you don't have any business being in my state right now and that I want you to disengage forthwith from here?
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. I'm not here on my own orders.
That's why I'm asking you to make a phone call and tell them, your superior, that I'm here standing in front of you.
I'm
Make
here.
that phone call.
Thank you, sir. I'm here on instruction of this Special General Police to the AGF, sir. And that is why I'm here. I'm too small or too low to call them. Your Excellency, sir. With due respect, sir. You can call them directly, sir. So that they will have to leave.
So Inspector General Police asked you to come.
I'm here on instruction of Inspector General Police to the.
So there it is right there. The supposed chief security officer of Lagos.
You remember?
Yes,
Mama,
you know.
Mama,
Yes.
you should go and look for Fire Me soon. During Fire election. They withdrew all the police with Fire Me. The guy started looking for his police. He was alone in his jeep. They withdrew. The Attorney General the Inspector General just gave an order. And those people, they followed him to, I think, a particular junction, and they all withdrew immediately, and he was alone. And he started looking for his police. He said, "Where is my police? Can you imagine?" They was during Jonathan's time. Oh. Where is my police? No security for that guy again. He went alone back to that. So they are not really chief security. Nothing. They can't command anything.
That state policing cannot come soon enough. But Aki Ogbeni, so that's Ogbeni, of course. Everybody knows Ogbeni. Always a delightful. It's always such a rich conversation anytime Ogbeni is here. Gets richer with our man of prestige. Prestige, you are up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. This video just play, just epitomize where we are in Nigeria. This centralized commander-in-chief, chief security officer, and it's not good for the country. But anyway, let me go to the main subject, which is the reason why I come here. I think when he says something, maybe he hasn't really read this tax bill. I read a little bit of tax bill. Like I said, I've been as far as I'm not 100% Tinubu supporter, certain thing that he's doing, it's okay. Let me just use the word okay, because I'm not going to use the word great right now until it's actually implemented. So, like I said, I'm a proponent of this tax bill. So let's go with the original bill like it was proposed. And there has been some water down. And the area where it was properly watered down is the area the Northerners, disproportionately opposed, because they think, it's going to reduce the fund they are getting, because they believe they have more low-income people. On the derivation, which is based on VAT generation, originally it was 60%. Population 20%, equality 20%. So the reverse bill that has been passed, that's where I say was watered down, almost about 50%. Now derivation is capped at 30%. You see that? So the Northerners, they are probably gotten what they want in that regard. So, like I said, derivation right now is now being capped at 30% instead of 60%, because who are the people where this derivation is coming from? Is it not the southern rich state, particularly Lagos and River State? They're the one that should have benefited from them, because that's where this money is come from. But right now it has watered down to 30%. So can you say the Northerners has actually won in that regard? So that's where we are right now. Equality has been increased from 20% to 50%. I mean, you can fact check me now if I'm wrong. Population is held at the same thing at 20%. So two of them, equality and derivation has been changed. They actually, went up and down, which is what the Northerners want. So in actually, they have, if there's anything like winning, they have won, I guess, because they have more power, they have more population, whatever that may be. So they got somehow what they want, because initially they wanted to be zero, but this is where we are right now. So this is the present thing that Tinubu signed. And I'm very happy about the tax bill. Like I said, I'm a proponent of the tax bill. I support the tax bill. On paper, in my own opinion, it's a pro-poor provision. That means it's going to help the poor. It's going to ease the burden on lower income individual. And it's going to raise the tax on the rich people. I mean, Nigeria need to pay tax, but with this thing, I'm going to put a caveat there now before I make any statement. It has to be implemented. You know, when you come to Nigeria, it's not about policy. This is the problem I have with Tinubu. They have good policy, but the implementation has not even been a shadow of itself. You know, so if this can be implemented, I'm 100%. I've been saying it. I'm never equivocate on what I'm saying. Right from the beginning, when I read it, I understand understand the modality behind it and everything. I always supported it. So, like they said, I don't. From what I read, they said anybody making, I think, about 800 per month, which will equal to about, I think, about 9.6 million annually. Is going to exempt from tax. You know, so that's a lot of the poor people is going to be exempt for tax. And there's some like a zero, I think zero VAT. It will apply for essential food, healthcare, education, accommodation. So this is going to lower the cost of everyday expense for the overall poor people. So it's going to definitely help poor people. That's the way I see it. In order not to go in more detail, which I don't have more for, but the little that I have, is a good tax bill. That's the way that's the way I'm seeing it. So there's no doubt about it. I'm not going to come here because I'm not for Tinubu or whatever. Presently he's our government. I mean, sometimes I bash him, unnecessary, but it is what it is. This is probably the first bill, or his first policy that I'm 100% in favor of. I know it's going to help the country. We need it, but I'm still gonna, I'm still.
What about autonomy for the local governments? You don't
Well,
like
we're
that?
talking about
You're against that?
it's not. You're talking about the tax bill. Why do you want me? Why are you shooting the goalpost? You want me? I've never said that. Now I'm still talking about
No,
the
you are
tax bill.
saying you said that's his only policy that you're aligned with.
Yeah,
But
because that has not gone to this stage. I've not seen how far that one gone. Maybe I've not read much about that. I haven't seen I haven't seen how that is applied. If that is effective, because this is going to apply immediately because it's the law. So I don't know about that. I'm not gonna give him a kudo to what I don't know about or what I have not really do my research on. I can only speak on what I did research. How impactful I think it's gonna have. It's gonna definitely at least about 1/3 of the private and the private and the public workers. They are all exempt from corporate tax. Which is what we call the payroll tax or VAT. So they're definitely gonna have that. So let's see. Like I said, the implementation is the key, and the enforcement, the streamlining, and how to prevent any kind of leakage and corruption. They have to do that in order for this to work. That's the only I have my concern. Everybody know when you come to Nigeria, how things have been implemented is the problem. Because of fraud and other kind of things that may come into this scene. And I hope inflation doesn't affect it. That's another thing. And the broader, physical policy doesn't affect it. So that's all I'm going to say on this. It's a good thing, I'm for it, 100%. But let's see how it go. I wanted to speak about the NYSC, lady that I think they have extended, her tenure to about 2 more months. So I just thought that's not right. I knew right away they was going to get this lady. I mean, they was gonna get this lady. They're just finding any kind of way. I know a lot of people here are against her because she spoke against the government, spoke against against Lagos. But it's a free speech. So
Did they say why? Why was our service extended by
well,
by
all I had,
2 months?
I have not really read it anywhere. It was just a speculation. They said because she did not maintain the protocol when you're in the service, serving the government, you're not supposed to talk. So, I mean, that's what people say. I have not read it from anywhere from the NYC or, place, whether they say, I don't know if they have responded because according to what I had shown, we're supposed to go and protest. They're supposed to be staging a protest, you know. So,
That's already and protest, man. It's unbelievable.
well, I mean, I just feel like if it is true, now let me just put that, if it is true, this is nothing but a punishment masked in as a protocol because there's nothing like because she's serving the government or whatever, you're not supposed to speak. I don't see what that lady said that was wrong against the government.
I don't think an extra 2 months is high-handedness now.
Yeah, I
I
had
don't
it's
think
2 months. I had it's 2 months. If I'm wrong, let somebody in the comment section or anybody correct me.
No, I'm not saying it is not 2 months, but I'm saying that that's not high-handedness. 2 months is
But
2
it's
months.
still high. You don't even at all. Even at all, it's a week. What one man?
You know what?
Wait
I
a
don't
minute, one
find.
man. Do we have a freedom of? Okay, you claim that we have a freedom of speech in that Nigeria,
Right.
but is freedom freedom after speech, is it guaranteed? That's the problem. You may have a freedom of speech, but
according to Idi Amin of Uganda, it's not guaranteed. Or freedom after speech is not guaranteed. But we are working on the assumption that is why they extended her. But what I was going to say, Prestige, is that even the 2 months is not going to be our punishment. Our punishment is when she tries to enter into the labor market with the reputation that she has. So who's going to employ her with the reputation that she already has?
Well, look, I was speaking to a friend of mine today, and he said, well, it's not a bad thing that that they keep her there for 2 or 3 more months because she's gonna be getting paid for that month. But if she has come out, she may not get paid for the next year or 6 months. So it's better for her to stay there getting paid for now. I don't know. That's the person I was speaking is is Agbado like some of you here, so it's gonna have that rationality. But that's what I have to say. What else you have? I think I finished speaking on the VAT. Like I said, I'm
Yes,
100% for it. That's great.
and we've exhausted the OB something.
We exhausted the OB. Ogweni did a justice in that one, and I said my own opinion. I don't want to go. I don't want to go into that anymore. It's not necessary. So, yeah.
Yeah. What you could speak to, Prestige, is this new political parties now being registered.
Yeah.
Also,
man, one man. Okay. Thank you very much for reminding me that.
Sorry. Also, somebody is trying to register. There are 2 attempts to register the obedient movement as a political party. I don't think any of those attempts are essentially coming out of the main body of the obedient space, but 110 associations are registered with INEC, lodging with INEC that they want to form a political party.
Yeah, what I had, all those parties, and one from Shehu Kuti or whatever, Felapa, all that kind of things, some of them are a lot of nonsense, some of them don't even have the right paper and everything, duplicate and some other things. But I don't know. But, right now, we know that the INEC hasn't said, nobody's going to register. That's what we are. That's the speculation we had before. That's why anything that come out of Nigerian space, I don't really, believe in it until actually, I do my own research and there are some factual to base that what I'm talking about. But right now, we see that INEC is willing for people to register. But having said that, let me just give what I have read about what's going on. It's not, Obi is not going to be with whatever coalition they are doing, and I'm getting my information from a reliable source. Why am I saying this? Because come rain, shine or no rain, Atiku wants to be the president. Up to today, right now we're talking about Atiku wants to be the president, so he's not going to equivocate on that. And Obi is not willing to be the vice to Atiku, but of course, the obedience is going to run away from him. So he's probably going to form his own party. In other words, they're handing over Tinubu re-election guarantee, 90% or 100% guarantee. Because I don't think this coalition is going to happen. I mean, that's the way I see it. Atiku desperate want to be
It's
a
already
president.
happening now. What do you mean it's not going to happen?
Yes, I'm not. No. There's a speculation that he may be another state man, and let whatever coalition, took effect. Whomever wants to be the president without him. No, that's not happening. This is a reliable source, an inner source that was making this statement. Actually, it was today. And what people has been speculating. Let me just make this clear. People from the Southeast and other, particularly the South, what they have been speculating. The narrative has been that Atiku. I don't know if you had that. Atiku wanted the presidency to be zoned to Southeast, but Wike was against it. No, that can never be far from the truth. They say Atiku has always wanted to be a president. There was no time because Atiku never came out and denied that. Atiku, they wanted to zone it to the southeast. I mean to the south. Period. Atiku said no.
You mean in this process?
No,
I
I'm
saw
talking about
some.
the previous election, 2023. Because
Oh
there has
yes.
been a speculation that it was Wike. They say Wike problem in that was more of a reaction. It wasn't like it was never. There was never a time that Atiku agreed to zone it to the southeast.
But I proceed. Even in this coalition that they are forming now, what we're hearing, at least from Kenneth Okonkwo, is that they're going to zone it. That they're going to leave it open. For
No. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm just bringing what I'm hearing. I don't have I heard it from somebody, a reliable source. They said Atiku wants to be the president this time. So that's not going anywhere.
Well, you say Atiku wants to be the president. Atiku is going to be the president now. It's already.
Yeah. I'm just saying he wants to fight for the president. I'm just saying we are speculating.
Hold on. Watch this. He is going to be president.
Confirmation about our next president.
I not ask Oracle. I want to ask Oracle now. Make I know how the next tenor could be. Because everybody the time say Tinubu go win the next tenor. If Tinubu go win the next tenor, make come down. Tinubu no go smell next tenor. It's sure for you say Tinubu no go win next tenor, make you come down. Many people at the camp to APC, Tinubu no go still win second tenor, make you come down. Okay, very dark man, put time for the seat, make he turn to our president because he dey do good, make you come down. No be very dark man, make you come down. Okay, make we put Konkoso, na him go be our next president, make we come down. Make we put Peter Obi, na him go be our next president, make we come down. My own blood, Yaya Bello, na him go be the next president, make we come down. Tinubu's son, Sheyi, na him go be next president, make we come down. Atiku, na him go be next president, make we come down. It's sure for you say na Atiku, make you stay there. If it's sure for you, A1, make you come down. Kilode, if Atiku can't take over, Nigeria go dey good, go dey better, everything go come down. Before I feel sure say everything.
So you can see right there. The deities have said it. Atiku is going to be your next president.
Which can voodoo be this?
Who is the comedian?
I don't know. Well, according to Ndugurudu or whatever it is, the gods of Jalingo, it's unbelievable.
Okay, my final submission. Let me say one more thing. I say one thing that I've said Tinubu has done. Let me put another one in there. People gonna like it or hate me, but it's what I know because it's information I've been getting. Even I told my parents, make reference to that comment. So the unknown gunmen in the East. How often have you heard about it recently? Anybody here? I mean, there's other things, like henchmen and other problems going on. Since Tinubu came in, maybe about a year plus, about a year right now, let me just say about a year. How far have your people heard about the unknown gunmen anymore in recent time?
It's been a while, though, but there's a good reason for that, though.
No. Let me tell you the reason for that.
Okay.
Let me tell you the reason for that. It's because Tinubu has taken away the money that Buhari was using to sponsor this sting operation because it's a government back in during Buhari time. Tinubu has taken that away. There's no more you really hear about. I'm not saying that there's no crime and all that kind of headman going on, but there's nothing like unknown government in the last 6 months or a year that has pretty much I won't use the word disappear, minimized to to a very, very low level. There has been a sting operation, Buhari. You don't know how much. You don't know how much. You don't know how much Buhari had the South is at that particular time. I'm getting this from a reliable source. Okay, yeah, that sting operation, Tinubu has taken it away. That's why you don't hear much about unknown gunmen. I'm not saying that people from government was sponsoring both.
There's a better reason why the unknown gunmen have died off a bit. There's a better reason.
What's their better reason?
Because both of their heads are in prison. Simon
No. You are wrong by that.
So that's
Wait a
why
minute. When did hold on.
Their leaders are in prison.
Wait a minute. Kano, how long? You see, one man, when you want to make a statement,
but we had a
sense.
lot of activities when Simon Ekpa was active now, and as soon as Simon Ekpa was decommissioned,
one of us, sorry, I went somewhere. I think I overread my opinion saying no gunmen in South East has come down or it's no longer there.
Yeah, it has come down more likely.
It's still there.
No. I'm not saying there's no crime on henchmen and other people killing people. But can you give me a fact about the unknown gunman? And I'm telling you exactly what happened. Buhari put a sting operation. Buhari was the perpetrator of unknown gunmen.
Let us take question now.
Tinubu has stopped the funding.
So
I give him a kudo for that. Trust me, Obedi.
No,
Okay.
That's
what I think, and I got my information from reliable source. Okay. Yeah, that was being sponsored by government with the people, with some unscrupulous people in that area. That was the military participated in the unknown government.
With all this conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Buhari was devilish. Buhari disliked the Southeast like anything. If he probably want to wipe them out of this earth if he had the opportunity.
See.
Yeah. But thanks to Tinubu,
wipe them out.
Tinubu took away that funding.
Hold on, you said that, but victim playing is alive and well, and he lives somewhere in Abakaliki. You wanted to counter
Oma.
Yeah.
Oma, as our last month, that's what I'm saying now. As our last month, I still got somebody who sent a news to me, a journalist anyway, from South Africa, that was telling me why is insecurity in the Southeast being underreported. In Okigwe Owerri Road or something like that. Commuting buses of like almost 10 of them, almost 10 commuting buses or something like that, were attacked by unknown gunmen. As this last month, I'm talking about maybe last week of last month or something like that. That was when he posted that. First week of June was when he posted that thing to me. And local news didn't pick it. It was Al Jazeera. I will look for it. It was Al Jazeera.
I'm familiar with that story. I'm familiar with that story.
Okay. So if you are
familiar, I'm not saying this, but there's nothing like unknown government had very much diminished to the level it was. I'm not saying there's no crime in the Southeast or kidnapping and all that. That's exactly what's more rampage right now.
You agree that it's being underreported?
No, I don't think it's been underreported. That was perpetuated by Buhari. It was a sting operation.
Because this one I'm talking about, it was even Amnesty International that announced it, and Al Jazeera picked it. No local news picked it, and so many people died though. So many people. They said,
well, I have people, I have people in the Southeast that I speak with,
But this one happened now. Did your people tell you about this one?
I know about it. You're talking about the one they burned cars and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, I know about it. One man, we thought about it. This happened like about a month ago.
Yeah, like a month.
Yeah, I remember I brought it here. One man, I was telling Zita.
No government now. So why do you say
no? You know, come here, but we brought it up. I was telling Zita that this happened in Uguta, but he said that's not true because then we make it clear that it happened in Uguta local government area, not quite Uguta. Yeah, I said it here.
They said this one happened Okigwe Owerri Road or something in Imo.
I'm not familiar with that one. Okay.
I'll look for it. My friend sent it to me. I'll look for it.
But anyway, I mean, this is just my own opinion. What I think from from some sources that I have about this unknown gunmen.
Okay. So Buhari was financing.
I wish all of our conversations were like this. Just guys gisting rather than You know, no firefighting, no putting people at the back, just a civilized conversation.
But man of prestige, sorry, unknown government. So Buhari was the one sponsoring unknown government. So I thought
Yes,
Buhari was
Buhari
only
has a sting
sponsoring.
operation going on in the
So I
southeast.
thought Buhari was
Is that a news to you?
I thought Buhari was only sponsoring headsmen now, Fulani headsmen.
No. Because of Buhari dislike for the southeast, Buhari has a sting operation
Are you sure
going
it's
on.
not the one? Are you sure it's not the one sponsoring IPOB too?
Jihad is a different thing. The Fulani want to Islamize the country.
I'm saying, are you
That's
sure
just
it's
well
not the one?
documented.
Are you sure it's not the one sponsoring IPOB?
Who, Buhari?
Eh.
Whether it's IPOB included, I just told you what I know. I just told you what,
Don't be too quick to dismiss that. Though I think I've heard it already that it may well be the one sponsoring IPOB and Hamas. I heard it was sponsoring Hamas too.
Didn't Hope Uzodinma said it that of what's happening in Imo and other place is political motivated. He said it. You know how how Hope Uzodinma is when it comes to his party. He doesn't blame the government, but he said it. He was on national TV.
None of prestige. Don't be saying this kind of thing now.
Don't be what?
Don't be saying this kind of thing. You know, people like you now that you went to.
I'm saying it.
League, you did. People will trust you and all those things. How can you say Buhari sponsor sting operation is the one sponsoring your known government?
Yes, I'm saying it. I'm not going to equivocate to that.
Because of what?
Because
Buhari to marry. You people refuse to give her a wife for what? Waiting.
To quote Rufai Hussein, where's your empirical evidence?
Where's the empirical evidence?
I put it to you. I
put it to you. Can you show me?
I'm giving a Tinubu kudo for for stopping the funding.
Don't give me
Tinubu stop the funding. You ask me what am I giving Tinubu credit? I said number one, the tax bill. Then I said the stopping of the funding is a good thing, particularly from my area.
Don't patronize us.
I'm not
trying to patronize us here. Oh, no,
why am I patronizing you?
Sponsor them.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. The unknown government is Buhari's sting operation in the southeast. I'm saying it categorically here. There's nothing they can do for me. There's nothing they can do against me.
Yeah,
if they try to do anything to me,
hold on. This is based on what? On what authority are you saying it?
Hate them.
My verified and reliable source authority. I myself personally saying it.
I think I may well have a clip that aligns with that.
Go ahead and have the clip.
Hold on, Prestige. This is the authority that Prestige is quoting.
Confirmation about our next president.
I know ask Oracle. I want to ask Oracle now. Make I know how the next tenor will be. Because everybody the time say Tinubu go win the next tenor. If Tinubu go win the next tenor.
That's the authority right there.
No, it's not that authority. Just take my word, I mean, I'm go verify. Do your own research.
Verify from who? From the Oracle.
I don't come here. I don't come here and speak gibberish. I always have fact to back what I'm saying.
But you tried it today. You tried to speak gibberish today. You don't come here, but today this is what you talk now. How go classify them?
I'm saying it with authoritatively. I'm not equivocating on what I'm saying. Did I just say maybe?
But
no.
if you say something wrong, I still be authoritative now. Even those who way they wrong, then they speak like they be authority too now.
Man of prestige.
Sorry, Ogweni. What you just said there, Patoski. Somebody was said to me once, this is a while ago, that that the most important thing is to always try and speak with authority. You can say the most outlandish thing, but if you say it with confidence and with authority, most people tend to defer. Yeah, they defer it to it because they defer to a voice of authority. So if you speak with authority, people will give you get deference.
They'll buy it. They'll swallow out.
Okay.
But if you speak like
I mean, if you follow the data, you're gonna lean towards my narrative. Because since Tinubu came in, particularly in the last year, unknown gunmen operation has drastically diminished.
No,
I can tell you the reason.
it's over the last 6 months, and
I
it's
can tell you
because
the reason.
Simon Ekpa has been jailed. That's
It has
why.
No,
nothing to do with
not just
Simon
that.
Ekpa.
Man of prestige. You know why? The level
No,
of
what's your why?
the level of hatred that the Southeast has for Buhari is higher than what they have for Tinubu. You understand? They don't hate. They might dislike Tinubu, but they don't hate him.
No, they don't hate Tinubu because Tinubu. I don't think Tinubu has the bias like
No,
has the bias
that's what I'm saying. They
like
don't hate
hatred, like
Tinubu.
bigotry. You
They
know,
dislike
Tinubu
him.
may play nepotism to the highest level.
Exactly.
Because
They
if you look
dislike
at
him.
Ogun State,
Hold on,
hold on,
Prestige.
Ogun State has
No,
4
just
Let me
hold
ministers,
land.
on. Just
and
hold on.
Southeast has only 5.
Prestige,
So
don't
that's
do that.
nepotism to the highest level.
Can you slow down? Prestige, when somebody is trying to engage you, give them the window to engage. Don't pound at
You
them.
know
Okay,
why?
go
Man
ahead.
of
Sorry.
prestige. You know why they dislike Tinubu? Maybe because of the role he played with Obi and the rest. But if Tinubu no stand with Buhari or play this role with Obi, the Southeast like Tinubu because for the first time, it was someone who engaged their person. He appointed an Igbo man as commissioner. He was an inclusive person. They like him. They really love him for that. But because of his position with Buhari and his position against Obi, that was why they started speaking against. When did they start? When did all these narratives from Southeast about Tinubu? When did it start? It was during Buhari now against Jonathan. That's when it started.
Do you know what I think the greater resentment is, Patoski? I think the Southeast resents that Tinubu took their spot because they feel that this should be their slot in terms of everybody haven't had a slot. You had Obasanjo, you had Oshibanjo, you've had Buhari, you've had Yar'Adua. So now they all felt that this now next slot should go to them, and the fact that Tinubu took it is really I don't think they can get past that anytime soon.
Okay, my own opinion between Tinubu and Buhari. Tinubu case, for the Southeast may be more of politics, but Buhari is ethnic jingoism to the highest level. It's a bigot when you come, to the Southeast. So that's if you look at the appointment, Buhari appointed more higher level cabinet, during his administration than Tinubu. Of course, Tinubu is doing it to every part of the country except, the Southwest. But having said that, it's about politicking. But Buhari hate what he considered to be a landlocked area. He despised them. So that's how I see that. So it's different
Wait,
narrative.
can I speak? Can we conversate a little bit on that subject? That subject. So during the time of Buhari, don't we see insurgency in north, especially northwest and northeast? Are we not seeing the same? Do we see the same thing now? While it was there was a lot of people pie and all that Boko Haram stuff. Even while it was there, does that has anything to do with ethnicity?
You're talking about the insurgency?
Yeah, while it was there was a lot of.
Oh, Buhari different when you come to that insurgency and anything. Buhari is about jihadism. Buhari is a Fulani man, so it doesn't really matter about whether they are killing their people or not. But when it comes to the Southeast, it's matter of hatred, bigotry. That's why. That's the difference.
This
There's
your
no. It wasn't a
explanation.
terrorist people from outside the country coming to
Well,
this
this your
Southeast.
explanation does not hold water to me because
It
it's more
doesn't, but it
like
hold
you're
water to
saying.
me. That's your opinion.
Yeah,
That's why
because
we're
you're
having
saying
conversation.
that he's okay with killing his own people.
Yes.
And well, you can't say that. I
Do you
don't.
know?
I don't believe
Do
that.
you know how? Do you know the origin of Usman Danfodio? The narrative coming from the Fulanese. You all are deceiving yourself here. I'm not against all Fulanese. After all, I have some Fulani gate men in my,
The point that
in my
I'm
area.
trying to make is
Can
the
I
point
address
that I'm
that?
trying to make is the fact
Can I
that
address that?
you said no, you go after me. So the point I'm trying to make is you trying to give a scenario where you think the fact that a lot of stuff is going on in the East is because of he has ethnicity, he has to do with ethnicity, while anything that goes around his own place where he came from has nothing to do with ethnicity. So I'm just trying to. It doesn't kind of like
Okay,
tally.
let me
It
make it
doesn't
more
really
clear.
make sense in a
Whatever was
way.
transpiring during Buhari time, we're talking about Buhari, so let's take Tinubu out of this.
I'm
Was
not
more
talking
of
about Tinubu either.
what
My
right
focus is on Buhari.
was more of the jihadist narrative about the conqueror, the Fulani conquest. That is the ideology of Buhari. So whatever is happening, they can kill themselves. It's okay. In as far as the Fulanis came in and conquer the whole north, then move to the south. That's that's part of that's part of Buhari, motive. The southeast is a different thing. Like I said, he hate them, so he's the one, having that sting operation in order to, punish them. So that's different. It's a two-dimension stuff.
So why did he hate them that much?
Why do you hate them that much?
Why
There's a
does
lot of people
Buhari
that hate
hate?
different people.
Why
We
does
are very
Buhari
tribal
hate
people.
them?
They are very tribal people. Maybe because of the war or whatever, what happened during the war transport, something
Because
like
of
that.
which war?
He believed the Igbo shouldn't have existed because of what they
Was he the only
perpetuated,
person
killing
that fought
Sadwana or
during the war?
Sokoto, Abubakar and so on and so forth. There's some people that still feel that way. So, didn't Buhari fight in the war? So look at it that way.
And for how long did he even fight in the war? So
I
I
don't
think
know,
it's,
but
I think
Buhari's Fulani jingoism. We all know
I
that.
think
So
it has become a cultural norm for Southeast for Southeastern. I'll say it's a cultural thing now. Because when you do some things and it becomes part of your way of life, that's the culture for Southeasterns to see Fulani as exactly Fulani will no benefit them or benefit their people, to see them as enemies. And if they sit back and think, those people that are pushing these Fulani narratives, they are their political people. So political egoism, they are not appointing our people. If they appoint your people, that Ekweremadu that has been deputy senate president since, of what benefit has it been to Southeast? Ngozi was a minister for finance, coordinating minister. Of what benefit has it been to Southeast? Obviously Kosili was DG transparency, whatever, was minister for solid mirror, later briefly minister of education. Of what benefit was it for Southeast? They have had some ministers and power position. Pius Dayim was Senate president. What was the benefit? Nnamani was Senate president. What was the benefit? Soludo was governor of Central Bank. What was the benefit? This your man, this man that was in prison now, the one that is suddenly carrying big Bible during Buhari time, Emefiele was Central Bank governor.
Emefro is from the south. Go ahead anyway.
How does a Southeasterner or a Southerner benefit from that 750 apartments in Abuja? Of what benefit? When people say you appoint Yoruba, you appoint this one, I look at it and when Obasanjo was president of Nigeria, I was living in Abeokuta. I can tell you today, Ogun State gained nothing. When I mean nothing, I mean zero. Zero. Not even 1 inch square foot of road was paved. Not 1 inch of road was paved by Obasanjo. The Meji being speaker was more beneficial to Abeokuta than Obasanjo being president for 8 years. Nothing. When I mean nothing. Buhari even did something. Some even House of Rep even did something. Buhari did a bridge, second Niger bridge in Southeast. Nothing. In short, Buhari has benefited the Southeast more than all Southeastern political appointees put
Patoski
together.
Obasanjo is an Igbo man now. So what
Can
do you
I can I,
expect him
can
to?
I respond, Patoshi?
Buhari has benefited Southeast more than all the Southeast appointees put together.
Can I
You know that.
respond? Can I
Than
respond?
Jonathan. Respond if you have something to
You're
respond.
missing my point. You're missing what I'm talking about. I think you're equivalent. You're here talking about benefit, and I'm not talking about benefit. Like I said, the Southeastern has more appointee during during Buhari time, maybe Jonathan or something like compared to Tinubu. Every other part of the country, but we know how Tinubu when it comes to nepotism, so that's a different case. But we are not talking about benefit. Tinubu, Buhari is the commander. Was the commander in chief. So you can't equate what commander in chief can do militarily compared to benefit.
But what
He
I'm
just
telling
used
you,
his commander in chief.
sorry, man of peace, so that I'll tell you this. To just so that I can point you in the line of my argument. What I'm saying is that there's nothing in Buhari's disposition that shows that Buhari hates Southeast. But
Oh
it is
man, where are you been? You been in Nigeria? What are you talking about?
It is the other way around. It is the Southeast
So just
that hates Buhari.
by appointing people from Southeast or giving them some position, that may be more of a camouflage. This is what that
So
kind
the
of people
second
do.
Niger bridge is also a camouflage.
Forget about that. Just
Oh, okay.
because
So what do you want? You want him to kill himself before he can impress you. You want him
No,
to
it's
come
not
and
about
sacrifice his
benefit.
men.
I'm not here talking about benefit. I'm
It
talking
is you
about
people
the
that hate
hatred
the man.
that he
And you
has.
people need forgiveness of sin. If
You
not,
the one that you need
you
forgiveness of
need
sins
forgiveness.
from God.
You should wail. You are shedding blood in that land because you hate someone. You need to fast, pray, pour ashes on your head as like the Jews, cry so that that blood has been shed in your land will not work against you. It's not now. Watch out the next 20 years. You can't kill innocent people and expect your land to be at peace now. The blood will cry out. You need to put on sackcloth, tear your clothes, cry, wail, fast for years. Instead of doing that, you are hating somebody that is maybe in another 12, 20 years, the man will be gone. It is you that owns the future. It is you that have to cry and wail and beg God for forgiveness for all the innocent people that have been killed in your land by your people. You can't hate one old man. Wait. It is you people that hate the man. I'm not a Fulani man, but the truth must be said, spoken. Must be said, rather. You people hate the man, not the man hating you. You didn't benefit, you didn't vote for, you didn't do anything, but he still benefited you. What do you want?
You know what? You said we need to be ashamed, or I need to be ashamed for what I just narrated.
I
You
didn't
the
say that. I said you
one
need
has
to
to be
repent.
ashamed. Hold
I said you
on,
need to
because
repent.
you're not from there. That atrocity, that hatred, that bigotry wasn't meted to you. So you have no right to speak what we benefit or what we don't benefit, or we hate him and he doesn't hate him. You don't know how I feel until it actually happened to you. That's why you're spooning this nonsense, in my own opinion, because you have no right to say how it pain me. You can only have a right to say how it pain you, not me. You have no authority, you have no impetus to say that. I'm talking about God and everything. You know, I'm not gonna curse you like you always you come here because in the southeast, or you curse me personally because I'm from that part.
I know
About
cost
how
you.
devilish we are. That's exactly what he just
I
said.
know cost you. I said you put the shed blood there, and it's not good.
And I'm telling
You
you
need to
how
repent.
what I
You
think
people need to
Buhari
repent.
did I accuse anybody, any other government here? Did I accuse any other commander in chief, but specifically Buhari? Let Buhari come and defend himself. What I said. It's not you that has to defend Buhari. It's Buhari or his Buhari person need to defend him. Come here and defend himself about what I said. That he's the one perpetuated. He participated in the operation, the sting operation going on, as a non-government during his stay on the southeast, and kind of maybe about 6 months after he left. Yes, I said it, and I will repeat it any time because my source, I can back up my source. I have not said it before until today. So if you have an issue with that, you do what you want to do. But I'm going to say it. I'm going to say how I feel. I never had my thought or how I feel about certain things. I'm going to say how I feel about it. respect other people's opinion. That's my opinion. One man. So I guess I've awoken the platform. So let's go. Anybody else want to talk?
Yeah, I think you're breaking. Actually, I don't think. Well, this is just my own opinion. From someone just looking from outside in, I don't think. I think it's just lack of I would say lack of documentation, and the lack that um which
Something wrong with
to
your
the fact.
micro. Something wrong with
Wait,
your micro.
wait, huh? Can you repeat
Yeah,
that? It looks like you're breaking, or am I breaking as well?
we can't hear you. It's rattling.
Yeah, it's cracking. Yeah, I don't know from which side. You two, you're cracking on my side. Like I can't hear you properly.
Oriola, you are clear. His man of procedure is cracking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so like I was just saying, I just think because I don't think if you're saying Buhari ate them, what would they say with if any other person comes from that side, from northern side? He would probably say they also ate them. I think it's just an animosity that there's been an animosity between the two. Well, maybe every ethnicity anyway in Nigeria, but especially the northerner and the east. I think there's been some animosity where, and I think if we do have a proper documentation of exactly since Nigeria existed, um have existed since 1914, if we have proper documentation of every single thing that's happened and is being taught in school, like everybody can just think on their own, I think there won't be this back and forth, like someone thinks the other person ate them or the other person thinks.
Oriola, don't mind man of prestige. When you have people that doesn't want to take responsibility, how could somebody come on international platform to come and be saying that is the president of the country that is sponsoring unknown gunmen in their own region? They don't like to take responsibility for anything. That they like to be claiming victim role in everything that happens to them. And that's what it is. So it's very ridiculous now for somebody to come and be spinning that kind of narrative.
Yeah, that's why I said that if he's saying that, the same thing is happening in his own side, like northern side, like they're having people killed every day. Like the same thing, Boko Haram is happening like every single time. So it would
Oh,
be very tough for me to accept that the only reason he has some hatred towards them because the same thing is happening on his side as well. So
Oriola,
yes,
there's been I think Patoski actually succinctly said it the other time. The problem, sometimes you will see a lot of people, particularly a lot of people when you go to social media, we see when things happen in other region, they will call OB out that something just happened in your backyard. You are not looking at it, you are not embellishing and publicizing it, but you are running to other places. Are you aware of the fact that that Benue massacre that all of them were crying and bleating like goats and barking like dogs about the same very day? I think 2 days after less than 48 hours, right? Similar thing actually happened in Enugu State and Imo State, and they did not report it, but they were so concerned about the one in Benue State, they were not concerned about the one in their region. And
yeah, I heard.
Obi has been playing the game for a long, 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 long time. He will never be concerned about what happens within this region. And this unknown gunmen, right? If you have business in the southeast, you will know that it is still very, very virulent over there. But they want to underplay it and they want to underreport it. It's like they say coordinated. It's like there's a coordinated and well-oiled machinery within themselves, right, to underreport it. And I don't know why they want to do that. They are supposed to report it so that Nigerians will help you and Nigeria can help you. But they
But
want to,
enigmatic.
yeah.
Why are we all sleeping? Then why do we allow them to take the media from everybody?
No,
Let me tell you, this is not the first time. If you look at Nigeria history, the Southeastern have been using the power of media to manipulate things.
No,
So
the
why are we
thing,
saying they are reporting it? If we
the,
have
the
our own
thing,
media, why are they not reporting it also?
no, the thing is that, okay, what is the
If you
benefit
look
of?
at the mainstream media, sorry, enigmatic in
Uh,
Nigeria, look at it, AIT, channels, Arise, and all those big, even
It's South
newspaper.
South or not Southeast.
Yeah, what is
no,
it
their
called?
own,
South South
their,
owns media in
their
Nigeria.
If
South
you
South
look at
owns
it,
the
I'm very.
media.
We are not doing ethnic something now, but you see that South pander more towards the Southeasterners
The
than any
thing,
other thing.
yeah, but well, you know why? Do you know the reason? Do you know the
What
reason?
are you saying? Say Arise. You want
Do
to
you
tell
know?
me
Not
Do you
really
Arise
know
is
why?
true.
not
I
pandering
don't think
towards
so.
them? Want to
The
tell me
thing
channel
is,
is not pandering
the
towards
thing
them?
is
AIT
that
is not pandering towards them?
Remy, the thing is that when you look at those media houses, right, there's a common denominator. The common denominator is when you hear most people, right, they will say APC, 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 right? Most of the media houses, they are proprietors, they are PDP. And don't forget, Labour Party, of course, is a different political party, but it's more or less like an extension when when Peter Obi moved to Labour Party, it's like an extension of PDP,
PDP,
right?
yeah.
So they lean towards PDP. When you look at the narratives in most media houses, you will see the bias. It's a glaring bias against the APC. And when you look at why, because somebody was saying Buhari hates them. Does Tinubu hate them too now? And don't forget that you are even thinking the hatred is like started in 2023 on Tinubu. No, it started way beyond 2020, even before Tinubu announced his presidential ambition. Don't
So
forget the entire NSAS thing was supposed to be an attack against Tinubu. Don't
but
forget.
the guy is
Don't,
saying that, sorry, the guy is saying that in Tinubu's time, it's come down.
Yeah.
Do you
no,
understand? He
if you
said in Tinubu's time that those
I said it.
attacks is
I
not
said
there
it.
anymore. So it's not
no
like he's hating on Tinubu. Like, don't you understand?
that's not that no it was
It's
somebody was
underreported.
it's
It's
underreported.
underreported.
If you have
I've
things
said it now.
if you have stuff going on in the southeast, you will know what it means. You forget what people are telling you on the platform. What do you
No.
go to? Have you ever? Do you go to Nigeria and you have to travel to the southeast and see things?
Yes.
Can I say something in reference to that?
Not
Yeah.
not you just stopping back, not just stopping in Lagos and Abuja and you travel back to the US or
I
you
mean,
go.
No. I have family in Owerri, which is the heartland of Southeast in the middle.
I
So
have
I know
family.
what's transparent, and
I
I
have
have,
family. I have
hold on,
family.
hold on. I had hospitality business India, and now have hospitality business in Port Harcourt. But
I do
having said
too.
that,
I
I know
do
what's
too.
going on in Nigeria, regardless I'm here.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do too. I do have families
No,
there.
you don't have as more information as I'm from the southeast. You're not from the
No, I'm
southeast.
telling you,
So you cannot just come here and be gaslighting people like you know everything. You don't
hold
know
on,
what's happening in my
hold on,
territory than I do.
hold on.
No,
Because I'm
you
speaking.
just come here and gaslight people.
Why are you always mad?
Man of
Why are
prestige,
you
hold
always
on
mad?
now. If it's Lagos now, you will still tell us you
No,
know more.
don't mind him. Why are you always
I
mad?
never said I know more about Lagos.
As
They
if you
have
are
ever claimed that.
Are you talking about
You
Togo
go
or you are
tell us,
talking
you go
about
argue
Benin
Lagos
Republic?
now. If they
I
talk
don't mind that.
Obi
No,
property now,
because
you know Ikeja.
enigmatic is very infamous for this. Like he knows all part of the country.
You are worried
He
about
come here and manipulate everybody.
you are worried about
Gaslight with his lawyering mentality, and
don't
some
worry
people
about that.
believe it.
Don't
You
worry
all can
about
go and
that.
believe him for your own peril. And Matthew is not a factual person.
Like
And
I
he
always
just
tell you.
yesterday confirmed that
Like I
he's
always
one of the day before he said confirmed that he's one of he confirmed it that I'm proud to be an Oronu, Lagos Oroni. He said it. I didn't say
Yes,
it. I can play it
I
back
am
to you.
Omoluabi. If you don't know what it means, go and learn. I am Omoluabi. I am a
Man of
Yoruba
prestige.
Ronu to the core. If you don't
Don't
understand
go
what it
to
means,
the
go
east
and
and
learn.
be speaking this your American English. They
So
will kidnap
let me
you.
tell you one thing. You may have issues whenever I come to the platform, but that wouldn't help your life or reduce your life. Let me just tell
No.
you that.
Look, I don't even know you. All I know,
of course.
you may be AI generated. I
Oh,
asked you to show your face.
that's
You haven't
good.
even shown your face. Let's
Don't
show
worry
our
about
face.
don't worry
If you
about
Man
bold
of
that.
enough,
prestige, stop now.
show,
Let
no, show
them
your
see.
face because the
Man of
guy is so
prestige.
arrogant and
Yeah,
you know.
Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried
Because
about me?
you may not be a real human being speaking.
Are you gay? Why are you worried about me? I'm
Who
not
me
no
gay?
problem.
Oh no,
Yeah, why are you always
look
worried
at
about
you,
me?
gay.
Let
Let's
me
talk
speak,
about
man.
gay.
Let me speak, man. Let me speak. Whenever I come here, relax. I'm not taking your wife from you, and you're not taking mine. Chill, dude.
Saluku.
Just calm down. So the thing is that you man of prestige, right? I can tell you wholeheartedly, you don't even know your region. You left Nigeria at 19, and you are 50, almost 60 years old, right? So when I tell you, it is not what you read, it is not what they tell you. I can tell you 10 out of 10 times when you go to Nigeria, you probably stop by in your region maybe once or twice. There's never a time that I go to Nigeria that I do not go to the southeast. So
How are you
forget
going to tell
about
me where I stop? You see, this is what I hate that narrative. I don't want people to be paying attention to your false narrative.
because you are a meddlesome interloper, you step into my shoes whenever I want to speak. I'm not here for you.
But you're a Lagos Igbo now, Prestige.
And so what? And so what? I can be Lagos, I can be Igbo Hausa, I can be Igbo anything I want to.
He deny it.
One man, they always want to claim they know Lagos more than anybody here. But when you are speaking about Southeast, they will tell you no. As if
that's the issue.
As if we are
because he come here and gaslight people. He doesn't know much about Southeast.
Let me speak. Did I call your name? Did I call your name? What's your problem? You are too old for that, man. This is 2025. June.
And you are too young for that. How old are you? 18 or 17?
You are a grandfather now. Just relax.
Okay? Grandfather. Relax, okay, let's show our face. Let's show our face.
Don't worry about that.
You that look like chimpanzee. Show your face.
Don't worry. I'll take it. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Let him talk.
No, because he wants to come at me. I'm going to come at him. Show your face.
I've seen enigmatic.
Don't worry.
You've seen it. Okay, let's show our face right now.
It's a very handsome young man.
Oh, handsome my food.
All right.
Handsome my food.
Hold on. Prestige. Let's do it this way. Let the enigmatic have that interjection. Let Oriola take the floor, and then we'll move it around. Enigmatic.
Thank you, one man. I think we've gone beyond all this pedestrian, this pedestrian, pen the best almost every time. We should go beyond that. When I speak here, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking as a Nigerian, just like you. I'm speaking as an American, just like you. I'm speaking like a concerned global citizen, just like you. So if you are so irritated by what I say, close your ears or reduce the volume of whatever you are listening to so you don't listen to my voice. Don't take it personal, dude. It's not personal, man. Okay? So let me tell you what it is. When you are talking about appointment or whatever, and we've always tried to drum it into your ears and the ears of anybody who wants to listen. Even Barack Obama stated it clearly in America. In every election, there are consequences, right? And when you go by the Ogbeni who is still practicing, right? He can fact check me. The Constitution, what the Constitution tells the president is ensure every state is represented in the cabinet. It does not say ensure every state has one or two or this number of representatives in the cabinet. So when you are trying to select people who will work for you, right? You consider the political angle of it, and you consider the economic angle of it, and you consider every other angles. So on the strength of the political angle, do you have representatives from your region as stated and defined by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? The answer is yes. You have one minister each from the 5 states of the southeast. If they are third ranking minister according to your own definition, or if they are whatever the way you want to see it, that means absolutely nothing. Even in my own, I will reiterate it for the umpteenth time. Tinubu has even been over magnanimous, right? Over magnanimous to the southeast, and I said it. If I were Tinubu, if I have the way, if there is a sub minister, that's what I will give them in the southeast, because obviously they did not do anything politically. And I keep repeating it again. When you flip the coin to the south, let's look at the numbers from the south now. They have prominent ministers. They have Wike in the FCT, who is more or less like a de facto governor in the FCT. They have Keyamo in the aviation. The Minister of Regional Development is the guy from Edo State. And don't forget, that ministry coordinates the entire commissions, Southwest Development Commission, Southeast Development Commission. So it's a very powerful ministry. They have the Minister of Petroleum State, Enikin Lokpobiri from Bayelsa State. They have the Minister of Gas, Ekpo from Akwa Ibom State, and they have the minister, the guy from Calabar Cross River now is one of those substantial ministers too. Why do they have that political patronage? And they have the Senate president as well. And when you look at the ranking members in the Senate, right, from the South, they have very good choice, juicy positions as chairman of committees. Why do they have that? Because they play a good political mathematics. The mechanics of politics is you do to the left, you do to the right, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. In the last election, the South, they voted for PDP, they voted for APC, they voted for Labour Party. So whoever becomes the president, Obi, Atiku, or Tinubu, right, they are in the middle, they are safe. So they came back, they had a return of over 900,000 votes, or almost 900,000 votes. The South state. Don't forget, South has been predominantly occupied by PDP for years, but they find a way to play the political calculation very well. Unlike the Southeast, the entire Southeast, 5 states in the Southeast, they came back with less than 125,000 votes. Less than 125,000 votes for the president, right? So when you want to equate that to political patronage, how would you assuage the South with lesser political patronage than Southeast? Does it make any sense to any reasonable person? So in 2027, they have a way to play better. If they do not play better and Tinubu gives them lesser than what they have now, it is their problem. Even Dave Umai, who is a shining star from the Southeast, do you guys like him? Do you embellish him? Do you guys not throw him under the bus? Even those politicians who are trying to even play to the middle, play the politics as it should be played. Don't you guys hate them? Don't you guys hate Soludo? Don't you guys hate all the guys that are preaching, let's play like the South and play the real politics? And South, they are already playing their 2027 games already because they have the Senate presidency. They want to retain it in 2027, and they want to be the VP candidate when power shifts to the north in 2031. But you guys are still crying up and down about appointment that you do not deserve. So how do you want to eat where you've not sowed? It doesn't play like that in politics. Understand the mechanics of politics and the mechanics of governance. You must win through political patronage first before you govern. If you do not win, you cannot govern. If you guys did not support Ashiwaju, you cannot expect him to give you juicy positions. It's as clear as ABC. Oriola, thank you.
All right, Oriola, you're up next. If you're still there, Oriola, floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm still here. So actually, I came in for what is it? The girl that they extended NYC. So I came in for that.
Yes,
But before I
the
go to that, I think that when we look at it, I mean, I live outside Nigeria, and I've seen this. Like even employees, they always promote that if you're from the same race or the same ethnicity, people usually work better. Like if I know someone, so if my job now, they're looking for someone, and I know someone like me or someone of my same race or ethnicity, they're not being discriminative, but they sometimes they prefer to have those people because you work better, you're more comfortable, and that kind of like make your work go smoother. And I mean, well, the point I'm making is the fact that I think this ethnicity thing, we take it like I think the way we take it, we shouldn't take it like that, because a lot of people are more comfortable with people they know or people that they've associated with or people of their own stock, people that come from their side. I think that's how but if that environment is not beneficial, there's no there's no success of having them together, then you might question it. But if it's there's something is coming out of it, I think I wouldn't I necessarily, I mean, as long as they're what's the word I'm looking for, as long as they're not only capable but they're good for the job, they fit the position, I think we shouldn't really bothered. But I know, like, there's something about constitution that you have to go around and shop around and make sure everybody's involved, which is good. Diversity is always good, but when you look at Buhari himself too, like a lot of people that he hired, especially people around him, they're people from his side, and we can say that about all other past president as well. And when you look other countries as well, even countries that they think they're very race-wise diverse, you will see that when you look at people around them or people they work with, majority of the time, they just choose people that they're more comfortable with. Because when you have people that you're maybe culturally you're not fit, or maybe racially, or maybe ethnicity wise you're not fit, then there might be a lot of conflict because you have to work things out. So me, I would not think, I don't really think a big deal about it as long as people are doing what they need to do. And I know, like, this power thing is not like you're there forever. If you
Oriola, can I
rotate
ask
to
you a question?
another,
A second.
huh?
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I like your narrative, but I think you have to look at the space where we are coming from. Like where I'm in America, Trump populated his cabinet. Where do I want to start? From the chief of staff to foreign
I know.
affairs, and to attorney general, populated with Florida. I mean, because he just moved to Florida maybe about 6 or 7 years ago. But he populated his cabinet with people from Florida. But that's different. In Nigeria, we're very tribalistic people. We have an ethnic narrative. So you don't think it's good to spread it around everybody equally, in terms of big cabinet or whatever you may, So you don't think nepotism
Man
is
of
not a bad thing in
prestige.
Nigerian space?
Man of prestige. I don't support you in this part of this argument because
Okay,
you
just
can't
go
you
ahead.
can't give you can't give people's responsibility to people who have not invested in your project. Do you understand? You can't, again, because you need to be accountable for it. If you give someone a post and the person steals all the money, what will happen? You're still going to be responsible for it. Do you understand? So realistically, I mean, let's be real. That argument, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's politics. What the Southeast needs to do is learn to play the politics and let's stop this. Do you understand? Play this politics. You still have an advantage. You have the South there. You have the Southwest there. Play this politics. It's easy. You can't be emotional about everything. And all the past, like for me, I think all the past is gone. It's past. Play it the way they need to play because these days it's gone double. Do you understand? So in this way, I don't think you blame Buhari or even blame Tinubu or
They
anybody
will never,
because if I have the responsibility,
they will never be able to play that politics until they get over the Peter Obi phase. I think the Southwest will only come into politics post 2027. After they get rid of Obi, then they'll come into politics. But with Obi still in
that's
play,
what I just think.
they will never be able to, because Obi is an ethnic something narrative. So they need to get over that one first.
But I don't think so that they will get over it. The fact that we don't have a proper documentation of single thing that's been happening. So history have a way of repeating itself. It might not be 100%, but we still, because every single thing that we're seeing today has already happened before. And the fact that they block us from knowing that while we're younger, that's the reason why it's happening again. And if our own generation continue, that our own kids will prevent them from knowing what's happening today, is always going to continue to happen. I just think the only reason why this thing we see it as a big deal is the fact that we we didn't read about it. It's not like something that you go to school early age. It's right in your face. You know every single thing. Like it becomes like a Bible to you. If it
All right,
becomes
Oriola, you have 5 minutes. I want to try and move it around
all right,
quickly, so that we then open
Please,
it up. Yeah.
can you talk on this NYC lady? What happened?
yeah, that one I want. So I think we have one problem thing in Nigeria is like we see other countries And we believe that just because they say everybody is doing democracy, and if they're doing it one way, that's how we should do it as well. Not, we don't have it in mind that we have our own constitution, we have our own way. Not uh,
Our
anything
constitution is
regarding
not democracy, Abi.
what? Say that again.
I said our constitution is not democracy.
It is, but laws are different. What applies in UK is not the same thing that applies in United States. United States have Bill of Right, like first 10, like 10, like once you're little, you know that off edge, you know what it is. Nigeria way is different. UK way is different. UK is more like monetary monarchy system. It's also they play democracy, but it's not the same way they play it in the US or Korea plays it or Japan plays it. It's not the same way. I think that we have to understand that we have law in our country, and that law, we have to follow that law. So to my point, like I'm seeing people saying that um because she came out and she mentioned something that has to do with the president. That's the reason why they have to wait for stop. Let's stop for a minute. Just because there's freedom of speech does not mean if you go to your work has their own policy as well. Your place of work has a policy that guides you. Even majority, well, I never work in Nigeria, so I don't know, but I know like outside Nigeria, every workplace, they don't entertain politics. Anything that's political, you have to do it outside work. And I'm definitely sure Nigeria, some companies in Nigeria have the same process as well. So why are we saying anything when someone says something, we automatically make it like political?
You see
Not
the
understanding.
thing, Oriola, is that during their orientation phase, they would have been told the do's and don'ts because they are representing a particular a parastatal, a particular there's somewhat of a government element to that space they occupy. The government have charge of them, and there's some when they wear their NYSC uniform, that's a representation of the state right there. So they'd have told them the do's and don'ts. So if this
Yeah,
girl
so
feels
that's
that
why they have
they can,
the handbook as well. They have the handbook. They know this is what we need to do. So I don't like the fact that we're making it everything we politicize it. She probably, just like they came out and said, probably went against one of the rules. Why don't we accept that? That
How many months was she suspended for?
I think 2
no,
months.
they've extended her tenure
Okay, yeah, sorry.
by 2 months. Yeah,
2 months.
yes.
Oh,
So it's not even.
That's quite lenient.
Sorry, one man. Can I interject
I was
quickly?
expecting about 6 months.
That is a false news, enigmatic. The NYC has came out and said that they did not suspend her at all.
They did not extend her. Oh, all right.
They did not suspend her for another extend. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
nothing of such.
That must be an awful dereliction of duty on their part, because
they did not do nothing to her, so she'll be discharged accordingly with her mate. No problem.
I think they quake into to the social media pressure. On a very good day, she merits at nothing less than 6 months of extension.
Even 1 year, even like 1 year, because as a copper, let me tell you, as a copper, sorry, you are binded by civil service rules, and as a civil servant, you are supposed to be apolitical. You are not supposed to even be speaking against the government. So what are we talking about?
So Remy, let me ask you that: is that protocol not binded only when you are in uniform? But she was speaking as a civilian. Outside the perimeter.
She wasn't a civilian.
It wasn't a period. So but it's only when you are serving. It's only when you wear uniform that you are serving.
They have the standard operation procedure for NYSC. During the time that I served, I know plenty people that have 6 months, 1 year suspension. I mean,
not even something as terrible as this. So enigmatic.
Yes, even so. I know people that they have to start all over again their NYSC program, but because of the Gen Z and because of the silliness of of what we have now, I mean, it's like you are for the period that you are a core member, right? You are considered a federal civil servant, and you know what it means. You have the standard operating procedure, you have the law book, you have everything that guides you. So for the fact that you just want to be popular and you want to make money through social media click, you want to ruin your life because of that. If they did not actually extend that stuff, that's a dereliction of duty on their part.
I mean, sorry, like my view is that it's against this thing. If they extend it or they give her a ban, it goes against the government politically. So at the end of the day, it's just 2 months. She should serve it. Again, the girl, she's now more popular than before. She probably even makes more money than
But
before. So I mean, it pays her. And if you
sorry.
now punish her
Uh-huh.
for politics, it goes against the government or the ruling party. So I
I-
mean, like if they choose to do it,
How did they punish her
How did
against
if they
they
punish her by extending 6 months or 2 months, which someone said, you said it just now that they said no, they didn't because it goes against them. It
No,
doesn't.
even if they do,
It doesn't make
don't
any
they have
difference.
the rule book? They have a rule book. You work
Yeah,
for a
but look,
place
as
to
a government, look, there's me as a government. You choose your fight. You
No, no,
choose
no, no,
what
no, no.
you
This
choose
is
to
this
you
fight.
is why
choose. The
Nigeria
kind
is
of
going bad.
You
The
choose to
example
fight.
you're giving to us,
You
you're
choose to
saying
fight
that
with who?
there's exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, you choose to fight with who exactly? Who with who? Who are you choosing to fight with? With this
you
common
choose.
girl?
Like again, you want remember whatever she said. Is it
Uh-huh.
true or not? Realistically, don't be
No,
biased.
like
If
like
if like it was PDP that was in party and she
uh-huh.
came out and said the same thing, would you take it or not?
The
I
point
mean, you have to listen.
the point is
That's not.
that the point
Do you
that
understand? Sometimes you
the
can
point
have even
the point is
government.
that she circumvented any
She
law.
must have, and she has to pay for it.
Oh,
But
good.
yeah,
See, so
we're not saying this. We're saying the same thing, but she has to pay for it, and it's
But
2 months. But
what
is it?
you
the
that
point,
you are talking now? Sorry, let me ask you. Let me ask him a question. So, what do you
Mr.
want?
Remy, you
Do you
started
want
with your
us?
question.
Do you
Question.
want us to follow
So
the
sorry,
rules?
Oriola still has the floor, by the way.
Okay, let him
So
finish.
Simba
Then you
asked
can
that.
ask your
Hold on,
question,
Simba.
Mr. Remy, later.
Hold on. Simba asked that question. Is Simba not Remy? So Simba asked that question.
Oh,
Respond
Simba.
D,
Okay,
and then
Simba.
Oriola brings it home, and then we go from Oriola to Patoske, who is up next.
Okay, so we are talking about rule of law. We have to obey the rule of law. We have to obey the rule of law. But when it suits our Gen Z, they want to at least that law. They don't want to obey it. And when it doesn't suit them, that is when they will be shouting, "Oh, the government is not following the rule. Nigeria is a lawless."
is there somebody there, or it's just
Yeah, I think something went wrong.
He knocked out.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So I'm putting it to you now, like Rufai. So what for us to maintain rule of law and order and to serve as a president? Do you want him to have to be punished or not, or you just want them to sweep it under
You
the
see,
carpet?
if someone comes to, like, if you have a company and someone is a whistleblower, I mean, sometimes I think as a whistleblower, you should give them something so that next time when there's issues, there's somebody that comes out to say it and not punish the person. This is my personal view. And
Oriola?
if I was in government,
Let me just
I
say
will
this.
not extend it.
Let me
I will
just say
not try and punish this person. If it was me,
I say
So
this.
if another person repeat the same thing next time,
again, if it's for the good of the company that we're having, and somebody comes to
but
point
this
it
is
out,
not a
someone is
company. We
stealing money.
can't be
For
equating a
example,
country
someone
to a
comes out and
company
say,
now.
"Look, oh, some people are running a racket."
That's a false narrative. Let me explain something to you. First of all, let me just say this girl, if she hasn't had any extension, she's the luckiest. Those days, right? in you can't even speak ill of the governor of that state that you are actually having your service. What your life will go through, you will never forget it. Let alone going to national TV and first of all, Nigerians, right? The problem with Nigerians, and we all want to pretend as if we are so righteous. They are like people who want to go to heaven, right? But they don't want to die. Imagine if this girl had been somebody like the child of somebody that they really hate, like somebody like Wike's son, has done something now, or whatever could have been the case, you will see Nigeria, they want to go to the root of the matter and enforce the law. But it's because of somebody, right, who maybe she's a runs girl in Lagos State, and then she's a Gen Z supposedly, and then she says something, and then because of the political backlash, once again, the question is against who? But who is she? Against political backlash against who? Even in a state
Against against the present government now. Why are you talking like? Look at the way you're even calling her Ashawo or Gen Z or Lusho. Do you understand?
that's
And
what
you're with the government.
that's
Do you
what
understand?
that's what she
And
portrayed herself
how
to
do
be.
you know? But you see, that's how she portrays. But you
Uh-huh.
can't be saying them kind of things.
What should I say?
I mean, you just call like you're giving just call her a girl, but don't, because you're biased. This your
Are
biasness, you cannot even hide it
Are we
to
not
even.
unbiased? Are we not
No,
unbiased?
I know, I understand. Do you get
Uh-huh.
me? But you're saying this, and this is your own point of view. Now, does it make it?
The thing
It
is,
gives it gives what's called your opposition arms to fight against you, to
let
say
them
that look, you
let them
punish
fight.
people.
Let them fight. The thing is that when they want to fight politically, let them fight, not all these subtle biases.
No, but listen now. You have the younger ones that they're listening, because
And
you're saying this.
they
The
go
younger
and
ones,
follow.
this girl's case is
Uh-huh.
to the Gen Zs.
The Gen Z should go to where they belong. I
Okay.
mean,
But
are
has
we
she done
making sense?
anything wrong?
Sorry, has Oriola finished up, or are we
I'm just gonna
no.
bring it.
Because of Gen Z now will circumvent our laws for what?
Well, but what I think is this: if she breaks any law, then she should face the consequence. That's what I think. I don't think they should bend the law for anyone. There's you work in a place. If you do what you're not supposed to do, they should do the right thing. And if like everyone has been saying that there's a rule, and it seems that she breaks the rule, I think she should face something. If she's not facing anything, I just think we become a laughing stock. Just like we always, when someone do something, you bend the law for one person, but the other person, just because there's code of law online, people are making their own assumptions, and you decide not to let her face consequences. So my own thing is, if she breaks the law, just let her face the consequence. So that's what I think. Yeah. So the next person can go.
All right, brilliant. The next person goes, but it's going to go under Chioma's speed. So I'm going to ease myself out, ease Chioma in. Chioma has the running order. Patoski is up next. From Patoski Enigmatic. Let me see. So Patoski is up next. Patoski, Enigmatic, Simba, Zeta, D, Remy. So that's the running order. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Super chatters. It was Ayo, of course, as always, and Choma a little bit as well. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll shuffle myself. I'll bring Choma in. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good evening and good morning. I am moderating, so I want everyone to be respectful, and if you have already spoken, just see your way out, because I have a special guest that is coming in the studio. So, yeah, who's next?
I thought it's Patoski turn or whatever.
Patoski, are you there? Who's Jojo?
Well, after Patoski is Remy. So that's the other one man said. So, but anyway, do your stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a roll call. Who's Jojo? Okay, well,
Jojo is Jojo.
Okay. Have you been here before? Or is
Not
this
really. I think it is my first time of coming here.
Oh,
That's
really?
Simba.
Okay, well, I would like for you to speak first, Mr. Jojo.
Chuma, it's me, Simba.
Okay, so Jojo is your real name. All right. Nice to meet you. So, Mr. Simba, you have to wait for your turn. You're no longer special. Who's next? Missy
Chima,
D? Were you?
why is everybody keeping quiet for you?
That is
Regime has changed. That's how Nigeria is going to be when, what's it called? P2B becomes president.
I know. The whole Nigeria will settle down. No more Boko Haram. No Boko Haram people. As you can see, what you call it, enigmatic has left the studio, so that's good. Anywho, Dee, do you have something you want to say?
No, maybe I just came to back my people up.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
I just want to say something about the registration of a new political party.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I don't know what is actually happening in Nigeria. Why are we making mockery of ourselves? Why should we have another 110 party in that country
That's
asking for
embarrassing.
registration? So does that mean that every family must have a political party?
I mean, I think that's a good thing, you know, because
What do you
listen,
mean by
like
a
if
good
you're a
thing?
new aspiring person, you can't enter with these big wigs in APC, PDP, Labour Party. You can see how it's bad.
Is
So
that
I
is
mean, I
that
think
is that how politics is being practiced? So if
yeah, I
the
mean,
political
it gives new
party
chance of people because
political party is not a family affair.
yeah,
So if you want to form even Nelson Mandela, when he came back from prison, he didn't form any political party. He joined an existing party.
yeah, because it's a big wig already. But imagine something like the
So
obedience.
why should I now want to be a politician now because I want to have the
No,
CV?
okay,
Because
but
what I see, listen to
yeah,
me, what I see that people are doing in that country is just like they just want to be using all those things to add to their CV. Oh,
okay.
it doesn't make any sense.
Simba,
We have redundant parties. And
Simba,
meanwhile,
the
even
issue.
sometimes they go, INEC deregister some party. Now we are now having another 110
Simba, let me tell
application
you
for
the trick.
registration.
Let me tell you
And
the
you
trick.
said there's nothing wrong with that.
Simba, let me tell you the trick behind it. First and foremost, most of the association will not be registered as a party because for you to follow the electoral and the INEX guideline is so strict. At the end of the day, most of them will not be registered, and maybe one or two or three will be registered. Some of them are just in for the money because when you are registered as a political party, the federal government of Nigeria always give you grant. Every election they will collect money and it runs to millions of naira. So some
Oh,
of them are after the money. It's not that they really want to like form that political party and vie for opposition. You can see all those
No,
ones without.
Remy, let's say I register a party now and I say, okay, I'm the sole owner of the party. I can be the presidential aspirant. And then the next thing that people will be addressing me like presidential aspirant, ex presidential aspirant.
Because once you vie
It
for
now become a title.
once you vie for a presidential election in Nigeria, you are entitled to some money from the federal government. They always give them money. They know they are not going to win, but at least if I have a mushroom party, government is going to give me millions of dollars for running as a presidential candidate. So some of them is a easy, quick money. So there's still a lot of things to be fixed in Nigeria, to be frank. And when you see most of these associations coming up to register, you will see duplication. Some of them just put in like 3 or 4 movement there, and they belong to the same set of people. So that is what INEC read out. And most of them did not even follow the laid down rules and guidelines they're supposed to follow. So they just think that it's just a just walk in there and just register. They thought it was so easy or something like that.
okay,
Because
but excuse me, is it okay for the like big political movement to be able to, but it's fine for big political movements
No,
to be
you are
able
what do
to
you
not
mean
big.
by it's
register?
fine for?
Whether
What do you mean by
you are big political movement or not, You still have to follow the laid down rules and guidelines of how to register your movement to become a political party.
Before
Most
you
of
can
them
even
are
say you
not
want to
doing
become
that.
a Remy, it's not something that an individual will wake up one day and say, I want to register a party. Before you can say you want to become a politician and you want to form, because party in Nigeria is not based on ideology. You have to look for people that you have the same idea. You come together as a group. But this one now that every individual will just
No,
write
no,
that
but
neck.
what about, so give example, something like the obedient movement. Do they deserve to have a party?
What is the ideology of the obedient?
If some people they think that they think that the government is not doing enough for the people and they want to fight and
No,
they
no,
have
no.
authority to fight.
You cannot say something
No.
like a movement they start to be registered. The point is that you thought you are a movement. Go and follow the lay down rules and guidelines. If you deserve it, they will register you. If you don't deserve it, they will throw you out. It's as simple as ABC. It's not
Okay.
about big or small.
I think for me, my own opinion, I think they should put a cap to the number of political parties that we should have. There was one election, I know, maybe it was 2019, that we have almost 100 parties on the ballot. What kind of nonsense is that?
It's nonsense. And the ballot paper was so long that people
Exactly. Some of them, they did not even have a secretariat somewhere.
As long as I don't care. As long as they just register obedient movement or they register
even the obedient movement you are even talking about.
ADC, the new one.
There are 3 associations of obedient movement that put in there for registration.
Yeah, let them. No, it's true. Someone has to be careful before, because these APC guys, they'll go and register as obedient movement so that they can sabotage.
Oh, come on, don't twist it around, man. I'm just telling you what is out there, okay? So you guys get your acts together.
Sorry. No, I mean, people, how Nigerian politicians are now. They can go there and they'll collect it and collect the form so that they can go and cancel people who don't agree with them.
No. So I just give you the parameter of it. There are laid down rules and guidelines that you must follow. Your obedient movement. Do you have listen? Do you have secretariat or you have offices in all the 36 states of the federation? Do you have it? It's not just working with just one document.
How much is secretariat now? One room in 36 states. How much is that?
It does not matter.
Like
they will
1,000 naira. 1,000 naira in 36 states.
Look at Ada.
36,000 naira. Then times 12 months.
It's not easy as what you thought. It's not easy as what you thought. You think they do thorough due diligence on them before they register you guys. It's not easy as what you thought.
To be honest, I think the obedient movement already has the structure to be able to do that. So
okay, let me even ask you, because you that you are getting excited with obedience movement, why should you have a political party that is centered around a person?
It's not centered around the person, please.
So
this is what I'm saying.
Let me ask you now. Let's say Obi is no longer in that party.
I'll still be in the. If it's me, I'll still be in the. I'll still support the party. And
I think the best thing they should have come up with to get a new name.
What is the binding factor for this movement?
The binding factor is. The binding factor is that we're all concerned with Nigeria to make it better. And I don't think
so.
No. So listen, it's not Obi. Is this same movement? Listen, is this same movement from NSAS? Is the same? It's
not. No. You are wrong. Let me tell you the truth. If you want to hear the truth today, most of the people, more than 60 or 70% of obedient movement are from the southeast.
No, I don't. Okay, continue.
That is the truth.
That's your perspective.
Let me give you my own opinion. Those people from the NSAS and the rest they have found their way out of obedient movement. They have moved on since after the election, because those NSAS you are talking about. Remember when they were having that protest that day? Showore also went there, and they are like systematically saying no. We don't have a leader. We are just doing our stuff. But luckily for Obi, he used that sentence. He played his game very well. He's a good opportunist, and he used it very well. And some people fall for him because at that particular moment, majority of young Nigeria, they are tired with the establishment, with the ruling party. So, especially in the southern part of Nigeria, that is why you see that the obedient movement is very strong in the south. But after the southern part, when you go up north, especially the northeast and northwest, you cannot talk about obedient. Who knows you? Nobody cares about.
Yes. I mean,
So,
that's fair enough.
and so that is the major. But after the election, a lot of people. I'm not calling you negative name. Some people just realize that this person they voted for does not want it, and they move ahead. Even if you don't be surprised, even if you get your obedient movement registered as a party, don't expect a huge flock of people to go there. Then you will not see. I hope. I even like it. I want that party to be registered. I want Obi to also start from the scratch, and let's see how he can build that party and then go ahead and win that election. So
Even you might see that even in the. Let me tell you.
Hold on, Remy. Can I make a correction, please? Because of what you
you
just said
don't
about
need
the
to make
obedience.
a correction. Just say
No,
your
let me
own.
give you a fact, a data. You can go and verify. Okay. Let's start about the obedient movement. Hold on, hold on. Obi receive about.
Everything that
I
you
thought
say
you
is
gave me a
always
minute to
fact.
speak. Just a minute. Obi received 6 million vote or 61 something national vote. Out of that vote, about 32% of his total national vote are from the southeast. Go and verify what I said. Okay. For the obedience, about one third of the obedience who was supported in 2023 are from the southeast region. So all this you're making is I
How do
don't know
you
where you got. I say
how
one
did you
third.
get that statistics from? Where did you get that
Do you
statistics
know
from?
some people voted for Obi not because of obedient
But
movement?
wait a minute, I'm trying to correct the statistics.
Why
Don't
should you
correct.
no
Say your own.
wait. Don't obedient is even from the vote that Obi got. So try and
But
separate that.
okay, but I
You
just
cannot say
okay.
all the 6 million. Wait, now let me talk. You cannot say all the 6 million votes that Obi got in that election was from obedience.
Yeah, that's
There
true.
are so many people that voted out of because of Muslim ticket. Some people they even most of your people voted because it's Igbo. They are not obedient. So
Okay,
separate obedience from that 6
okay.
million.
If I may
So
separate the obedience,
then
because the
for you now,
narrative,
let
hold
me
on, the
finish what
narrative
I'm
has been
saying.
like
Let me
the
finish
obedience.
what I'm saying. Let me finish
Okay,
what I'm saying.
okay, okay. Let
Because
me
you
use
came
the
here,
latter
you
part
always
of.
say that you
Let
have
me
a
use the
fact in
latter part
fact.
of the argument.
No, let me finish. Let me
Forget
finish.
about the vote.
I want why are you don't allow me to finish responding to you. Now, why are you now putting a wrong statistics on something that is not even factual? Where did you get that one from?
Are
I
you
don't know.
done?
You shouldn't be saying those
Are you
statistics,
done?
because you don't want to give your
Wait a
opposition
minute. Are you
this thing.
done?
Go ahead and
Are
say
you
what you want
done?
to.
Okay, I stated before that is go and verify. I mean, people, we are in a technological age. When somebody make a statement, you have different search engine. I mean, whether the one you pay for,
Which
you
your
don't pay.
search engine
The
that
one more authentic.
we
You need to
just
go verify what I said. Let me repeat what I
what did
said
you
again.
say? What did you say?
Okay, let me repeat what I said again.
Mm,
Okay, in 2023 election, let's talk about
mm,
election before I go to the obedience. You
mm,
know, Obi received 6,000. I mean, 6,101,533 vote
mm,
nationwide. So just approximately 6 million, point something.
mm,
Out of that he received, 32% of that vote is from of the national vote is from the southeast. This
mm,
is well documented. So let's
mm,
come to the obedience movement.
mm,
For the obedience movement, one third of obedience movement of that vote. When I tell you this, then you have to calculate whatever you have to calculate the population of the southeast. One third of one third of obedience movement are from the southeast region. One third. That's because it's not rhyming with what he just quoted here, which is wrong. One third of obedience movement are from the southeast. That's the point I'm trying to make.
32% is one third now.
Huh?
32% is one
No,
third.
How can you be, if you are using 1/3, that can be 32 be 1/3.
It's almost
No, 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 no,
about
no, no, no.
rounding
It's
one
about,
Okay.
third.
when you
There are
say
two to this
100%, that
argument.
means that 33
One,
point,
hold on. There are two parts to this
33.3.
argument.
1/3.
I said 32.
Yes.
I said 32% of the 6 million that he got are from the southeast, whether the obedience or non-obedience. Then when we come to obedience, how many percentage of the obedience from the southeast? That's where your argument come from. I said that
I
is
think
1/3.
So
man of
that's not,
prestige, you
wait.
didn't get what we are trying to say. We are talking about BDM movement. That is the context of what we are talking about. And I am trying to tell you that when you look at the total vote of Obi, you will discover that if you put it very well, about 35 to 40% of his vote come from his base, not because of the BDM movement. And when
Okay,
you look at
that I agree with
let
you,
me
but I
finish.
gave you the figure 32%
Let
from
us finish.
You're
Let
saying
me
the
finish.
same thing.
Let me finish. Let me
yeah.
finish. The non-central vote, people voted for B because of one thing: religion. Majority of them that are Christian in those places, they voted for him against the Muslim ticket. Majority of the people in North Central, they don't care about your BDM movement at all. And when you go to the Northeast and Northwest, nothing about BDM movement. But when it comes to the South, especially in the South and the Southeast, even when you talk about BDM movement, it's even more prevalent in the South region. When you're talking about Edo State and the rest, even more than the Southeast. When you talk about that movement, and then you talk about Lagos as the epicenter, and that is what happened. But just opposed to today, things have changed. But I wish and I hope
You
that
can't say things have changed because there has never been a vote. All you're just doing is a speculation
okay,
or what you
fine.
perceive by going by the national
Fine.
narrative. You
Okay,
don't
fine.
know until actually a vote
Man
is
of
cast.
prestige, allow him to finish now.
No, because he's speculating.
Let me finish now. The beauty of it is this. Now that you guys want to register your party, and I hope you present Obi as your presidential candidate, this is now we'll see his depth and width. How powerful is he as a politician? That okay, this is my party I form with my movement. Go to the election, and then we'll see the result. Don't always look for opportunist way, because to me, that movement that hijacked some part of the people that voted for being in that election, some of them were Showore guys. And that is why to today, Showore have a beef with him.
But the narrative I'm trying to correct is the narrative everybody's painting. Like that the Southeasterners, the makeup of the obedience movement, they are like about 90%. That's the myth I'm trying to correct. That's what I'm trying to correct. It's not about vote or whatever. I'm telling you the percentage.
What are you correcting? Repeat yourself.
The Southeasterners, they are not 80 or 70% of obedient movement. Let's say from 2023, like everybody claims. It's a myth.
Okay. If I ask you to put a figure to the obedient movement, which figure
He
are you going
said
to?
it's 30% now. He's already said
No.
30% for
It's not
starters.
about percentage. Obedient movement is different from the vote Obi got in the election. So
Okay. The percentage of Nigerians.
That's a good question. Then you want me to answer that?
We don't know now. Let them register.
No. I know.
So why is,
I know it's documented.
Okay,
I know.
Don't know. Why is he putting a figure on
Can I
them?
tell you what I know?
You don't know their population.
1/3 of obedience movement are from the Southeast. 1/3.
You see
I
now.
just told you
You can see
1/3.
what he's doing. How did you know?
I have my source. Look.
How can you be? One problem that you have is that
go
you
and fact check me. This is the problem we have.
Ridiculous like Obi. You come with the
Go
ridiculous
and fact check me.
and you
Somebody
say
make comment. You go and fact check. You are an educated person.
Fact check.
Go and fact check.
Where?
I can't tell you what to fact check.
Let me tell you who has
I'm not your teacher.
Hello,
go and fact check.
Let me ask you, who has done the census on the obedient and say, okay, this is the figure of the people have you done?
It's an analysis. You take an empirical, figure, and analyze it and put it together. It's very. What is wrong with you?
How can you be
Aren't you
putting
supposed to be
figures
a
that you
doctor?
don't have together? Empirical. What do you mean by empirical?
Silva, the question you should have asked them is this. About a few weeks ago, I think
are they registered? Did they have a register for the obedience?
The question is about obedience movement. Is that not the bone of contention right now?
I'm asking you that you are putting a figure. Let me please give me time.
You that you are putting a figure, the obedient, did they have a register?
No,
Can
no,
what?
they don't.
So if they don't have a register, how do you know their population? Then how do
It's
you
an
now
approximate.
how do you now profile them and know that okay, this is the 1/3 of them are from
Okay, how
Southeast?
do you that came here and spoon nonsense?
See,
How do you know it's about 87% or 90%? How do you know if
Don't know
I'm
what me. I
giving you the
didn't
right
read any
data?
figures
How do
about
you know?
Can
know
we
what you're
move
talking
on?
Excuse
about.
Can we
me.
move on?
Excuse me, guys. Are you guys fighting? Because I don't know
No,
the
oh
We are
no,
difference.
we are
not
not
fighting.
fighting. Forget
We are
about,
not fighting.
I don't fight with anybody, not when it comes to politics.
Okay, because just the sounds and the
You know,
tonality.
sorry
Go
for
and
that.
sleep.
I
Go
need to
and
lower
sleep,
my
you
voice.
man.
I'm not fighting. I don't have time for
that's
that.
how
Not for
Nigerians
Nigeria.
talk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Go and sleep.
So, no, I'm still awake. I have a special guest coming in the studio tonight. So
What is so special about the person?
they don't always come in the studio. So I'm going to
Oh,
be
okay.
awake till my friend comes in the
Is
studio.
that your boyfriend?
No. So, anywho, what is Madame Zita there? Because you guys have not given her allowance to speak.
Yeah, I want to hear from Madam Zita.
I'm
Actually,
here. Oh.
Good
uh,
evening, Ma. How are you?
yes, very, very, very. I love when Madam Zita speaks. Anyway, like she hits
What
us
is so
knowledge.
special about Madam Zita speaking?
He gives us special
No
knowledge,
hard feelings, sir.
high level.
Be calming down. What do people want me to speak on? I'll be
We are not even
sleeping.
inviting you to speak on anything. You can sleep. Let us continue our conversation.
Okay.
Madam
Thank
Zita,
you. Let's go with our
No, Madam Zita
Baso.
speak
Madam
on
Zita, speak on this
Madam Zita will
obese
Madam
family's
Zita will
house that
speak
they
on
broke.
what she doesn't want to speak.
Ah,
I say you will speak on what you don't want to speak now. She
On the
what's
forgot.
house,
that?
the obese
She
family's
say
house
she
that they
don't
He's
want
gonna
to
broke.
speak
say
about the
this.
war now. Iran, US. Nobody wanna hear that.
He said, what happened, please?
Speak about Obi that ADA party.
No,
No,
Have
not
you heard about
AGA,
that?
Obi's brother's house that they broke in Lagos that was targeted
No, that one.
Why would they do that?
because they broke his house.
look at
Said
the way you are even giving the story. Say targeted.
Arm
Yeah.
robbers.
I'd say now, say they go him.
Is it
okay,
arm
Mr.
robbers?
Remy, rephrase it now, please. Oh,
Huh?
What am I rephrasing?
Let me
I'm not
rephrase
rephrasing
it. This is Obi's brother's house that the government targeted.
It's
And
not the government. Stop it, Gary.
let me
It's
finish,
not the
Look at the
David.
government.
person that want to rephrase it. Is even worse than the first person.
I say it first.
The way let me finish my own rephrase. So the government demolished it, and Mr. Obeni here said that it's Obi's property, and he's using his brother's name.
Zita, let me give you the true story.
Yeah, thank
There
you.
was legal issue between the so-called Obi brother and one other woman about the land, the rightful owner of the land. Then the woman went to court and won in the court. So she took ownership of her property. That is all. It's not government that demolished the house now. It's the owner of the house.
Remy, you are being economical with
The
the
owner
truth.
of the land
You're not
has
Is
speaking
won
that
in
not
from
the
what you
factual
house.
discussed
base.
earlier? We are all listening now. You are there when you are. I heard you people when you people and you and Ogbene were discussing the matter now. So
Yeah,
what are you?
we discuss it, civilly because you have to come with some fact and data. I mean, I didn't agree with what Obeni said, but I gave my own information because I have my fact to back up what I'm saying. I always have fact.
The
I'm not like
certificate
some
of
of you. When you all come here, you
occupancy.
all just make up things.
Relax. The certificate of occupancy, Obi brother does not have one.
Oh, now you're wrong.
It does
Can
not
I
have
can I
one.
can I tell you?
That you say you are the man of fact.
Can I educate you?
Oh,
No,
no,
you
wait.
don't need to educate. Just say whether he
You
has
don't
or
need
not, so
you
that
don't need your education. Earlier on, everybody in the social media, the certificate of occupancy of the woman is right there out there. Everybody can see it.
What
But
was the
Obi's
date?
one is
Wait a
not
minute.
there.
What
So
was the
what are
date?
we
Because
talking?
one man showed here. What's the date of the certificate?
it's
Forget about the
2025,
date. Let us
February
see the date
2025.
on
No.
the one that
One
brother
man
had.
showed here.
No, wait now. Whether the date is 2025 or not, with that is the
Yes,
only
it
one
is
we
2025.
let's speak on what we can see because you are talking about fact. The Obi's brother's own. Let him put his own out there and let us see.
Hey, let him put his own too. Fear.
Okay, but what I'm saying, okay, yeah, that's true. Let him put his own. Wait a minute, if this building was obtained in 2011, how can they issue certificate of occupancy that date
Hold
2025?
on, guys. So another topic we're discussing is that Nigeria has 100 and something political parties for 20.
Oh, we are not discussing about that. It's a
Nigeria did not have.
movement.
You are the moderator. You don't even know the topic. We are talking about 210 new political parties that apply for registration. It's not as if Nigeria have
Movement.
So,
if the constitution allowed Nigeria to have so much multiple party now, everybody should go and register. And that thing is, I think they give them money for that bullshit.
And Obedient Movement is one of the political parties.
It's three. Not be one, it's three.
Oh, wow.
No problem. You see, when they do things like this, and at the end of the day, one person who seems to be serious, not that he is good, but he is serious in winning the election, we win, and then we call it rigging. You see, most Nigerian politicians from whenever they've been trying democracy in Nigeria, whether they failed one or the one that is seemingly working according to them. If you ask me, I will put a bucket and throw all of them inside. They are the same. Why is one walking into Aso Rock and the other one is not? The difference between the ones that go into Aso Rock and the one that did not is the seriousness. Not that they are better or they're gonna do anything so fantastic or some fantabulous. As long as they are that same category of politicians, what distinguishes them is their ability to be very serious and organize, either by hook or by crook, their way into Aso Rock. So when people start registering 101 million parties in pieces, just like Mama's Akara on the roadside, and you think that your Akara, that everybody passing by will pick one, and somebody keep his own Akara in a big basket, you think with your one Akara everywhere, you will meet up to his. I don't know how that works. But coming to shout about how bad Nigeria is and how things are not working and how bad the government is, actually sometimes when I hear Nigerians speak on the deteriorating situation in Nigeria, I think they actually speak through their mind of emotions. Not that they really want Nigeria to be good. They're speaking through their mind, through their eyes of hate. What am I saying? I don't really like the person there.
Hold on, Malazita. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So, what you're saying right now that we shouldn't complain. Okay. When you look at all indices of, hold on, you gave me the time to 30 seconds. When you look at all indices, of all economical that benefit the country, many areas, Nigeria rank at the bottom. And I'll give you one example. Do you know Nigeria and DNC, Republic of Congo? They rank the lowest among electricity assets in the world. And about 92% of the world, has access to electricity of the whole world population. But Nigeria and, Democratic Republic of Congo rank at the bottom. Is that not something for concern? You want me to come here and utilize about Nigeria, that they have all money, all resources, and they're not utilizing what with their weight. No, I'm not going to do that. So that's something for you to chew about.
Is that your question or a
No,
submission?
but is that the question pertaining to what
Question
you
is
just
that
said?
why do you want me to come here and talk good about Nigeria when we are not good?
Listen to me. Listen to me. It is not actually a surprise or gonna be a shock to people like me. From time immemorial, Nigerians never speak good about Nigeria. But I know that if you are a true Nigeria, you will criticize what is bad and give accolade to what is good. But from time immemorial, since I grew up, Nigerians are in this idea of going around the world saying that everything about their country is bad. You see, the way you speak, I begin to understand that I think you are using a lot of internet. And let me remind you that those things you see in the internet, somebody put it there. It will do you a lot more good when you use a powerful search engines that will actually be able to show you who put those things there.
Do you know the search engine that I use?
Let me finish, please. You just said something. Let me finish. Don't let me lose my thought. Because I noticed that most of the bullshit that are being seen in the internet about Nigerians, 80% of it has been put by Nigerians themselves. I want anybody to come here and defend that. I repeat, most of the things you see littered in the internet about Nigeria are actually being put in there by the same Nigerians for the world to read. So I don't really do care. Whatever position you think you have seen Nigeria in the internet, or whatever you think is going on in Nigeria, and I will keep telling everybody who cares to hear, Nigeria was a country that was created 3 years after they became a country, like real country. What did they do? Nothing. The people that country was handed over to, they didn't plan on how to crisscross the whole Nigeria with rail lines. They didn't plan on how to build infrastructure. They didn't sit down to design the kind of educational system Nigeria will have. They didn't sit down to decide what to do and what not to do. But their main concern was power. Who's gonna sit where, even when the brain is empty? And since then, it has actually been a stigma and like a curse that has been following Nigeria. Nigerians struggle more of the power than what to do for their country. It's always a game of power. Who sits there? Who's gonna sit there? Who's gonna win? And when you look at their eyes, it's still the same mission they are working to achieve. So let me say this. Nigeria is a country that started on the basis of hate, basis of tribalism, basis of somebody should not be able to accept something. The only reason why he will tell you that he's not going to accept it is because it's coming from another tribe. Just 3 years. 3 years after they become a country. And that thing has been eating deep into them to the extent that years upon years upon years, their citizens go online in today's world to spew trash about their country. They put out all manner of statistics and all manner of stories, all manner of bullshit about their country. But sometimes when I meet some of them, wherever they sit in a country, I try to bring out the shit in those countries too. They don't like it, but I will do it anyway. The way Nigerians talk about Nigeria outside of Nigeria, it seems as if when you land in Nigeria, actually, you don't really need to land in an airport. I mean, they project Nigeria as a country you are going to hop from tree to tree to get into. And when you get into, you are not safe, you're gonna die. Chioma went to Nigeria, had fun, she's back. But if you go to internet on how they project the insecurity, I am not saying that Nigeria is safe. But the way they project the insecurity, you won't believe that somebody, a Nigerian, will lift herself, more especially a young woman, took a flight, go to that country, do whatever she wants to do, and come back. That is not the story online. But who is still hot in any way, if I may say? Is still hot, the same Nigeria. You can hit your head on the wall for all I care. Who is serious to win this election is going to be the one to win it.
But
If
Madam
you
Sita,
now
let me ask
spin your
something again.
head, turn around and jump up and down, screw anything, put anything you want to put in the internet. Who cares?
But Madam Sita, let me ask you one more
Let me
thing.
finish, please. Let me finish. Sometimes
I just
get
want to make
upset
a
at the
comment.
way Nigerians talk about Nigeria. Let me finish. One thing you people should understand is Nigeria is a country that is recognized by almost every country on earth. So your trash online will not destroy it, but it will destroy you, the citizens of that country. Ask what you want to ask.
Oh, I mean, I heard what you said. Some make sense, but what I'm going to say in an analysis, it's very easy for you to sit in a country, with the fourth largest, with the fourth richest country GDP per capita, and you have access to America. Where you stay in Norway is the fourth richest country GDP per capita. It's very easy for you to stay there because you are enjoying. You know what life is compared to somebody who live in a third world or below third world country like Nigeria and how they are suffering.
You know,
You
when
know,
she was born in
You
Norway.
see,
Never lived in
please,
Nigeria.
it's my turn. Can I speak? I need to respond to him. Please. I'm in a good mood today. Let me respond to him. You see, I can assure you that most people in Nigeria wouldn't want to be where I am today. That in Nigeria today, making their money, living their life. Even if you bring them here to see here, when they look around finish, they say, una well done, no. I not go live abroad. I dey go my country. So if you are going to equate it by the environment on the GDP of a country that will make somebody comfortable, that joke is on you. Because comfort and satisfaction is within a human, not in an environment. Otherwise, wealthy people in countries like here, our United States or Canada will not be committing suicide. People who have all that it takes in life from the outside look, you dream to be them, will not be taking their life. If what you're saying is actually how it works. Yes, most of us, for some reason, one reason or the other, have to leave Nigeria to go to other places. Reasons best known to us, we might not discuss here. But at least let me remind you, there are some Nigerians with even $1 billion, they're not living Nigeria. They sit put there. They rooted there. They tell you this is the land we know and we're not going anywhere. And you think they're joking, they're not going anywhere. So don't come here to say that we have an opportunity to live. And for your information, Nigeria is not a restricted country. Anybody who wants to live can still live. All you need to do is to plan. It might take a few years, but you will still live anyway. So don't come here to start talking about people who had the opportunity to live. Having the opportunity to live a country doesn't make you better than the people who did not have opportunity to live that country. And these are the things you people sell to our brothers and sisters in Nigeria that make them leave everything they're doing to go to another country and matter regretted relocating. You shouldn't be saying this. You shouldn't be saying this. That I'm here doesn't make me better than people in Nigeria. You shouldn't be saying this. That's actually wrong estimation, I must say. Next topic, please.
I was going to say I've never seen anyone that regrets being in America.
I have seen millions of them.
Oh.
In fact, some of them I have to give them counsel. I have to counsel them and tell them, look, you sold all you got in Nigeria. And you believe you come here, you have to make it. Let me tell you a story. Maybe because you are a very young girl.
So,
Let me
Madam,
tell you.
the people I know that regret moving to this country are like married people that are going through divorce.
No.
Having marital issues.
No.
But
There are. Okay, let me tell you. Since you mentioned marriage, let me go towards that angle. There are so many Nigerian girls and boys, the kind of relationship they wanted for themselves in life. Relocating, leaving Nigeria to relocate to the United States, erase that in their life. They can never have that kind of relationship. Never. They've lost it. So they are now in a position, living a relationship they don't want to live for some certain reasons. They're not happy. If you don't speak to them, or maybe some of them are not open to you, most of them are very open to me. I know a boy who has a business going in Nigeria. He sold all his business, came to meet his brother. And then I was that same brother that was giving him the courage that, look, that thing you are doing in Nigeria, when you come here, you will make money. You do this, you do that. He came here in the United States. 6 months after, he had a fallout with the brother because the brother was using him like a house help. That boy struggled for so many years. Today, he's a taxi Uber driver in the United States. So are you telling me that somebody who left his country, his home, his family, to go to another country where he's in between, he is not a citizen, he doesn't have green card, he's managing whatever he can lay his hands on? The difference between him and somebody who is in Nigeria is that there are some social amenities he pays money to get. And the money there is a little bit higher than the money, the currency in Nigeria. That's just the difference. And this guy rides Ube over the day. The last time I saw him, he had put on so much weight because he has to stay in his Uber car to eat. And you think in your wildest dream that he's happy. That some of us had an opportunity and have a place to stay, have a place to call our own, has a free pass to relocation, have a house we can carry our bag and walk into. It wasn't like that for most people that relocated.
But Madam,
most of them went through hell.
That's
finding their feet in their new country.
That's
so
people
don't come here and tell me that nobody is regretting.
That happens to everyone from all over the world that has to relocate to a new environment. You know, you still have to work hard.
No, it didn't happen to everyone who has to relocate. No. It didn't happen to everyone. No, it didn't.
Even some people.
Most people relocate and have 10 years, 15 years of their life wasted. Yes.
Yeah, that's many people. Even if I relocate to France, I find it difficult to settle in. You know, getting a job and making new friends will be difficult at my age. That's everyone. Everyone goes through that. Those are the days of little beginnings. You know, you can't think everything is easy for you if you're not.
Chioma, it's not everybody
with a
that
big
went through
company. If it was a big company that is
It's not
bringing,
everybody that went through that.
if it was a big corporate company that's bringing
It's
you,
not. Listen to me carefully. It's not everybody that relocated had a new beginning. Period. You can't compare a boy in Nigeria that sold whatever business he's doing or don't even have a work in Nigeria, came on holidays and decide to stay in a foreign land. You can't compare that person with somebody who is working in Nigeria. And then the company, the big company he's working on, send him on cross-posting to United States, gave him everything that comes with that job, and he's even living bigger than he was living in Nigeria. You can't compare the two people. So listen carefully. It is not everybody that go through stress.
Madam Zita, I'd like to ask a question. I agree with you, but
Go
I'd
ahead.
like to.
I know so
What
now.
do you what do you class as hell? Like when people come abroad, or what do you call hell when someone will say, as you said, oh, the person's gone through hell? Like
Let me tell you what you
because
call hell. First of all, I have to draw the culture of the two places you are
because
going into, okay? So that you will understand it very well. In Nigeria, I will call Nigerians enchanting people. You forget what is going on in our country. We are fun to be with. We are enchanted. When we sit together, we laugh. That's why we are kind of noisy. Because we gist, we laugh, we hail each other. And then you see somebody, as you people are sitting down gisting, he will buy food, keep it on the table. Oh boy, come follow me shop. Oh. And you think he's joking. You pick spoon. Before you know it, he's telling you, no, keep that meat. Take this one. Two of you will laugh. That's enchantment. Then you can, as a young girl, walk to your elder brother, your elder sister. Sis, I need some money now. They might quarrel with you, they might argue with you, but somehow they're going to sort your problem. They're going to see you as a young girl who came out from the university, you're still looking for a job. I remember there is one name my uncle, my very wealthy uncle, then used to call some of his relations that just came out from the university looking for a job. He has one funny name he used to call us. And when we call them that time, and when you come in contact with him, he must give you something. In those days, 5,000, 10,000, that was a lot of money. Now you come in a country where for somebody to give you $20 or $10, well, we ask you, what is even his reason to dash you money in the first place? So you find yourself in a position, number one, the friendliness that handles your psychological problem is gone. You are alone. You think alone. You plan alone. You muster alone. You don't know the environment. You are trying to study the environment. People are not friendly to you. The owners of the land are not laughing with you. Compared to where you're coming from, where you can even wake up one day, pick your phone and call your friend in Lagos. Maybe your schoolmate, you people were friends. And the guy will say, hey, Emmanuel, now what for you? I did Lagos now. I'm working in so company. Me, I've not gotten anything. I'm saying, Emmanuel, come to Lagos first. At least now, come and spend 2 weeks.
Madam Zita.
Hold on. Let me finish the situation, please.
It's a serious
He's asking me, hello, you want me to stop?
No, you can continue. I'm just saying how Nigeria is like, they're jobless. So
okay, no problem. You can call them any name you want to call them. But I can assure you that the place you are now, called the United States, there are generations in that country that have never worked before. And they have a roof over their head. And government is keep giving them money. These are things you people don't know. That's why you can open your mouth and call Nigeria a Nigerian jobless. Never mind. Let me continue with what I'm saying. So, who asked that question in the first place?
it's me, Madam Zita, me, Mr. D.
Huh?
Mr. D.
Okay, Mr. T. So, You will go to that Lagos and then you have free food.
Madam Zita, you know what Nigerians abroad, what they normally do is that they want to justify their relocation. And whatever they have, they don't even wish that country well because they wanted to show that they have taken the best decision in their life to relocate. Whatever is
Yeah,
happening
that
to them
is
in the
what I call it is there is one word they call
so
it in
they will
psychology.
paint that country. They want to justify
Yeah.
to tell those people
And
at
it's
home that
ruining
they are
that
doing
thing they're
well.
doing.
Whatever where they are, they are better off. That's what they
Yes,
do.
that thing they're doing is ruining so many Nigerians because some of them seems to believe them. When they come back, they try to show you that some of them is even the weather that make their skin look nice.
So, Madam Zita, factor this one in. Somebody went to Canada within 1 year, it will post it all over the internet. I bought a house, I bought a car. It did not tell them that this house is a mortgage for 20 something years. And for you to get to Canada under 1 year to buy a house, that means probably you went there through permanent residency. That means you paid a
Apart
lot.
from that, that means you went with some money that you
Yes,
saved
that's
in
exactly what
Nigeria.
I'm trying to say. But a lot of Nigeria will think, really? Under 1 year, you bought this beautiful duplex and you are riding a
Remy, let me give you a typical example of what you gave now. A colleague of mine that we are working together here, his wife relocated from Nigeria to Canada, and he uses the money that he made from Saudi Arabia to buy a house. So such a woman will not put it on this internet and say, "Oh, look at me! Why I have not spent 1 year in Canada and I bought a house." It's the money that he's making here in Saudi Arabia that he's using to finance them in Canada.
You know, a lot of Nigerian professionals.
I have a question for Madam Zita, Remy, and Simba. You all that that regret
Okay,
your
Chema, I've
relocation.
been trying to come in, but it sounds like you
I'll
don't
let you
recognize
come
me.
in. No, you were not trying to come in. You didn't signal. You know, you usually come here, you stay quiet. You never really have a submission. But I'll let you speak when I finish this question, okay? So, Madam Zita, Remy, and Dr. Simba, my question to you three, since you feel that you regret your stay in a foreign country, why are you still in a foreign country?
We never say we regret staying
Who
in
told
foreign
you that? We
countries.
said we regret.
Hold on. Let me answer her.
Nobody talk about regrets now. We are just talking about the state
Let
of
me answer
What's
employment.
her.
the argument you're making that you
Can I
wish you were
answer your
still back home
question?
in Nigeria? Yes,
Let
ma'am.
me answer your question. First of all, I don't want to go that low of saying I regret or I did not regret because of the submission I was giving. I will not go that low. But let me tell you this. If I have a choice to make, I will choose Nigeria.
So
That's
what
all
makes
I can tell you. If I have
why are
a
you going back?
choice, if it's in my auspices to make a choice based on where I was working in Nigeria, I will choose Nigeria because while I was in Nigeria, I was kind of comfortable. So the
Chema,
place,
let me
and
answer your
hold on, and I
Okay.
was going on holidays and coming back. I was still traveling and coming back. So that question of hurrying or trying to see another place, I was seeing other places while I was in Nigeria. But let me repeat this. If I have had a choice, like Zita, this thing is in your hands. Do you want to stay in Nigeria or do you want to leave? I would have loved to stay in Nigeria. You know why?
Why?
That's my home.
Okay.
Listen, let me tell you, there are things I will do in Nigeria. I can't get hurt. I cannot get arrested. It cannot destroy my career or my personality. But if I try that shit here, before I'm done, I will be on handcuffs.
So
Why will I do it in Nigeria and get away? Not because we are lawless, but because I am a Nigerian. I have a lot of people who will speak for me. I have a lot of people who will understand and say, oh, well, it's a mistake. Well, let's leave her now. Oh, girl, don't do it again. Because it's my home.
Madam
So,
Zita, is that not lawlessness?
so Chema, let me respond to you.
That is not lawlessness now.
I'm
You
not.
know,
Let's not.
you know,
Chama, can I come in
benefits.
now?
It's not lawlessness. There are
It is.
benefits that you get by being a citizen of a
Okay,
country.
let me tell you
So
why
it's not,
it
that's
is
not
not lawlessness.
lawlessness.
Let
That's
me give you an
uncivilized
example.
society where you think
Chioma,
you can
let me
do
give you an
anyhow.
Okay,
example.
can I
Chioma,
come
let
in
me
now?
give you an
This is what I'm
example.
talking about. Nobody's gonna allow me to talk.
Let me
Sorry.
give you an
No,
example.
it's
Hey,
still
Chioma,
Free Daddy, go and sleep.
Chioma, let me
Yes.
give you an example. If I am in Nigeria and I'm married to a Nigerian, I can quarrel with my mother-in-law and threaten her. Are you under? I'm not talking. You want to see it in the arm that Nigeria is lawless, but I'm trying to bring it to the nativity of Nigeria. But you people always see everything about Nigeria as being lawless. I'm giving you a typical example.
But why would
If
you
I
say
am in Nigeria, listen carefully, and I'm married to a Nigerian man, and the mother comes to me, I can threaten her.
why?
Let me finish. No, for no just reason, forget about the reason. We can have a child mass. I can threaten her. She might fight me. Let's assume she's 83. I might even shove her. I tried that shit here. I will be in handcuffs.
Period.
Arrest my case.
As
No, even
we
what we are discussing, why should it
wait,
even be the
no,
topic of discussion?
Dr. Simba. So Prince Daddy, go ahead, please.
So it's not ready.
Yeah, thanks. You guys, Simba and Remy, you guys gotta be quiet for a little while. You gotta allow people talk, especially Simba. What's wrong with you guys? Anyways,
The only topic
I
we
think
have,
it's
Chioma.
Dita asked the question. So I think
So hold on.
let me talk about Dita asked the question. I think maybe his question to Madam Zita was personal. So I guess Madam Zita gave a personal response. But I like the question to be answered in the more general terms, right? It sounds like Simba, Remy, and perhaps Madam Zita thinks, it's not worth it, to live overseas or abroad. There's no benefit to it. That
We are
they
not
make it sound
saying
like
No,
that.
that's not
I
what
am
we
not
are
let me
saying
land,
saying.
that.
No.
Please
guys.
stop
Let
Let me
him
land.
land.
Let me talk.
I will
I can raise
respond
my
to
voice
him.
too. I can raise my voice. I just try to be a
Let him
gentleman.
land.
Guys,
I will
let me
respond
talk.
to him.
Let me talk. I can raise my voice too. But anyways, um, it's about, yeah. You guys make it sound like, well, there's no benefit. So maybe get you wrap your response to around why do people move? I mean, obviously it's because usually it's about economic opportunity, right? That's why people move for to have maybe better life or improve their lives. So my point here is that I think maybe I can agree with Sherman. There are a lot of opportunities overseas, right? And and a lot of people want to take advantage of that. But to make it sound like, oh, you know, given every Nigerian, quite frankly, they would take the combination of living in abroad, in Norway or America, London, and being able to enjoy the benefit of Nigeria also. Everybody would love that. We all would love that. But the reality is that we can't have everything. We can't have our cake and eat it all the time. For those people that don't have the opportunity of great jobs like Madam Zita traveling all around the world, if they have the opportunity to go to London, right, or Norway, they would jump at it. You know, you don't know. It make it sound like everyone's background or their economic prospect is so great. If you get in America or London, they would turn it down. They'd rather be in Nigeria. That's BS. Okay, we all know that's BS. You know, yes, I mean, just like Nigerian society, there are challenges also in the West. You want to call it loneliness, depression, whatnot. But I like something also in today's world, unlike in the maybe 80s and 70s, living overseas with the internet or the connectivity that we have in today's world, I think it's going to be hard for people to be lonely and be so much disconnected from their roots. I think it's a much better, you know, opportunity or taking advantage of living overseas in today's world. It's much better. To wrap it up, I think, I'm not sure it's 50-50 or not, but a lot of people without economic, opportunities in Nigeria or in Africa would I think would take America or the West anytime, any day.
And
It's
vice
not by
versa.
happenstance.
Americans also
Leave
relocate to
him now.
another
Let
country.
him
So
finish. I will
It's
respond
not
to
by
him.
happenstance that millions of people from Southern America and Central America and even all around the world, they gather at the American borders in the southern part of the country, risking their lives. And if you know the horrors that many of them went through just to cross into this country, you guys should not be running your mouth. Yeah, you're a doctor, you're an engineer, you're all these things. You're all people like great people. But be more compassionate and understanding of the reality of what people deal with.
Okay, let me respond. First, I
It
am
is
not.
hold on. It is my
No,
turn,
let
Remy.
me quickly respond.
Remy,
And
you are
then
looking
you.
for my thought.
let me give Rosita opportunity to talk after.
But I want to respond
Don't
to
gag you.
Shelma.
We are not many here. You have your time. You are not going anywhere now. Just hold on.
Okay. She explains that I put that submission out. First of all, when I put a submission, I actually do really like people to listen to me carefully. The summary of you gave about all I have said is actually wrong, but I'm not gonna go into that. But let me say this: for it is only a fool that does not have a purpose for doing something. I repeat, it is only a fool that does not have a purpose why or a reason why he is doing something. Now, if you think Nigeria is not good for you, and in your mind, your reason for leaving Nigeria is to go and look for wherever you think the land is green, or rather greener than Nigeria, you want to go there. If you go there and get your satisfaction, hallelujah, praise God for you. But rounding it up, that life overseas is better than life in Nigeria, that is a blatant statistics. That is not true. There are
Nobody
people in
said
that.
that, and I
Hold
didn't
on,
say
let me
that.
finish.
Nobody
There are
said that.
people in
No,
Nobody
they
said that.
said it. Even Chioma said it.
Well, I
Please,
didn't say
Let me
that. I didn't
finish.
say that in my
Let me
submission.
finish.
I did not.
no, your
The
own
people,
submission is different from Chioma's submission.
there are people in Nigeria, they cannot buy. There is one boy I met in Maryland. That was 13 years ago. I met him in my friend's house in Maryland, and he was showing me a laptop. He was working in a warehouse there. He was showing me a laptop. And he told me, sister, I bought this laptop. Oh. I bought it brand new. While I was in Nigeria, I never dreamed that I would ever buy a laptop. One thing you will understand about life is that success is not the same. What you call success, it might not be my success. What I call success might not be your success. So if you think that leaving Nigeria is for you to leave Nigeria where you can have, maybe probably, it's not cheap anyway. Let's assume you are having a free access to network. According to you, you say you don't want human company. Since you have the internet, that's enough company for you. It's really ridiculous for a human being to say that, but you said it anyway. So you feel that is a success for you, then you can go there. You have access to road. You have
Okay,
access
man,
to bus.
I didn't say that. You two should listen. I didn't say that. I
You
didn't say.
said
Listen to what
we
I said.
cannot talk
No, I
about
know what I said.
loneliness. You
I
said
said, in
nobody should
today's
be
world,
talking about loneliness with
listen,
the
in
event of
today's world,
importance.
I acknowledge that there is loneliness in the West, but I say in today's world is much better than back in the 60s and 70s,
That's
whereby
what you
we
said.
have
With the
better
internet,
connectivity.
nobody should be talking about loneliness. I don't know where the hell you got that one from.
Madam, you need to listen to. You don't listen. I just said it.
Internet is his companion now. Now
No,
that's
no, no.
what it
See,
So
say you guys are
Can
so,
we rewind what you
Me, I
said?
got
you guys
I
are, no, no,
repeated what
you
he
can
said.
rewind it, but you need to listen also. That will help you a lot.
you said.
I'm
You
saying,
made a
You
comparison, Prince
said,
Daddy.
No,
That's what you said.
you
You
guys
made
are
a
not gonna.
comparison. He said
Chioma,
before.
rewind it to
Okay,
where
hold
he said
on.
that thing.
Hold on. Let me rewind it. What Prince Daddy said is that everyone is not on the same socioeconomic status.
Don't
No,
twist
that's
it.
not what.
Wait,
That's not
that
the
is not
point
what
I'm
you are
talking about.
saying.
I'm talking
He
about
said
where
it.
he
He
said
said in the
internet.
70s, in the 80s,
Yes, he
people
said you cannot be
they
lonely.
don't have contact with their loved
no,
ones
I didn't say,
and their
okay,
roots.
five
But
Okay,
now with
seconds.
the
Say,
advent of
5 seconds.
internet, it's better.
let him repeat what he said.
Because Zita and Simba want to be right, so they want to quote me out of context, which is fine. I don't care. But the point is that I do acknowledge the loneliness in the West, but I also said that given today's connectivity, people can even, if you travel abroad, you can talk to your grandmother or great grandmother in the village and talk to your friend. There's so many things you can do to be connected,
Can I
compared to
respond to you?
back in the days. So don't make it sound
Can I
like people don't
respond?
get lonely. So are you denying connectivity? Are we kidding?
Can I
I mean,
respond to you?
people are making money on Twitter or X and Instagram and all these things
Where are you?
away from their
Which area are
villages.
you going now? What is the
No,
relationship
Okay, let
to
me
what we
let
are
me
discussing and what people making
let
money
me
on
tell
internet?
you why you say these things. With the internet, you have connectivity. And you still made a vital point. You said, yes, people in the West are lonely. I don't know how to connect the two things you said, but let me tell you this. You are underrating or demeaning the presence of a human being, the physical presence of a human being. That has to do with hugs, that has to do with kisses, that has to do with holding hands, that has to do with looking at someone's physical eyes. That's what you just
making babies that
demeaned.
you cannot take care of as well.
That is what you just demeaned by saying you
no,
have
no.
your phone, there is
That's you talking for yourself.
interconnectivity,
You
you can
talking for
do face
yourself, not
chat
talking
with
for
your
me.
mom, you can do face chat with your mom,
Okay,
you can
hear me
speak to
out. So somebody that
relations.
traveled to America in the '60s, every time he sees his family is when he travels back home every 5 or 10 years. That instantaneous connectivity that we have today, and you guys are making this argument that what I'm talking about is crazy. Continue. Go ahead.
No, this your interconnectivity. You should be thinking of, in this your interconnectivity, you should be thinking of the level of humans in the Western culture that die in their apartment and stay there for days
I
before they
understand
were
where
being
Madam Zita
realized
is
that
coming
they are
from.
dead. But in places like Nigeria, things like that hardly happen. You people are trying to talk about the goodies. Like I have free, I can jump into a bus when I want to. If I pay for my electricity, I will have it. If I pay for my water rate, I will have it. If I pay for this, there is job. I can look for job, get out of one again. Those are the ones that is your sources. Hallelujah, praise God. But let me tell you something.
Madam Zita, I want to also go to another dimension when you finish.
Let me just finish this. Let me tell you something. When you talk of this, your connectivity through the internet, to me, seems like rejection. Whereby you have to wait for somebody to have time to talk to you. It feels to me like rejection. Whereby in my home country, Nigeria, I want to speak to my aunt. It's an emergency. I am hungry. I need her word. I need her to talk to me. I just drive to her house. Uninvited. And she will be excited seeing me. Hold on, let me finish because you people are
hold on to.
trying to be so westernized. You try
No,
to
that's BS. That's BS.
hold on.
I've heard people on this show. Listen, I've heard people on this show. Hold on. I've heard people on this show. Panelists that come on this show. So, I thank God for this Women's platform because they love the interaction and even dealing with people, talking to people they never met before. Okay, so I don't know. I know Madazda is going to grind it to make a point. I mean, and go tangential to what I'm talking about. But what I said is very simple and straightforward. There's no complication to it. I'm not saying you substitute your affection or the need for human being. I didn't say that. Only if you pay attention to what I said, but continue to deny the importance of connectivity. Continue to deny it.
So
Can I continue?
Madazita, Madazita, I'm the one that asked the question the
Another
first
perception
time, yeah.
Okay.
I want to now go back to the first question.
Thank you.
Can you let us contribute before you go back to the next
Mr.
question?
D, let me say
yeah,
this.
let's let Mr. Remy speak because he was
Okay.
trying.
No,
I am
but
looking at it from totally different angle. Going abroad also depends one thing. If you are a professional, and then you might find it more easier than you are not. You have to find your level. And if you are lucky, everything works out fine for you. Because to become a rich man is not written on the forehead of anybody. Some people will get there and then they'll make it. But I am talking from the diaspora's entitlement. When they go abroad, they see the rest of Nigerians that they are nothing and they want to flaunt every little success. But one thing I've realized is this: each time I went back home, I see a lot of Nigeria improving a lot. They are building houses, even more bigger ones. They are buying expensive vehicles. They are doing their businesses. So I ask myself sometimes a lot of questions. Staying abroad too long sometimes is also not good. Because whenever you go home, you discover things are changing drastically. No matter what you talk about that country, you cannot tell me the faces of most of the big cities in Nigeria are the same thing 25 years ago. So I don't like the actual sense of entitlement and seeing all those one living in Nigeria that they're nothing. No, people are really making it big in that country. So that is just the way I want to look at it. Going abroad, for you to even, if you are lucky, if you are really lucky to settle down, it will take you maybe 2 years. Because the culture, the food, and the environment is totally different. It's not the community way of life that we are living in Nigeria. If you are living in the street, all the parents, they know one another, and you can go and stay with anybody, and they know where they can find you. Here, you find nobody to talk to. Have you ever asked yourself, why are so many Nigerians in every platform every day? Because nobody to talk to in abroad. It's very depressing. But when you come to this platform, you can see your people, talk to them, abuse one another, fight.
Hold on, Remy, are you
Remy, if you don't
talking about
have
the
any
importance of
friends,
connectivity now? Are you giving credit to what I said? It sounds like you guys are.
Remy,
I'm not saying I'm not.
Remy,
I said I'm looking at it from different angle. The angle I'm looking at is just diaspora entitlement. Telling
Remy,
people at home, not telling them the truth. You should tell them the truth. You are welcome to abroad, but lay all the cards on the table so that they can prepare very well. It's
Remy,
not telling them all those sweet ones. And when they get to that country, they see the reality.
Remy, I have a question. Do you have friends?
I do.
Okay, so do you talk to your friends?
Yes, I do all over the world. I have friends in all the continents.
Okay, do you
No,
get
so where you live, how
Okay.
can you be talking about
Oh,
continental?
What do you mean, Remy? Do you travel every day?
I
Hold
have
on.
friends. I have friends here. But unfortunately, because it's a triangle lifestyle in most
No,
European.
Remy, you travel
Let me
every day
finish.
to
Let
see
me
your friend
finish.
around the world, right? You travel
Let
every
me
day to go see your freaking friends, right?
he's
let
saying
me
he
finish.
doesn't
What I'm
talk to
trying
his
to
friends.
say. What I'm trying to say is that in Europe, especially in Europe, most people live a triangle lifestyle. Home as the base, your workplace, and probably maybe you go shopping for food or whatever. You don't have that opportunity to get together. Seldom, because everybody have to pay bills. You don't have time to even relax. There's so many things. What I'm just trying to say is that
Okay.
in the diaspora, we should tell people that is willing to relocate abroad or come abroad. Let us tell them the truth. This is how things are being done. Don't
Okay.
always lie to them. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Mr. Remy, I
Why
just
Nigeria is not working? There's so much
uh,
allowance to be gossiping and chilling and going to be a parlor because nobody's working.
Yes, they're jobless. They don't
No,
have
no,
anything.
no, I disagree with you. An average
Well,
Nigerian
I
like to
agree
enjoy
with
life.
myself.
An average Nigerian like to have a good time. When
But
they
they
finish their work of 4 or 5, they go
So it's
out in
not
the evening and
because
have a good
why are
time.
you saying because they are jobless? They are not jobless. You know, because you people have a lot of bills to pay. You have your mortgage, you
No,
have
so that's
your
exactly what
gas,
I'm trying
and
to
that's
say.
why you people have to work 24/7 to pay your bills. In Nigeria, people are more relaxed because they don't even have credit. You people are living on credit cards, you are living artificial life, and you are that's
I'm
what you
not living on credit card. Speak for yourself.
see. Okay. See now. Listen.
the issue.
Is Madam Zita still there?
Study. Let me tell you, we started this thing. It's not about even comparing abroad.
I'm
The
here.
main topic was
Okay.
why Nigerians speak hill
Again,
of
yeah.
their
That's why I wanted.
You
This
understand?
is why I wanted to go back to.
I want to draw our attention to something.
Mm.
There was a time, sometime was it last year, that they had this terrible flood in Kenya. That even the whole of their airport was flooded, and we had this guy. Is a friend to one man. They call him Kaizoria. That guy run a live show and was weeping for his country and was seeking help, asking people for donation. He was not derogating his country. He was not speaking ill of their government that why they don't put this thing there. They do. But Nigeria, when we have that, what we showcase to the whole world is that our country is bad. Our government is this. That's why we're having this. The guy was he was crying for his country. He was soliciting for help. Was asking people to donate. But why can't we cultivate that kind of culture? What I see about average Nigeria is that if like now the Igbos, I'm very sorry to say this, because of the people that doesn't like the present government, they won't see anything good about that country. Let now reverse it and say, okay, let their man be dead. Then they will not be speaking good of. It's not good. We should be
But
patriotic to our
No,
country.
I'll
see,
still
all
not
of us,
say that
There's
the
some
Mister
country there are so many countries in Africa that Nigerians are far better of, and you can't see them on the internet speaking ill of their country. They also have bad government.
Mr. Simba. All of a sudden, I just want to say, all of a sudden, you've. I just see this. Because we've been here before. Even the Yorubas used to complain about Nigeria. All of a sudden, the Yorubas, they just love Nigeria now. All of a sudden, overnight. What are you talking about?
If you speak among ourselves and discuss our internal issue,
N-
is a different case. Let me give you for example.
No.
Yeah,
All of a sudden now, because Tinubu is in power.
There was a time. Let me tell you this. There was a time.
During Buhari's time, we still
Let
stayed
me
like
tell
this.
you, the person that made that comment, let me do some observation for you. The Nigerians in general, whether it's a Hausa man that is there, you will still see some Hausa people that will secretly complain. The same thing with Yoruba, they will still complain. Even as a Yoruba man is there are some Yorubas that are fighting. In fact, he has the highest fight from his tribe anyway, very vocal. But most of those Yorubans were not that vocal when Buhari was there for some reasons. And Buhari was not that fantastic.
No,
When
Madam
Yar'Adua and Jonathan was there,
Zita.
let me finish. Most
Okay.
of those Yorubans were not that vocal. But they're vocal because they don't like this guy. But let me say this. This littering in the internet maybe and confusing the involvement of technology today with the people who are putting that thing out. Sometimes when I see a lot of things in the internet, I would say maybe probably we have a time in our life when we can access these things. What about the time when we could not access them? It must have been existing that time. But because we cannot access them, to us, it's not existing. Like in those days, I don't know what people write, they call them columnists in the newspapers, editorial boards. They write all manner of jargons, but how many people we go and buy a newspaper and start reading all those columns and all those editorial boards where they speak all manner of evil about maybe about Nigeria, about the leader. But today, with the phone in your hands, you can just type one gibberish and anybody can see it all over the world. So what am I saying in essence is, to me, I don't have to blame. I don't have to say, I find it difficult to say it's something that is new.
That's what I'm
Because I
saying. It's
don't know
not
whether
new.
it's the technology that made it so obvious. So I cannot say it's something that is new, but in another way, I cannot say it has been there, because I don't have any assessment for the two. But if you ask me, I would say the technology enable those
So, okay, what
rubbish.
I wanted to say, to be honest, from the last government to this time is the same. The difference is the person that is there. When it was the Buhari's time, everybody that I know, or most people that we speak with, they complained and they were speaking derogatory about Nigeria. That same time, they never said anything good as well. And this is what I'm saying, like my Yoruba brothers and this thing. But I see now,
I
but
think you
again,
are wrong. The
listen, okay,
most people that,
let me say,
okay,
sorry,
after
but
you,
let me say,
after you, after you,
you go
after
ahead.
you.
So maybe because in those times we never got those Hausa guys. I think that would be the difference. That will come like, oh, my people, stop spoiling the country. Why you guys spoiling the country? You know, the country is good. Nigeria, we are one. We're this, we're that. I think that's just the difference. But politically, everybody that I know, the South, they used to speak the same way.
No,
And I
you are
think
wrong.
this
You are wrong.
difference is that now you have some people that will now say, oh, they love Nigeria. Why are you saying bad? Okay, police is collecting bribe. Why are you saying police is collecting bribe? We should not say it outside. Police is collecting bribe. Armed robber come and kill you. He come to your house. You don't say it on the internet. Just keep it. We shouldn't be keep spilling our dirty linen
I think
outside.
you do not understand where Simba is coming from. When Jonathan was the president of Nigeria, especially that 2011 election, in which most of the southern state voted for him, and he became the president after 2011. And when he started appointing most of his super ministers and the rest, majority of the people in his government came from South, and Southeast. And Southeast really have a good time during his time. I don't think we see this kind of hatred from the Yorubas to Jonathan. I remember vividly that, let me finish. I remember vividly that time that our hopers went to him that he should give us some other position, but he declined. Life continued. And in 2015, not because of whether he ruled very well or not, everybody can see that we have big insecurity problem at that time. The most important thing at that time is the North want that position back. Because if Yar'Adua have not died, then this guy will not become the president. So they thought that give him another chance in 2015, he will end up spending about 10 to 11 years if he had won that 2015 election. So the sentiment is already against him. So just opposed to today now, majority of people some people that are criticizing Tinubu today are also from his own stock. When you hear Ibim Power, that one came from Lagos. They are Yoruba people. Until today, some Yoruba people are still criticizing him.
You know, Remy, I don't even, I think
Heavily.
we are confusing, we are changing the,
No, I'm
nobody is
not
saying,
changing it. Just let me run.
no, what we are saying, I don't think Mr. D is getting it. We are not saying Nigerians should not complain.
Yes, we are talking about the market in public space.
We are talking about, let me give you an example of what the way I see the situation. I was talking with an Egyptian and he was talking about his country. Then a Nigerian, a colleague of mine that was with me, was saying, that your country is good though. The guy was saying his country is not good. And you are saying that their country is good. And you now started painting your own country that, this is your country that
compared
says
to your
if you come
country.
to my own, wait now, that if you come to my own is even worse. I'm not asking myself, okay, what do you gain by telling this guy that your country is not good?
Let me, Remy, I will come from different angle. There is nothing wrong in complaining about your country, actually. There is nothing. If you see anything wrong in your country that you don't like, you can screw it.
Okay,
Screw
Madam
it
Zita,
anyhow.
sorry, before you finish, this is your question. So give me the difference. What's the difference, or how would you put it in, like, if I want to complain, or I want to, complain that, oh, things are wrong in my country, and again, I want to demarket my country. What's the difference? How would you phrase it? What's the difference in sin?
Demarcating your country is making a broad statement. When you do that, not only that you complained about what happened or what is wrong, I won't say what happened because most times Nigerians are not specific. They're not making reference to a particular thing. They just make a broad statement. Not only that you are complaining about what you don't like, you are also destroying the institution that are responsible to handle that thing. So that is the marketing. If you say police in Nigeria, they are all crooks. They collect bribe. If you call them, they will not come. They will do this, they will do that. Then not only that you have complained, you are complaining about the laxity in police, which obviously has happened. You are already also destroying the institution. So let me give you a typical example of how you should complain. Sometimes here we bring in topics of what happened in Nigeria. We discuss it. And you can find out that 90% of the time we don't say a solution. Meanwhile, people in Nigeria are eager listening to us to see whether we will say this should have been done like this or this should have been done like this. But what we do, we make a broad statement again. If it is here, I'm sitting in America, it will never happen. You make that broad statement. Yes, you have complained. Okay, let me give you another example. It's not only about complaining about the ills of your society in Nigeria. What about the good ones? Sometimes you glorify it. There was a custom officer. Customs in Nigeria is the people, 90% of Nigerians who are in diaspora call them criminals. Because when they import something, they go through some kind of hassles with them. They actually do call them criminals. They call them all manner of names. In fact, some of the Nigerians in diaspora, because of customs in Nigeria, they don't import anything to Nigeria.
It's just like ticket people over here. People giving tickets, all those ticket guys.
Okay. Then, in that same Nigeria, there was a case, I don't know whether it's in Enugu or in Anambra State. There is this, they call him a ritualist, a native doctor, that has a well where he throws, they said one god he was serving. I'm surprised that thing was not discussed here. What he does is that they get humans, live humans for him. He throws the human into the pit. Something like a pit latrine where his gods eat that human life. And then this thing has been going on over the years. Then there was a case of a schoolboy. Because when you do your drama and you dabble into an innocent soul, it might blow up. He kidnapped this schoolboy. And then the parents went Nebraska on the process of looking for it. Story, point, they point the native doctor. Do you know that this guy disappeared? Disguised himself, got a motorbike. He was escaping from Nigeria to Benin Republic, and from there, probably he will leave the country. On top, go and read the news. He's still there. On top, he was on top of, he hired a bike. He was on top of the bike. As they were coming, the custom guy stopped them. The border security on a parole between those ones that stand on the road, not the ones that stand on the border gate, the ones that stand on the road. They stopped this guy.
No, Zita is an immigration officer, not even.
Okay, immigration officer. Yeah, sorry, my dear. He stopped this guy. He looked at the guy's face. If you see his story, he looked at the guy's face. He suspected this is the face that has been circulating online. He stopped them. The guy started bribing him. He was making sure while they were talking, he was using his phone.
He was going to give him 10 million.
Yes, he was using his phone to make the necessary connection and take the photo to check, for them to check for him whether he's the real guy. He said, I was playing along with him. First of all, he started saying that it's not him, that is his brother. And from being him, it's not him, it's his brother. He now wanted to bribe the guy 10 million. And he was even promising more. An immigration officer in Nigeria that we have we come out as Nigerians in diaspora and we write all of them off. Did that one thing for Nigeria, refused that bribe and brought that boy to book. And do you know that Nigerians never celebrated that guy? It was one billionaire in Anambra State that called that guy and gave him, remind me, is this 5 million naira check? Or that 10 million naira check? I can't remember. But he has to go to their office, in the immigration office, and award, thanked him and gave him that money.
You know, we like negativity now. If it's the other way around.
And this is, let me finish. And this is a guy, if it is overseas, they will do what they call go find me for him. Everybody will start dropping money to make him happy. And by the end of the day, the kind of donation they will give to him will even get up to 50 million. Like encouraging others that you can still do better. Before you know it, it becomes the norm of the society. They will no longer be doing it to get money. It becomes the part and parcel of them. It becomes a situation where somebody has to do it to make a name for himself. But that story just died in Nigeria. Nigerians don't want to hear that kind of a story. That there is one immigration. No. All immigration people are terrible. So that is the difference between demarketing your country and then complaining about happenstance in your country.
Okay.
So if you can sell the wrongs in your country, I will advise that you sell also the good in your country.
So if I hear this story now, I'm just saying, if I hear this story, like you said, somebody that's been throwing people into pits and throwing people to pits, and he was trying to escape, they caught him. What would I tell other people if they want to come to Nigeria? Or if I want to take my children to Nigeria,
what would you tell? Like, what do you mean?
Or what would I tell other Africans or friends?
Is that what you can gain from what the story is? Is that all you can understand?
That's another way to look at it.
I'm giving you how I'm thinking. Look,
are you asking me?
You will still end up demarketing the country.
I'll be like, you go there, Otokoto is going to catch you.
Can I answer you?
People choose what they want to understand if people give them an explanation.
No, you can have
talking about the immigration officer, but you are looking at the ritualist.
Can I answer you?
This is the question you should have, Sherman, Mr. D.
Can I answer you now?
Sorry, Madam Zita, you come now. I just want to, this quick one. You can ask them question like this. What about pedophile that is happening in America? What about drug addiction? What about a lot of...
I don't think you should equate it like that.
Let me finish. When you hear all of this crime in all this Western world, do you think this is a very good example to tell your children in Nigeria such a country?
Can I answer
transgender and so many other ills? So
I heard worse about boarding schools.
Can I answer you?
Yes, yes,
because
I'm listening. I'm listening.
if you go and check, for those who check, if you go to Canada, I think it was 4 years ago, in a Catholic church in Canada, they brought about whether children that were killed and buried in shallow grave. It caused a riot in that town. You can go and check it out. But let me say this: how are you going to sell that? That's a very interesting question you asked. The same way you sell the hills. Come on, man. These immigration people, they're not playing, no. This immigration, Nigerian immigration, they're not playing, no. If they're playing before, they're no longer playing. Can you imagine somebody doing this kind of shenanigan in my country and think the person will escape? Not only that you are selling your country, you are selling immigration in your country. I think I've answered your question. Asking me how you're going to sell it.
In addition to what Madam Sister said, recently I watched a news that about there's these people, they were kept underground in America. Is it America? I think it's America. For more than 40 years. And they continue to reproduce among themselves there. It is during the Second World War they kept them there, and their parents told them don't come out. And all of them this was the first time they are seeing sunshine for nearly 40 years. Come and see the children they have. They don't know nothing about the world. They were just living in the basement for all their years. So sometimes when you talk about some crime or some ills of the society, when you look at other countries you are also living, you will not believe the kind of crime or ill that is also there. So try to market your country in a good way.
I'm even surprised he asked that question. So he's looking at it. Hold on.
Because Mazeta, this guy
my thought.
that you're saying,
I'm even surprised that you asked that question because you were looking at the heinous crime. You are not looking at, hold on. You see it as a terrible thing you should not talk about or you should not sell in your country, because you should not sell that institution that tackled that magnitude of a crime. You should not sell the institution. You should not sell the woman that works with that institution because of the crime. This is actually ridiculous.
No. Me, I'm selling everything.
You think worse crimes don't happen in other places in the world, and you clap for their institution for being there. Some of them takes them 10 years to track the person. They call them West, but some of them, they keep persisting. In fact, some of the cases itself, the judges, Supreme Court has judged and declared the person free. The one lawyer, what do they call them? What do they call them?
SAN.
What do they call these people now that not spy? What do they call? Investigative agent? That's one that I forgot it. Whatever. We just put it upon himself and start monitoring the person. Can even be his friend. In some cases, they even marry the person to follow the crime to the letter. 10 years later, the story comes upside down, and you people will be clapping for the people. They must get you. They must get you. You refuse to look at the crime. You refuse to look at the weight of the crime, but you will clap for the investigator and the court that better brought the person to justice. But in your country, you are asking me how you are going to market it because you are looking at the crime. How can you tell somebody that such a thing happened in your country? Really? Something that happened that was handled with such expertise. You people are actually ridiculous.
Okay, I'll say, somebody came, or this juju guy came. He threw 10 people in well over 3 years or 4 years, and finally they caught him in Benin Republic trying to escape after 5 years of doing this thing. Done. Remy or Mr. Simba, how are we going to? market that to people.
You are looking at the length of the crime, baby.
The kind of crime as well now.
We're looking at the nature of the crime that, Nigerian. It seems like Nigerians do fetish
So,
things.
and you think that okay, that kind of crime is only in Nigeria that is happening?
I mean, only well, not in a bad way, but Nigeria, only Nigeria, they will get away for a long period of time.
It's not true now. You can only know where you stay. You
Like someone
understand?
come now in Benue now, they kill 200 people.
Do you know overnight how many people were killed in Burkina Faso?
Okay, really? Let me ask the people who live in the United States here, for those who are looking at the crime. Have any of you had opportunity of locating where they have the Satanic Church of America?
Satanic?
Yes, Satanic Church of America. The Church of
No.
Satan.
No.
In the United States. Okay. I want to give you people an opportunity to go. I'm not saying you should be a member or to go into this church, but at least locate where it is and read their signpost. This is legal signpost now. Like what they do there. Like when you are supposed to come, whether you are supposed to come with your children on that church day, or you are supposed to park your car 2 kilometers away and walk down. You read their signpost. Because if you live in New Orleans, I will tell you where the one in New Orleans is. If you live in Baton Rouge or you live in Gretna, I will tell you where the location of the Church of Satan is. Then you just drive through. And then when you read the signpost, then you imagine with common sense and say, what the heck is going on there? Is there a day justice will meet them? I rest my case.
Madam Zita, I want to ask Mr. D. Do you know how many people die from gunshot injury every day in America?
It's people that are fighting against each other now in Chicago. I know.
No, I'm
You're going to
asking
use that
you.
one.
Do you know how many people die every day in America?
At least it's investigated. I don't know, but you go
The
see who
question,
kill who. People go to jail,
the
and
question
people
is
that do
how many,
crimes get.
whether they are jailed
I
or
don't
not,
know.
it's still
I
happening
don't know. You
every
tell
day.
us.
You understand? You know that more than 100 people, about 132, between 130 to 150 people die from gunshot injury every day in America.
Yes, because they have guns. I understand.
And then you are not afraid of
Let
that
me
one.
tell you, you are in the United States. You've not heard the story. Let me remember the name of the woman. The woman that killed 20. Well, the police said she died 21. She told police that their investigation is wrong, that actually she died 22. So she has a piggery in her house. She raised pig. And those humans she killed, she feed them to her pigs in the United States. Go and read the story. She feeds her pig with human blood and human flesh. She eats human intestine, human organs. That's her food. Then the body is a whole lot for her. So she pieces it and give it to her pigs to eat. In that United States, some of you are sitting. And somebody is asking me, how does this sell a case of somebody throwing people into a well in Nigeria that is immigration court?
Mr. D and Chioma, I don't know whether you have children.
It was
I know
rationalized
that
in America, but cannot rationalize for his own country.
no, the one I want to say is here in Finland, you can see children going to school without no molestation. You can wait for them to cross the intersection. But in America, you have to stay glued to your kid. Make sure that he or she really entered the classroom. Children are not safe over there. When you just oppose it with Nigeria, you see that children are even more safer in Nigeria to go about anywhere compared to America, where there's a lot of child kidnapping. Does that make America a bad country? No. It's still one of the best countries in the world.
Okay.
So sometimes and they don't demarcate their own country like we did. We always, yeah.
I understand. You see, there's something I understand. Look, in life, human beings would commit crimes, heinous crimes, different levels of crimes, probably about the same thing they do in Nigeria and do in America or in the UK or everywhere. But the probability of being caught.
Listen to me. An
You
American
understand?
will so praise their investigation. Do you know what an American will tell you? We
But
tell
in Nigeria, no, I
listen,
understand.
let me finish.
Yeah,
How to
okay.
sell a country. Because they have sold America to you people and your head is perfect. American will tell you, you're gonna do that shit. I tell you, you're gonna do it. But I tell you something, they're gonna catch you one day. Period.
So in Nigeria, do they catch people as the way they catch in
They don't
America?
catch anybody.
And in Nigeria, they don't catch people, right?
They don't catch people in Nigeria now.
Wow.
They leave everybody to do whatever they want to do.
Let me give you an example of
so why
what
do you
happened.
what?
Mr. D, recently
Yeah.
there was a clash in Benue State where more than 100 people were died or whatever. But 3 days ago, the Inspector General of Police came out. They arrested about 53 people in connection with that crime. Those people confessed, so they were able to also arrest 2 of the primary suspects. So in total, it's about 52 to 53. But when you hear what Nigeria are saying, you won't believe your eyes. They are saying, no, they are not the people. Maybe it's other people. Why can't you trust your
Because
security?
listen, this is the first time people been caught. Listen, if it was the normal norms, let's see, if it was the normal norms, yes, of how it is in Nigeria.
You are saying that this is the first
So
time.
this is the first time.
It's because
It's
you
not
guys
true.
refuse to
That's
normalize
not
it.
true.
And it's because
citizens that
Tinubu
would make
said it's
something
because
normal and
Tinubu said that they should get the people.
Oh, good. It's like that country is not redeemable. You can see how we are trying to convince them. But it's, when people have
No,
already have
you cannot be
mindset,
listening
there's
to
nothing that you can
now.
do.
See, there's some Mr. Remy, or Simba. You can't be listening to yourself every time. Sometimes you need to hear other people's opinion and sometimes the way other people reason as well, so that you can manage your own, at least understand them.
But what
and
you are
they're not wrong
trying
in
to do, what you
they,
are
they're
trying to
not
do, Mr. G, is that you thought American system is perfect. Everything is okay there.
we're
But
not
when you
saying American system.
listen, when you see that kind of achievement in Nigeria, so you don't recognize it. That's
No,
why
because
you
this is
that's
okay,
not
in
normal. So
this is the first time
are you
in
kidding?
my yes that they seen in that northern part where they go in Plateau and this thing where they go and kill them indiscriminately, that they've come out to carry them, in my view. Please, if there's
That's
been,
what you know now, but it's not true. That your belief is not true.
do you understand?
There
If
are so
every
many of
time
them that
they
they are
go there,
pride. There are so many people. There were so many of these bandits, all these
they say
that
some
Remy,
recently they said there's something in Niger. They said they killed some people, they killed some soldiers, they killed some that one recent. This is like maybe 1 or 2 days. Do you understand? We've not heard that okay, they've gone there to go and pick the people that killed all those soldiers and they've killed all the people, all this kind of stuff. And if it's going to be like that, they're going to be finding them. It's good. We're
listen,
not
let
saying
me
it's
tell
not
you.
bad.
Let me say something. Do you people heard about Alo 5?
No.
You didn't hear about Alo 5 in Nigeria?
Halo
The
5. No.
5 Alu ALUU Alo 5. There were 5 Uniport students that
In
were burnt
Abuja.
alive. No,
Oh,
in Port
okay now.
Harcourt.
Okay now.
They were a University of Port Harcourt student. They went into the village because that University of Port Harcourt is in Alo. They went to, I don't know, they said they had fracas with somebody, an agent in the village who wanted to rent them an apartment. The villagers said the boys were thieves, that the students used to come and rob them. The fraternity boys used to come and rob them. So they gathered these 5 boys and sent them a place. It was a horrific thing. Horrific. Then, when they started beating them, the family, the sisters, students now, some of them have their sisters and brothers in the school. They run there. They said, one of them, the sister was giving an account of, because she was the one that had the video. She said she was so horrified. The police, 2 police officers were there watching these people said these boys are players. Now, they took the video then out to Facebook. There was so much riot and destruction in that village by the Uniport students. They set houses ablaze, bombed everywhere. Then the police, the same police that said that they're tired of the Allo people complaining to them about university students coming to stay their things. And I think the 2 policemen, they watched them burn these boys. And when they asked them, they said there is nothing they could do because they were not armed, which was a lie. Okay, why didn't you run to your police station to alert the police station there? So, to cut long story short, these people, the girls brought the boys, one of the boys' brother, a sister, was able to identify because she hid somewhere to video everything. So she showed the video. The police went and arrested those people. Some of them, they traced them up to Delta State because they ran away when students started demonstrating. So they caught almost 99% of them. And then they took them to, what do they call it? Police, they have 2 types now. The other one, remind me, where they take serious crimes.
Mobile police.
CDL.
Okay, see, you mean the DSS?
It's not DSS. There is another
mobile police.
The
mobile police.
It's not mobile police. There is a
division.
The zonal command.
In police, they have 2 divisions, a lot of division, but there is one.
State CID.
CID, thank you. So they put the criminal investigation department. They took them to that place and kept them. To make the long story short, before you know it, the villagers has collected money. They brought one of the most intelligent lawyers in the east of the Niger. I'm not going to call his name. The guy came with his band of criminals. That's the word I will use to defend these people. Do you know what the Boricamp boys did? Boricamp is the army barracks in Port Harcourt. One day, about 7 of them dressed up, went to the prison, the cell where they kept those people, shot all of them. Now, make they tell you this story.
So, Madam Zita, how do we market this story now?
How do you market it?
Please.
You will market it the way an American will market.
Nigeria is a nice place.
Hold on, please.
They kill someone.
Let me answer you. I just marketed the story. You will market it the way an American will market a case of 3 boys that raped a girl to death in a university in the United States. And then the father of the girl brought all evidences with his lawyer. And then the parents of those 3 boys were very wealthy. They bought one of the richest, biggest lawyers in the United States, because you people stay somewhere, you don't look at what is going on. And then they went to court and they won the case. And the boys were laughing with their dad. And as they were coming out of the courtroom, they didn't know that the man whose only child was raped to death and his wife died of cancer has gone kalakula. So as they walk out of the courtroom trying to celebrate, the guy opened. Mpam, 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 mpapapam, papapam. then pour on himself, and case closed. So that's the way you will still market this one. I repeat, the man, they don't know that the mental health the man already have.
But that
For the
man
judge,
that's
let me
killed them now.
finish. You will not understand the story. By the time the judge made that pronunciation, which is exactly what happened to those military men in Nigeria, by the time they saw that these people have hired, in fact, the OBs even made those villagers not to live there for some days.
Okay.
By the time they found out that these people are working towards setting these people that committed this horrendous, ridiculous, I don't know the word to use, because if you watch the video, in fact, Nigerian Nollywood tried to make a video of it. Nigerian government shut the video down. You can't see that video now. They try to act it. They shut it down because it
Madam
was
Zita,
horrible.
one quick question. The
Wait,
guy
let me
using
finish.
the
We're
American
asking of
one.
how to market things. I
No,
will explain
the
to you.
American situation.
Hold
Yes. The man that shot those guys, what happened to these guys that shot the killers or the people that raped his child? What happened? What will happen to him?
To who?
The man that shot the guys that raped his kid, his daughter.
You didn't understand the story.
I
When
understand.
they
You
were
said
coming
3
out of the
guys.
court, listen
Yes.
carefully. I don't want to.
You didn't understand. He shot himself.
He shot himself.
Oh, he shot himself. Okay, I thought he said he shot the people.
He by the lawyer, by
Oh.
one of the boys' father, who is a wealthy man. The story is still out there. By the 3 boys, the whole court, they ran away. Before the police should point gun at him. You know, they don't just shoot them. Raise your hand, the guy hammer himself to Washa. So you don't have a case to handle.
Okay. Now, in the Nigerian case, the soldiers, what happened to them?
Okay, nothing happened to them. You want me to give you an example of hold on. You want me to give you an example of in the United States too, where the police
nothing
will
happened. Yes, please.
Where the police will buy you and nothing will happen.
Yes.
Okay. In the United States, in the year 2021, it was January 2022. We all I want to say a popular one, okay, that you can come in contact. I don't want to make up the ones you will tell me it never happened. Let me tell you the one you can verify, according to people who say go and verify. In the United States in 2020, summer 2020, which they call Summer of Love, according to the ridiculous people, it was a case of Lloyd Floyd, right? You know that one?
George Floyd. Yeah, George Floyd. Yeah.
Okay, you know that one. I know wherever you are, you people heard about the demonstration. Okay, that one was a criminal. Okay, so the Lloyd Floyd passed. What was the anger? The anger was that it was a white man that knelt on his neck and he died. Okay, so everybody went angry. They brought this Black Lives Matter. That one passed. In 2021, in January 2021, a young boy was coming back from work. That is now an upstanding citizen. Let me tell you how terrible it can be, even in that United States. 5 black police officers. We didn't know what happened because the boy died. So his own side of the story, nobody had it. They beat the boy to death. 5 black police officers, and the boy in question was a black boy. Those police officers, nothing happened to them. Okay? First of all, when people they didn't demonstrate because such a thing does not attract Black Lives Matter because it's black versus black. So they can kill themselves. So it wasn't, but the community carry placard, they tried to demonstrate or something, and they quickly sent those police officers on administrative leave, which they were still paid. Then later, nothing happened to them. So how about that? You can check the story. Happened either it was January 22. I was so mad. For the first time, I started replying people online, which I don't do. I said, where is the Black Lives Matter? 5. One white police officer knelt on one black boy's neck, and the whole status in United States was brought down. They tell you that used to them killing them. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. This boy was beaten to coma. They rushed him to the hospital. He died there. If I check my log, I will still be able to pull out his position, his photograph, where the mother was welling. They put all manner of oxygen on him in the hospital. And this is a boy who has a job. The one you people broke everywhere is a grown ass man who ain't got no job. You call him an ex-criminal, but it wasn't an ex, because what is he doing in that store that generated calling police on him anyway? But that's by the way. So go and check the 2021. I'm talking about the one that happened in the public. I'm not talking about the one that happened the way this military guy went to the cell to buy people, because that one, you will tell me to bring evidence. I want to remove those ones. Let me tell you the one that happened, Koro. You can still check. Put out the story somewhere on your browser and ask about it. They will run down the story for you. Nothing happened to them. 5 policemen killed one boy. If you see the beating,
the
they
same
were
way
using their
the same
boots
way
on the boy's head, on the boy's spinal cord. They were matching him, hitting him. Go and read the story. Nothing happened to them. So, is there any other one you want me to explain? So that I will tell you that your country is not the worst.
So my country is not the worst. Okay, but I mean, I don't know. To be honest, okay, my conclusion is I know there's different kind of people. I've learned that there's different type of people that come out from Nigeria. I've understood that, you know, you have different sets of people, you know. Maybe so there's some people that they were probably very rich. They're very okay. They come out and they come to abroad. So they miss those things. Like they get angry while they're in abroad. And like they think Nigeria is very good because in Nigeria they have drivers, they have house boy, house girl, they have all these things. They can pay their way to the police, people who come around them, they can get away with stuff, with things. And you know, they see, or when they see the way, you know, the processes, for example, you want to get something in the local government, you go there, you bribe your way, you know, you don't wait till the right time, you don't wait on queue, you don't see some normal things they see as it's normal. They don't have a problem with that.
Okay, let me
And
tell you an
they
abnormal thing
still have
that
some
happened
other
in the country where
Nigerians.
you're sitting.
Eh?
Can I tell you an abnormal thing?
No, I'm coming. Let me finish, man.
Okay.
So you still have some other Nigerians that they've come from Nigeria. They've seen it. Like, okay, they come to abroad, they say, this is life. Oh. Okay, so we don't need to rush on the bus. We could have it orderly. You know, we don't need to be afraid. We don't need to put chain around our house. You know, it's not like this, you know, and they see that sometimes some of those things that they do in Nigeria, you know, why is police harassing people like this? Why is police collecting money from people in the bus? You know, all this kind of stuff. And they see, why is it that, okay, there's a crime, you cannot call police and they'll come and respond to you? Why is it that some people will have special police, what's it called, police assistant to go around with them? And they see, you understand? And those people will now complain
And there is
You
one
know, and the other
adage.
people from the same abroad, they will be countering them, saying a lie. Nigeria is the best place. If I go there, carry police
Listen, let me tell
escort.
you, every dog is shit. I repeat, you see that animal they call dog? It is poo. It's one of his delicacies, human feces. But the one you see eating feces, now you they call feces eater. Shit happen all over the world. But if you bring your own, put it out. Just like Americans are doing now, that most of them are demarcating their country. That's how it starts. But if you want to bring your own out, the world will watch you crumble. That's how it goes. All these things people are saying, you call police for somebody in Nigeria, they will release the person. Who told you it doesn't happen abroad? Who told you?
Civil case is different from criminal case now.
Which one criminal? Don't you know that stealing is criminal? You don't know that stealing is criminal?
Yes, stealing is criminal.
Yeah, thank you. But in United States, even in a state where stealing is criminal, you call police for somebody who stole your thing, they will let the person go. I have
And
in my
they let the
eyes,
court
listen,
judge it.
right from my kuru before, a girl shoplifted my kuru with my two eyes. They call police. They caught her, call police with everything. 2 girls. The police came, looked at the girl, said, can we see what they... 2 white men. The policemen were 2 white men. I said, can we see what they stole? They looked at it. Do you know what they told the cashier, the manager? He said, go and match the thing. The manager said what? He said, go to the counter and check those things out. The manager looked at me. They said, we are telling you, go to your counter and check those things out. So the man took it, went there with one of the cashiers. They got to the counter. They checked the whole thing out. By the time they finished checking it out, it was about $57 or thereabout. One of the police officers put hand in his pocket, brought out his card and paid for it and told the girls to get into the car. The girl get into the police car. Halfway, they dropped the girls and told them to get out of their car.
That was a movie.
It's not movie. It's not a movie.
Manazita, you don't they put all this movie in a movie.
Do you know what you do?
Movie night,
Do you know what
movie
you
night
do?
they use as
Do you know
evidence
what
now.
you do? Go to the internet now and check it. They will tell
Because
you
this
the
one, it
city.
seems like one of those ones.
Hold on. I won't tell you the city, but go and check it out. They will tell you the city. They will tell you the name of the 2 police officers, but they won't mention the 2 girls there. They will even tell you the store. Go and check it out. They told the manager of the store, go and match the thing, check it out. The manager said, he said, we are commanding you, go there and check the thing. The manager got with the girls. The girls were panicking. They checked the whole thing out.
That policeman should lose his job.
In fact, actually, CNN interviewed one of the police officers.
You
do you know
can't do
what they
that
told
now.
the CNN reporter? Do you know what they told them? They respond, the police officer gave to the CNN reporter. He told the CNN reporter that actually why he told the man to go and match the thing is that when they looked at the thing, it was just groceries.
Yeah, but
that it was
they cannot
90%
leave.
groceries.
Stealing is stealing now.
But I tell you, shit do happen everywhere. He said when they checked what they took, that 85% of what they took were groceries. And the CNN reporter said, is that why you allowed them to get? He said, well, but it was great after all that he paid it. Is it not his money? What the store wants, is it not for them to get their money? It's not there. I don't know where you people live, how you see things there anyway, but never mind. But I've told you the story. Go and check it out.
Okay.
The man,
now,
one of the police officers was actually interviewed on
now, air. Now, I know, I want to get a point. I know one point where I can get you on this one. in the case of these headsmen that they're roaming about and they do this, so how do you think we should be marketing it?
What did you say?
I say, in the case of these headsmen problems that they have in Nigeria, how do you think we should be marketing it?
You should be asking Americans how they should be marketing the intra-Ragua that broke in their houses. Zahara, look at the question you are asking me.
But I don't listen to you so much. I can get to
Can
you
you
if I
ask me
want
that
to.
kind of question? Do you market terrorism? If there's anything to market there is if you see the efforts your security agency is making.
Okay.
You can say something like it's really bad, but our forces are struggling to take care of it. So why are you asking me to see where you're going to market? Are you going to say, hey, hallelujah, herdsmen are in my country that are killing people? Yes, but we don't care. We are this. What kind of marketing is that? You acknowledge that something is wrong, but you should also
But the
acknowledge when it is
solution,
being
this is
handled. That's all I'm
okay.
saying.
I think you're sometimes you guys are mistaken, and everybody's just saying we know that Nigeria cannot be 100%, but at least let it be livable. And that's why people are complaining. It's not because
I
we don't
think
love Nigeria.
the only thing left for Nigeria is this, and things are
And
getting to. Let me give you this news. Do you know that 9 states in Nigeria now, they have completed the process of generating, transmitting, and distributing electricity by themselves? Do you know?
See, look, Remy, make I hear word. You
good
don't
news
think
is
why
no
they hear that
news,
thing.
please,
No,
Mr.
what
Remy.
I want to
Forget
say,
that
I
thing
want
they
to say
talk.
that
Which
electricity can solve the problem of
Forget that
electricity.
story.
which
You
9
don't
states
think
is
why
that
they hear
one?
them.
9 states include Oyo, Lagos, Abia, one other
Where is it
state.
generating the electricity from?
No, the electricity reform, they gave the state to do everything by themselves now. Oyo is also included. Oyo State
Okay.
because they have to set up the State Regulatory Electricity Commission, in which they
Okay.
have done. So they have given them the leeway now. So if you are good about to generate, you can go and talk to your state governor now. You can generate, you can transmit, and you can distribute.
Me in my state, yeah, in my state and in my village, yes, we generate electricity for 9 states in Nigeria. So I was trying to see if it was
No,
the state that you're talking about.
what is your state?
I'm from Delta State.
I don't know. No, data is not there. Maybe they have not. They have to
I'm from
conclude.
I'm from Delta
They
State.
have to.
That at the
They have
moment,
to.
What is saying is different from that your own, though. That
yes,
your own
yes.
that you are
My
It's
own
saying.
is
different from
that we're the
your own.
one generating for the
No,
other
You are not
they
the
states.
one
gave.
generating. That one is belongs to the federal government. What
How
what
can
we
it
are
be
saying,
how can it be
you
the
are talking.
federal government when we us that is generating it?
No, the
It's
state have
data
to buy
seed that
it
is
up from the
generating it.
federal if they
It's
want to.
data seed that is generating it.
It's not but it's generated from our state.
How
This is
can
how
you
it
be
works.
talking like this? For God's sake, you are educated now. So
What
This
when
do
you
you
is
say
how
mean
it
that
works.
something is
educated?
located in your state, that means your state that is
So
generating it.
yes, it's
Let me tell you how
generated
it
in my
works.
state.
Let me tell you how it works.
This one
If you
that
are
we are
telling,
talking about, this one that
what
Remy
if
is
you are
talking
saying
about,
something like
it
that?
is
What
it is
about
started, funded, and completed by the individual state. It's not a federal government project. That is what
so
he's
if you
saying.
are talking that way? What about that big plant in Lagos and Osun that is?
What about Kanji Dam?
What about
So you
Magic
say
Dam?
it's
Does it
Niger
belong
state
to
that is
Niger State?
generating it, have you?
Okay.
So that is what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. D, is that the Electricity Regulatory Commission, they ask every state to come up with their state electricity regulatory board. Once you finalize that process, any state that conclude that process, then you have 100% leeway to go and
You
generate.
know, Remy, the one in Oyo, I'm covered with the one in Oyo. They
Yes, are
actually
you
have a
already?
solar. They have a solar farm. So
I mean,
even
your it's good news. That's good. As you say
That's what
now,
I'm
we'll
saying.
be telling
So
people
no,
because we go and
let me
fight
tell
our
you,
state governor now to
Nigerians, as
listen. See,
Zeta said, Mr. D,
yeah.
Zeta said it earlier. Nigerians don't
pay
No,
emphasis on. In
good
fact,
news.
when they
Good
hear
news is
good
no
news,
news.
no, wait
It's
now,
not
it's
today.
good
We
news.
know that one.
Uh-huh.
Good news is no
So once they
news.
hear any good news, they will just wave it at.
Nobody
They will
go.
say, they even
No.
say that it's not true.
Okay, no.
Let me tell you another thing in Nigeria now. That is, do you know that federal government now, if you have any patient with kidney disease that is on dialysis, is now free. 80%, you just pay 20% of the cost of the dialysis, and federal government will offset the remaining one. Are you aware of that?
We don't know. Tell us.
Okay.
People don't know, and maybe some people even have it and they don't even know.
No, you don't know too. You don't know.
But maybe
So you know
even
that there is also free cesarean section for everybody.
No, let me ask Mr. D. Do you know there is one incident that happened in Plateau State where some people are traveling down, they were bad? Do you know that
yeah.
one?
Yes, I
Yes, so
know. I
you
heard.
see, you know the negative one very quick, but the positive one you don't know because you are just fixated on the. I'm
No,
sorry
the
to say.
negative one is
So
how would
that
people
is the
just be
problem
killed like that?
because the newspaper in Nigeria, they knew that Nigeria love negative news, especially this news where the Daily Trust and the rest. They
Me,
continue to feed you on negative news every day. All those
no.
important good news, they will hide it somewhere. So
Actually,
sometimes we are
I
just
actually
getting
think that Nigerian media don't. In my view, I actually think that Nigerian
let me
media
tell you something. Yesterday I
don't
was watching.
say
I
as
am.
much.
Let
I
her
am.
complete. Let her complete what do you want to say about Nigerian media?
I said they don't. I still think they tamper the way the news comes out. In my own view,
Okay.
in my view, this is just my personal view.
Tamper
So,
in what sense?
like they lower it down. They're scared. They'll lose their license. They can't really
No, no,
say
no,
what they
no,
want to
no,
say.
no,
Oh,
no, no, no,
so what
no.
you are
No,
saying is that
please.
even what you are hearing is more than that. They
I
are
think
toning
so.
it down.
Yeah, I think in
You are
my
a bad
view, this
person.
is my
Your life, your life. You
position.
are a bad person.
You're a bad person. Why would you say that?
Mr. G,
Yeah.
yesterday I was watching a YouTuber. Do you know that the first phase and first section of the Lagos Calabar Highway in Akwa Ibom, do you know they're already doing it? Go and check the video out. In
This
fact,
first
they
what?
connect the Akwa Calabar end to Akwa Ibom. They have
Okay.
started doing it again, doing this one. They are connecting it to the Calabar International Airport.
Okay.
So if you follow them, you will see that they are doing it in sections and phases. Soon they said they will start the one of.
Remy is not the one that cut across the airport road is the one in Akwa Ibom, not the one in
That's
Calabar.
what I want to say. It's the Akwa Ibom section and they all the way to Calabar, something like that. They say it will take them 3 years.
No. What they did was that that's not the way. The one from Akwa Ibom is going towards Calabar, and the one from from one from Calabar is going towards from Cross River is going towards Akwa Ibom. The one from Akwa Ibom is going towards Rivers.
So have they finished those ones?
How can you say they are finished? We are saying that they are.
I
So
think
it's not
they
on
are
Lagos
doing it
end.
already. It's beautiful there. It's very. I think when they finish that side too, because those areas they don't have the encumbrances of development there, like Lagos, that you have a lot of houses.
You know one thing that
kind of stuff.
Remy, you know what I don't that most people don't understand. If you are talking negatively every time about your country, the people, the way they will be looking at you, also the thing will rub on you yourself. They will see you like
Me, I don't go about speaking about Nigeria to anybody safe. It's only when we go online
people
we put pressure
let me
in
give you for
these
example.
people.
There was a day I was having conversation with some of these Arab guys, and he asked me, what is the capital of your country? And I said, you don't even know the capital of my country. And I said, Abuja. He could not even pronounce the Abuja. It's okay. What? And I said, okay, just write Abuja on YouTube. Just put Abuja. So when he now saw a YouTube video on Abuja, and he was now, the first, the question he asked me, he said, what are you doing here? Believe me, that was what he said.
Economic this thing.
He said, no, let me tell you, we black, we can do anything for money. That's one thing. We don't have self-esteem.
once we get money, we can do anything. Let me tell you, it's not only black people that are suffering, but some people, they will rather die than to go and be doing all this made job or being a slave to another person. They have that pride. We don't have any pride in us. That is the problem. We don't.
We want to get better life now.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to go for example, Mr. Simba, you're in what country? Sorry, but you're a doctor, right? Because I think, if I understand, you're a doctor. Are you going to be in Nigeria earning 200,000 naira with your experience?
There's no doctor that's earning 200,000 naira in Nigeria now.
How much do they earn?
Why do you want to know?
Maybe you're a doctor. You could tell us now. Your world. You know how much people earn.
My own no. Before I left Nigeria, I was earning close to 1.5 as a
million.
salary. Yeah.
You don't say that's you're a specialist and you're a lucky person.
No,
and you're
they
an
earn a
influential
lot
person.
of money. Doctors earn a lot of money in Nigeria. Forget it.
How much do they earn?
Let me
Average.
say this.
Tell us, educate us.
Wait now. When I got here and I started interacting with the Egyptians, the Sudanese, and all those things, when I told them my salary, they said the same question that guy that I showed the YouTube was asking me. Say, what are you doing in Saudi Arabia? If you are earning that much in your country, you understand? Yesterday, just yesterday. Wait now. Just yesterday, I was having a discussion with one nurse from India, and I asked her. I said, when are you going back? She said, she's not going back because she's there because of money. I said, okay. Now tell me how much an average nurse earn in India. He said 300, sir. I said 300, sir. When I now calculated this, I said 300 times 400. How much is that? It's now like 120,000 naira.
Yeah, I see 120. Okay.
So, but you will never see them talking bad about their country. They will even be projecting their country. If you're visiting that, this is what you are going to see. Meanwhile, they earn less than what even our nurses earn in Nigeria.
So nurses earn how much? I mean, tell us now, because I'll go and check facts. How much do nurses earn? How much do doctors earn? I understand that the Nigerian hospitals have competition with world hospitals, so obviously they have to still pay Nigerian doctors a little bit more, because if not, they're just going to go and they'll get better job.
Another thing that you have to look at. Let me tell you, if you take the same amount of money, take 50,000 naira in Nigeria, go to market in Nigeria.
You don't start. So you started this diversion. I'm asking you. You see, you're starting this diversion. We don't want that. How much do doctors earn in Nigeria? Simple question.
It varies from. It depends on your level.
What's the entry point?
The entry point that it is now cannot be less than 400k.
Okay, 400. That's 200 pounds. 200 pounds. Are you sure? Minimum wage in so those doctors in general hospital, they earn 400,000 for entry point.
When you talk about minimum wage, what do you understand by minimum wage?
It will be more than that, including all the allowances.
Let me even ask him. What do you understand when they say minimum wage? What do you understand by minimum wage?
Like what government says minimum wage.
Now, what is your understanding of it?
And it doesn't mean like they're not going to pay more, but that's the minimum that government thinks that they should be paying people.
So who earns that?
In Nigeria. A lot of people earn less than that. Apart from if you're you're not in the medical center, a lot of people earn less than that. A lot of people earn 30,000, 40,000. I went to Nigeria 3 weeks ago.
Where they are working for government and they are earning.
No, not for government, like for even people, like companies are not.
You don't understand the minimum wage very well. If your employee is less than 5 or 10, you don't need to pay minimum wage. But for those people, nobody earns 70,000 working for whether state
even
or
with government, nobody will end up 70,000.
Nobody earns 70,000. The minimum is about 110,000. when they factor in all your allowances, that is level one. I mean, is it level one
That's why
for?
I'm asking that. What does he understand
So
by
they don't
minimum
know
wage?
about it. Most Nigerians don't
We
know
don't know. Tell us now.
Let Simba tell you. Or if you cannot tell,
Okay, I'm
When they say
listening.
minimum wage, what they mean, what they mean is that, you know, when you calculate what you take home as money as your salary is different from your wage. You understand? You have what they call your basic. You understand? Basic mean that so basic is that 70,000 that they are talking about. You will not have all the allowances, transport allowance, housing allowance, and whatever allowance that they will add into it, and that means you that they're even basing your 70,000. That means you are maybe you are the lowest rank officer. At the end of the day, nobody will hand that one because by the time they added all this additional money, you can be earning more than 100K.
Minus tax or after before tax?
How much? Which
zero
tax? How
tax.
much tax?
They
How
don't
many?
pay tax
What the
now.
percentage of tax that people are paying?
They don't even pay. The new tax law says they won't pay nothing.
And the new tax
So
law, is it 800,000 per year or 800
no,
per month?
up to 1 million. Up to 1 million per year, you don't pay nothing. So people on level one, we are talking about 70,000. That means they get about
And
1 million. Yeah,
what
they
they
don't
will
pay
use
nothing.
for
Zero.
that tax is your basic. They
Yeah,
don't
it's your
tax your allowance. They don't tax allowance.
They don't at all. So a lot of Nigeria didn't know. I was just checking the CBN entry level. CBN entry level is about 240,000 to about 300,000. By the time you get to like a manager in the CBN, you are earning 300 million per month.
Okay, so those police, what's their, how much they get paid?
I think their salary structure they have their own police salary scale. It's not the same thing like civil service. Maybe they even earn more than civil servant. We don't know. I think it's more because they have some emergency allowance, hazardous allowances, and the rest. If they are on
So
call of duty,
you
so
guys
they have more money.
don't forget that Baba T and Prince Daddy are here. So
Oh.
No, nobody is holding Baba Prince Daddy man to Prince Daddy can talk, okay, and Baba T too can talk. Nobody is holding them. They can say whatever they want.
Baba
So
T,
Baba T, welcome now.
Remile Nugboro, how are you?
Oh shit! Okay. We see a man for me here. I should go over.
How you guys doing, man? What's up?
We are fine.
Yeah, man. Good having you.
Babati is listening to say, who's this guy that is taking the spot?
No. I actually enjoyed the conversation because I think good job by Simba. Nigerians like Simba rightly said, we focus too much on negativity and not even some of us don't even benefit from the good news that
We're not going to stop negativity until we get what we want to. So
no, you can always you can be critical, like you can ask questions, but also celebrate the little victory that you earned as a country. That's all I'm saying by saying. So it brought up dialysis, it brought up C-section, Simba.
yeah,
Those
and
things,
Madam Zita said as well how some people give example too. So we'll put everything together.
yeah, but some people are so stuck in that bubble. The bad news thing, I mean, that things that they should be benefiting from, they're not even aware of, like the student loan program. There was a time somebody came on this show, and I think it was Simba or somebody else that had to give them a link to help that individual's cousin, or I don't know, nephew, whoever it was. So information is power. Like, not being informed, you miss out on opportunities, and that comes from going to news programs and news shows where they dwell mostly on negativity. So you don't even know about other programs. Simba is in agriculture. I mean, he's a medical doctor, but he also is a farmer as well. And he's talked about single-digit loans on this program. So one would think that those that are interested in farming in Nigeria will contact him, and I mean, at this point, people should be asking Simba to host a show about how you can have a side gig in agriculture while also working in the medical field. But most people don't even want to. They won't even bring that up.
No, but maybe Simba is not. Simba is always attacking everybody on APC
No,
matters.
I mean, no, that's all. To me, that's just bad. I mean, when it
You're
comes,
just saying this now. I've been on this, like I've
no,
been down listening for
no,
3 years or more. I think
I,
so, and
I'm
I've
also,
never heard.
I'm critical, but I'm saying that for those that really need it, like people like I'm saying people that are on this program, most of us we're well to do. I would assume that we're well to do, so we can afford to banter and just yell at each other. But there are people that also come in that are struggling and also join the crowd that really need the help. So those people, I think, unfortunately, they're caught up in that cycle. Like they caught up. So if you can also create a space for them to also hear about the good news or things that they can benefit from in Nigeria.
Yes, I mean that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But again, and you no, because you still want to criticize their slash our Messiah.
And it
And if you
doesn't
do that,
it doesn't mean no it
we
doesn't
no
mean
go care.
no it doesn't mean you not be critical of the government. But nobody's saying that. I mean, the government's not doing no use that things that you will bring out that they talk about.
No, I mean he's still going to criticize
Yeah.
their slash our Messiah. Then we're going to look like no, we're not. I'm not
Who
going to listen.
labeled the president? I've never heard that before in this program.
If you criticize P2B, we no go agree.
Oh, okay, that one. Okay, that one has this. Yeah, okay, I get that one. Okay.
That's why I
Yeah.
said their slash our Messiah because I don't want to seem like I'm not.
Did you guys talk about his brother's demolished building? The one that he was out there in
They
Lagos.
acknowledge our brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, but let's celebrate the wins.
We discussed BT Alpha.
Yeah, about Simba.
That was the first thing that we discussed at the beginning of the show. Now.
So the media is the first place it ran to. I mean, why? What was that, Simba? What was that display? What was that for?
You know, the way we are using media now, we are using media to actually which haunts our government these days. That is it. People don't even care whether the story is true or not. They just wanted anything to turn to the government. That's just it.
Lagos State, they had nothing to do with it. You keep tagging Lagos State government, keep mentioning the state government. Like
because that is the agenda. Okay, why should Obi go and stand there and say, why is he fighting for his brother? Why is the brother not come out since? Well, we don't even know the brother that he's talking about. So why does he make everything like politics?
If they come to destroy your house in GRA, imagine. You don't go talk. And some people
I'm talking about it's not his own house. He said it's his brother's house.
His brother's house is his house now.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So where is the brother? The brother is not alive.
So you don't think there is no form of politics in here where he thinks he's going to benefit him politically? You don't think that?
I mean, that's a very serious. For example, even not being politics, but
even if
somebody just comes, all of us. Imagine, see, I buy a land. I got the deed. I got the documents. But I haven't got the
do you really
CFO.
understand about what is going on, Mr. D? Before you start having opinion, what do you understand about?
I didn't really, when this guy, I woke up when he finished the submission to really understand the story. But from what I understand,
so you don't know the story and you have already
I don't know. That's what I said.
And you are picking sides.
But from my understanding, the little one I understood from the end when I woke up was that the guy bought the land, bought the property. He has the deeds. He has the deeds. Then somebody else.
Let me ask you, Mr. D. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Someone else went to collect the CFO in February and send at their house. You know how they do in Lagos.
You know, sometimes when you hear a story,
I mean,
it depends on where you want to the way you want to understand it. You understand? You have two people. They said, if you hear the story when they even started, they said this case has been in court since 2023. So you cannot be talking about somebody having a say of vote in 2025. You understand? This person, they took them to court. She won the case. You understand? And she now took ownership of her own property. But the way you are now spinning, the one that you hear is the one that you want to spin in the favor of the Obi family. You understand? The Obi family does not even even if you say that
Can you hear me?
somebody
I said, who is she? Who is that person talking about? The lady.
it's one Deborah something. I don't know who she is.
From Lagos.
I don't even know where she comes from. So it's a feud between two individuals. It doesn't even involve government. So why is Obi making it like a government thing?
Like the
Because
Lagos.
Obi will probably think that
It's
he's being
capitalizing
targeted.
on that quickly.
Yeah.
He does
He
not know that
knows
woman will
how
come
the
out like
public
that.
reacts. He knows that Nigerians are gullible. They is
They are
seeking
gullible people.
sympathy.
It's not. I just think it's obviously like that's the normal thing for Lagos. You understand? That's the normal how
But the
they
point
fight for
about
land
So
in
you want to
Lagos.
tell me, hey, Mr. D, don't be doing this now. So you want to tell me that Obi does not know the true story? Why is he making it like a government thing?
And now maybe he thinks that he's been targeted since you said from
He thinks
2023.
something that is not as if the thing just suddenly happened. It's not as if they don't know
Because
that they have lost the case.
I know that I mean I know
Nigeria,
that
you can defend the indefensible. That's what you are just doing.
yeah, I do, and I still understand that, this don't get me wrong, go put it like this. And this is how I take it. It's not in a bad way. This APC group, don't get it, and it's not personal, but this APC group, they're very, very strong, very vicious, very that kind of thing.
How far you compare APC? It's the ruling party.
No.
Everywhere.
Forget it. Forget about it. You can even compare. Let me ask
I
you,
know
Mr.
that
D.
this APC,
Let me ask you, Mr.
and I
D.
put it,
Mr. D, let me ask you. Who are the APC? Who are the PDP? Who are the Labour?
APC now, APC one, APC.
No. Because if you look at
And they
APC
would, and
today,
I think it's that kind of thing. Listen, okay, but listen to me.
the people
And maybe
that
if
are
it's not, then you prove it.
let me tell you now. Because you people want to demonize a party. You understand? The people that are in APC today, some of them were in PDP before. Some of them are even moved out of APC. So immediately they
even
move
my
out of
state,
APC.
now self is APC. So don't get me wrong.
So
I'm
now
not saying that. I'm not putting
they
it on
become
this thing.
evil.
It's not
But
even a
when they are
tribal
out
thing.
of APC, they are good.
This is a party thing.
Even the OB you are talking about is from PDP to Labour, from Labour to there now.
I understand, but
So please stop. You know what I don't like you people doing? Don't always.
This is what I'm saying. When you insist on this thing, that means you know what we're
don't
saying.
promote him as a saint.
I'm not promoting. Nobody promotes. See, don't get me wrong.
What
Sometimes.
is your take? So what do you want to defend now?
Let me defend what I want to say.
Any politician in Nigeria doesn't have a party, as far as
don't
I'm
get
concerned.
me wrong. Yes, all politicians are all the same. And don't get me wrong. Me, I represent Nigerians that want to get the best for Nigeria. And maybe understand my political position. I'm not in
that one not politics talk.
me anyway I go get the things where we won't get. If, for example, if your Tinubu give us state police, tomorrow we go change. Because we know say as a bad, the economy will change because insecurity will be solved. Don't get me wrong. Do you understand? This is my own personal
I
position.
don't believe that one policy of a government will change. When you talk about insecurity, and that is why it's so dumb of some people who are saying, why should they buy tractor for agriculture when there is insecurity in the land?
Yeah, okay.
The issue is when you look at insecurity, that is
now
the cause of insecurity is not only about people carrying gun. What is the root cause? Poverty.
Listen, it's not poverty. Poverty is once, yeah. But the way it's gone bad, Do you understand? The way it's gone bad right now.
Let me ask you
Everybody
now,
don't
if
trust each other.
the people that are carrying gun, that they are putting gun in their hand now, if they can feed their family and they are living comfortable, do you think they will take that route of going to go and risking their life?
No. And let me get you, even the people who carry gun now,
So
not all
let
of
me
them
tell you,
necessarily need to
if you
carry
don't
gun.
eliminate poverty in a society,
No,
how do
no,
you
there's
eliminate
poverty.
insecurity?
It's fine. I understand.
How do
Even
you
in the
how do you
tractor,
eliminate it?
even
So
in the
it's by gun that you
tractor
eliminate
business,
insecurity.
it's fine. It's okay. You know, sometimes we can be wrong, but like, which is some people say, "Oh, do you want to wait?" We know it's poverty that causes it. Even all the banditry, all those things is poverty. If those people have job
How
and they have
many
money,
people
they're
do
not
you
going to
want
go
to
into
kill
it.
by buying gun, by buying weapons?
No, they're the ones buying weapons. But if you do like a state structured style, then it will
No, you
get
don't
solved.
understand. Me, I'm not talking about state police. I'm talking about people that are criticizing government, say why should they buy equipment for agriculture when there is insecurity?
Okay, you're diverting this conversation now. What I wanted to say at first when I went to APC, what was it again? Oh, don't forget that I went to APC that you guys don't scatter my thoughts. What is
And you
it?
said the APC, their influence, they are
Machinery.
wicked.
That's what Remy and Simba do. They will
Yeah,
hack
they
you.
go hack you.
They,
Do you understand?
yes, they will hackle you. They'll attack you. They'll come
Eh,
from right, left, center.
both of them. Okay,
But
going
I'm the
by that.
only one that cannot do that too. I don't know why. You guys should
So
have shut it down. You know.
no, we know this thing. So like I said, yeah, if when what was this thing again? Oh, yeah, the APC machinery on this something they're very vicious that they will go and look at this guy. He has a house. He's complaining about our president. Let's cancel the CFO job. I beg. Oh, more cancel. And should now we get the record anyway. We'll just say it's one Chidima, or it's one Chineri, or it's one Chi something, or it's one person that said that. That's how I think they are. You understand? This don't so it's not.
So you could be right and you could be wrong. Do you know that?
Yes, I could be right, I could be wrong, but I'm not I'm not underestimating them. So don't say like me.
Actually, if you look at the current president, he does not fight that way. He does not
But
fight
it's
that way.
people that he has trained. It's
He does not fight
lions.
that way. He does not fight.
It's
He gives you
lions.
that leverage. No. He gives you that leverage to show your worth. I think he's a man that wants to meet you at some level and cut you off. But he does not fight by demolishing your property. Do
Yeah,
you think?
Mr. Davis
Let
is
me ask you one
typing
question. Do
is
you think
typing
if it's
PDP.
Obasanjo is the president of Nigeria, do you think your people will be talking like that way?
Yeah, but
Who?
that one, see, those times are different now.
So this is a
Missy,
Democrat.
please
He allows
don't
people to
listen.
speak.
I understand. Listen, those
Prince
times
Daddy, you
are
want to say
different.
something? Let's Prince Daddy talk. Prince Daddy.
No, I was responding to what Mr. D was saying. I said that's the hallmark of PDP, like Obasanjo, just like Remy said, and Wiki actually they go
Yes, and
after you over
Wiki,
there.
we need
It's
to
not
get
even. It's
in my
not.
view.
Prince Daddy. Let me even say this. If you hear the way Mr. D is talking, you know that he's actually.
Hello, I didn't hear you. Cut off.
The way you talk.
You're cut off, or maybe I don't know.
Let me
Come
say
again.
this.
I didn't
You
hear
know that
anything.
I said the way you talk, it shows that maybe you are just getting yourself acquainted with Nigerian politics.
No, I'm not.
If you
Just
let me give you even the person that people judge as being maybe gentle, like Jonathan. Do you know that during Jonathan, we have a governor in the southwest that he withdrew the security outfit from? He made the guy naked. And we have, in fact, during Good Lord Jonathan, newspapers were that was the day that they have to now. How will I even say it, that the newspaper
so they've done
outlets,
more horrible stuff in the past. That's what you
in
said.
fact, they were arresting all of them.
Okay.
During good luck. You understand? So all these things
So
that we are saying that
it's
we
just even
people like
small
us,
things
people
when the
people
they
people
go.
like us, we don't get distracted with all these little things that people are talking about. You are making a hell out of it. And
Okay.
I don't get this because what Obi is doing, or that is you that you are pretending. He knows what he is doing. You understand? It takes advantage of every
But then
little
you see,
opportunity that he has
it's good. I
to
understand,
make
but
political gain
again,
from.
you have to be careful. You understand? You
Who?
guys have to be careful so that you don't play into their hands. Because listen, like for example, now if you tell me, I'm not lying. Only if you ask me, say, go and buy a house in Lagos. No disrespect. And I'm not saying like the people are not they're doing great things. I would think 5 times. I would think 5 times to go and buy a property in Lagos. And this is me. And I'm not saying it's not just now. This
You
is
are
from
entitled to
experience
your
as well.
opinion.
This is
Nobody
from
even make you
experience as
go and
well.
buy a house in Lagos now.
You understand?
As you are
And I
saying
know
it,
it's normal.
there are thousands of people that are ready, that are even paying as we are talking now. So that's
I
your own
good.
opinion.
I understand. I'm not
Uh-huh.
saying this thing. I'm not saying it's not. I have friends. They do real estate business in Nigeria in big level. I envy them in Lagos as well. Do you understand? And I envy them. I understand the terrain is how it's supposed to be. Maybe Obisef is exploding it like it's some big things, but it's normal. You buy land, build the house, they'll collect it, they'll sell it to another person. That's a normal thing. It's risky. It's God, like it's luck and God. Do you understand? But in this kind of time, for that kind of person, at least even if you want to play game, don't play that kind of game with him because he will politicize it against you. It's not like it happens to Lagosians, it happens to Southwesterners
So
a
now
lot.
this individual that owns something, the government will now tell him, because there's Obio
But
and
how
it's
did the
really
person?
dangerous
Somebody's
to
already having. Remember, even when Enigmatic was saying, it was like when somebody came or that
what's
they
the
had a business that somebody else came and they couldn't say anything about it because that person owned the right because the person bought it long time way before. They're going to find out whatever they're going to do. But my own is that the APC group from this issue is they can do it. You go be opposition. They no born you where you get business. Make we see am. I remember one day, even Simba, maybe it was you when we were talking, when we're arguing. I think one of I came up and he's like, this will be safe. Let's see if he's going to run in any party. And what happened? Weeks after that time, all the parties just they get problem. PDP, da.
Mr. G.
I swear
I
down.
think the
No,
way
no,
you
no,
are
no, no.
talking amuse me sometimes. You know what? Politics is a dirty game. If you don't have the heart,
No,
don't
you
throw
see,
in.
and this is
You
why I
see,
like
let
to.
me conclude. Let me
Okay,
conclude.
talk.
The OB you are even canvassing for, campaigning for, he is even more ruthless. Go and ask his reign in Anambra. It demolished a lot of houses. It does not pay a dime as compensation. It is more ruthless. And do you think he really loved the BGM movement? He's just using them as an opportunity, which I think is okay because some people are so gullible to be used, then fine. Don't you think that he has passed his relevance? That is why those coalitions, they are not even looking to give him VP slot anymore. They don't care
So
about him anymore. I'm telling you, that is why
if they don't give
Atiku,
him VP slots, let me tell you, if they
they
don't give
won't
him
give, no,
VP
they won't
slots,
give him. They
we
won't
don't
give
want
him because
VP.
they know
Who
that
going to
he
go
does
for
not
VP slots?
command,
It's
he does
Obi for
not
president
command.
or nothing. Listen,
No. It's not. It's not. Okay, look. Look. Let me ask you. It's not about obedient movement. What's supposed to be more paramount supposed to be the political party that is going to be running
No,
on.
I don't even understand. Are you the one speaking for Obi? Are you the one that we tell him what to do?
I don't mind him. So
make
he
I
is no
tell
more in
you,
league.
listen, this is what I'm
No,
telling
let
you.
me
See,
finish. Let me finish. We have
now
been
we they
talking.
decide where Obi they go.
Oh, people are the
If
one controlling him.
Yes.
So that is the person who wants to be president. So that when you disobey movement, say don't do this, you won't do that. Don't do that, do that. You'll be
That's why you can see
teleguiding
that he
movement.
cannot have he
So do you
doesn't
think
have,
that is the kind of leader Nigeria wants?
I mean, let me tell you, he's being
Are you the
driven, and
only
this is what I'm
people in
saying. And so this is where
are
you
you the
guys are
only
making
people in
mistakes.
Nigeria?
Listen now, but this is how you guys are making mistake.
We are not making
When you're
any mistake. We
thinking
don't
that
want a teleguided leader.
no. You see, you're thinking that the people controlling the obedient movement, they're Igbo people or the Igbo South. It is not.
Majority of you.
But I'm giving you, I know what you're saying.
I don't even care whoever is controlling. If
Those
I even be
listen,
northerner, I
but
might be
the
southwesterner.
people controlling
I
the
don't want a president that people, a group will be controlling. I don't want.
where like the Israel, Israel, they have that their Israel group where they control Donald Trump to go there, bomb them.
So that's what you want to have in Nigeria. And I just want to be so you two are
You're
the
going to
Nigeria
always have the
Nigeria version of
listen. How many, Mr. Simba? How many Nigerians do you think they're in abroad?
Nigerians
20, 30 million outside Nigerians outside Nigeria
up to that.
that
Nigerians are
live.
not abroad. Let me tell you, even we
Okay,
have
how
to
many do you think they
you
have?
know the way we look at Nigeria as if we are high in everything.
No. But answer me. Imagine me to my estimate. Wait, I want to give you something. Let me listen to my own thoughts and listen to how we come from and how we think we can make that change. You understand? And if you like, don't take it as a threat. Just allow it and think that nothing will happen. If you have 30 million Nigerians that's run away from Nigeria, which I think is my estimate to all around the world, you have them, like what Mike was saying, he has his uncle, they haven't been to Nigeria 40 years. Everything they speak about is ill of Nigeria. It's bad. Those ones, until now, that people even started going back. 40 years of old people, till now, everybody complaining. Yeah. And they now see an avenue to even just reply the government so that it can change. Do you think that the people won't listen?
You know, let me tell you this. When Nigerian that lives abroad, what people do, and it's everybody, it's not even only abroad, even people that leave their village to go to city to go and seek for greener pasture, they don't want to be seen as not doing well. I'm very sure anybody that is doing well, whether you are living in the city to go to your village or you are living abroad to come to Nigeria, the people that are doing well, they are not shy of coming to Nigeria. It's only the people that are struggling that they will say
Everybody's struggling. See, it doesn't even matter but those
if you
people have
get
a
money,
voice.
if you are really successful abroad,
It
you be
doesn't.
coming,
I
you be
don't
going
think
to
so.
your country, you will be proud to even be associated with your country.
I
It's the
don't.
struggling
But
ones
I
that
think
are just be
it's
justified
a lie. Oh,
because because some of them cannot
see.
even afford tickets.
No, I think you're getting it wrong. Do you understand? And I'm saying
Because
you
I
should
can't
take
see myself being so successful abroad and then I will not be scared of going to my country.
because let me tell you, you're successful. I have one man that I know. Yeah, he's like a family. He's big, super rich. We even went to Nigeria last year together. And I'm asking him, he's super rich, no be saying a joke. Do you understand? Now he's a Yoruba man, his family. And I'm asking, I said, uncle, like this thing that you have, can you not do it here? He's like, Douglas, he can't. That if he does it, like he can't see himself, like it's too heavy for him. He's super rich here. Do you understand?
So that one is out of
He
fear
would not.
for you.
He would just. Let me tell you, he would not. That kind of man, I'm trusting
Relax.
100%.
That kind of man is out of fear, and you don't know the. Let me tell you something about Yoruba people. If you must know is if you are so close to him, know his family member in Nigeria. Sometimes it depends where he is also coming from. But if you are so successful in abroad, it's even more easier for you to be successful in Nigeria.
because you
Yeah,
already
but
have
the guy is so because of the structure of
listen.
the.
You already have the experience. You also have the financial muscle. So it's more, and you don't need a lot of money that you used to set up in America to go and set up in
I'm
Nigeria.
not even
So by
from
the
the
time,
US though, because
so,
I think you
so
guys always think I'm from
no,
US.
okay,
Maybe
I don't know where. Maybe
I'm from. Okay.
wherever you find yourself, or this man you are talking about, a lot of
Mm.
people take decisions based on so many factors. Some people base their decision on, okay, if I go and establish this business in Nigeria, what about my family member? Would my wife follow me? Would my wife say yes? Let's put our money there. Some people take decision collective. Some people take decision like, okay, let me also give back to my country where I'm coming from. Let me do something for the people there. Because when you look at most of other countries that are developing very fast, example like China, sometimes most of these people they go back home, establish small factory with the government supporting them too. So for you, like I said before, even when you go to Lagos today, there's no big difference in Lagos with most of the Western cities. Remove some Ajegunle side, though, but all those areas, look at the way they are constructing big road. People can get Airbnb, stay in wonderful hotel. Look at Nigerian diaspora. How much will you get a beautiful like 5-star hotel in Nigeria compared to how much are you going to get a room in America? With as little as $50, you can get a very beautiful hotel in Lagos. And whereas that $50 does not give you that kind of room in any Western country. So sometimes it depends your own willpower and the propensity that I really want to help my own people too. Not everything everybody will tell you that
Remy,
insecurity in
I
Nigeria.
was
I don't want to
was
go
chat,
back to Nigeria. No, it's
Oh
not
no.
supposed to be like that.
I was discussing with my daughter yesterday. I said that I bought something worth 50,000 naira in Nigeria, and you know what she told me? She said that that is about $45 now. That's what they used to buy pizza now. But that $45 does that $45 cannot buy a big pizza in Canada.
Mm-hmm. So, but what I'm trying to get, well, trying to tell you is that, so you don't think it's everybody that is complaining. Everyone that's complaining is the ones that haven't made it, or the ones that cannot make it.
Mr. D, the question I'm asking, I think
Most
I've asked
time it's like that, Mr. D.
question
Because
I've asked
if you
yeah.
are fairly successful, you'll be able to buy the ticket or whatever to go to Nigeria easily. But if
You will
cannot
be
have the
proud to
money,
go
you
and
won't go
showcase your
now. You
success.
won't go. You are still going to spend money in Nigeria for your family, extended family, one way or the other. You are going to stay in a hotel if you don't have your own personal house. Now, let me give you a scenario. If to say you are fairly successful in abroad, you already build a house in Nigeria, won't you go and look at your house? Because you are not paying hotel money. You are not paying for electricity. Everything is already there. In fact, what you have in your house in Nigeria will be super more beautiful than the one you are living in Western world, because you are trying to manage your resources there because of the bills or whatever you are going to pay. So sometimes you want to go home and relax, and when you go home
But
among
you
your
have to
people,
create us. This is where we're going. Now we want to come home and relax. Please create us that atmosphere, environment that is safe
Which
for us
atmosphere? What
to
kind
come.
of
so
atmosphere?
let me put this to you. For example, before you travel out, let's say you are living in Lagos. For example, let's say you are living in Surulere. Before you travel out, I know you know Surulere in Lagos.
I know,
And then when
Sule.
you are in abroad, and when you are abroad, you are fairly successful. You have the money. Now, I want to ask you this question: if you are fairly successful. You have the money. If you want to buy an apartment or you want to build your own house, will you go and build your house in Surulere, or you go to like Lekki, Bejuside, or you go to Ikoyi
It's
or wherever
lucky
if you have
now.
the money? So you have moved step ahead. You have moved step up. You are not going down anymore.
No, I don't
I'm not
even know
going to
the
go back.
environment. So which environment are you even talking about? That you say you create? Who will create it? In
Please,
Nigeria,
Mr. Simba, tell your people to protect us. May I tell you something? Because I've come to
You are too
understand.
afraid. Nobody who is
I don't
after
even know
you.
who
Do
is
you have
looking
money like
after you.
Dangote?
Who knows
Your
this?
Do you have
your
money like
your
Dangote or the rest? You are too afraid of for nothing.
we're
You know
not
what?
see it.
A lot of people that go to Nigeria, they will go and hire police and the world to. It's just unnecessary.
And
A
that's
Let me
lot of
tell
people
you.
are richer
that's how
than you that they
they
don't.
expose themselves
You
now.
expose yourself unnecessarily. Who cares
Like
about
me,
you?
I go
Yeah.
home regularly and I don't need any police escort. So I don't entertain any fear. So what is the issue?
Now you be that. When me I
Yeah,
go
so
home, we carry soldier.
don't be too afraid like that.
Okay,
For
but
example, when you
tell
go to
them.
Nigeria, what makes you special than the people
Yeah,
in Nigeria?
exactly.
You look alike. You do not. It's
Well,
not
the
that
same. Well, the
your
same.
tummy is bigger than the tummy of the rest over there. Maybe you don't even
Well,
have a
the
tummy.
same.
But
The difference is you're the one
I
that's
don't
going to
even
pay the
know. I
bills.
don't know what
People
makes
are driving limousines. They are driving different kind
Mr.
of
G.
vehicles. They are
What
living in.
makes you think
Oh,
you are more special to Nigerians
uh,
than Nigerians that are in Nigeria?
No, I
that
have
is the
two
question.
levels. Listen, I've, let me tell you, I've got different levels of friends in Nigeria. Of friends, I have my old friends.
And so you think
Most of
that
them, they don't make them.
you
If
have
listen, anytime I go around them, we need story. Go they come. We need money. This one, that one, that one. Then I
Because you are already ahead of them. That's
listen.
why they're asking of
Good.
money
Then
from
I have
you.
some other
Why
ones.
should you go there? If you don't have the
of
money, don't
like
go
you
there
are
now.
not like to do what
Listen, I have different levels of friends, and I'm not going to say. Then I have some other ones that I know. Okay, from here we go back, or they come from Nigeria. They're doing very well. Okay, they're like, let's go to Obi Kubana. Let's go to this. Let's do that. Da, 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 da.
So you
You
see, you
understand?
have the money to go to Bikubana. That is the reason. You already step up, okay? So you cannot go, if you go to your local village or your local friend, they will see you in different angle. You are more richer than them. You are better exposed than them. That means they will ask favor from you.
And
But
Mr.
if
D,
it's so
I, I
simple.
I believe you about the Obi Kubana. Wink, wink.
You understand? So
yeah,
then,
but
but
this Chioma, she like life too much, eh?
like you believe?
But
Ravi, you're always believing.
Mr. D,
Don't
don't
just
listen to
allow me
Chioma.
to have a
If you
moment.
if you go
You're
and
the
carry
only one
if you
having
go
a
and carry Chioma will be just be pointing finger at that
No,
those
Chioma, no, Chioma dey for. You
half a
cannot
million
talk all
bottle
these
of wine.
political people. Anybody who dey for politics like this, all these political people.
No, Chioma like big boys, handsome boys. If you have the
No,
money,
I'm not
Mr.
gonna
D,
lie. I'm not gonna
earlier
lie.
on,
I like big
you
boys
are
though for
saying
sure, but I don't
let
like
me
criminals.
So no. So my question to the government, because I know that your people listen. Look, I get somebody that told one thing. In fact, this guy here is my friend. He comes to London. Is Anambra APC guy. Da. When I gave him, because I listened to you guys. I'm not like because I'm coming here now. Everything turned to soft. When I go down, you guys will go. They battle everything with those guys, and I noticed. I'm not lying. I noticed that even before things happen, it's said on here. Like you already have the analysis. Maybe Mr. Remy or Mr. Simba is in their group. Their group, they get like, the KGB group of APC, something like this, where they don't talk how they plan. Because the day everybody's coming out with a story, newsletter don't come in. Guys, this is what we're flooding. Everyone's got the memo. Guys, it starts. It'll be this, they did that. That's how I think it runs. But if you can tell them, let them just make it be secured to us to be able to come, enjoy, and go back if they never ready to even
you know
sort
what,
themselves out.
Mr. D, what I want to say about insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, we have the ones that are natural, but believe me, 60 to 70% of insecurity in Nigeria are politically motivated.
Yes, I know the recent ones, but please now find a final thing, because that's the only thing. You understand? We, as some people, were tired of this country.
The issue here is that Nigerians, everybody, not only even people in military, everybody has their allegiance to to some group or one group or the other. The problem that we have is that both the citizen, the military, the security outfit, we are not doing what we're supposed to do. Everybody is just complaining. We are not. Let me give you, for example, there was a time I went to Tanzania and we went for a seminar. So we're in a bus. So our bus actually has a problem. We park in front of a fuel station. Do you know that immediately those Tanzanians cited us as being foreigner, they alerted their security outfit, and those guys came and asked us questions. Nigerians will never do that. Nigerians, we care less. We say, "Ah, that is not my responsibility. Let me just be." You will see people doing wrong thing, and Nigerians will look away, in as much as they are not actually affected at that moment. We can't continue to be behaving like that now. We don't have all the security guy, all this high-tech technology that people can use. We are the one that have to be more security conscious. Let me tell you, people kidnap. You want to tell me that where they are hiding them, so people don't know, but people will not talk. They will not talk. That is the issue. Hello.
Hello? Sorry.
I think they will not talk, but
So,
because
okay, now, who do we call if you want to call people? Say somebody, oh, I'm about to rob this house. Who are you going to call in Nigeria?
no,
Which police will you call and they will answer you?
no cases of armed robbery in Nigeria like before. The cases of Nigeria now, mostly in the south, is about kidnapping, because everybody want to worship money.
You know why? Let
Forget
me
armed robbery. They are not doing robbery in Nigeria like before.
Remy, what happened is this. Those days, there was a time in Nigeria that people will come at night to come to your house, knock on your door, broke your door, and say, okay, they will carry your property. Those ones are no longer fashionable because easily they can be caught. Who will even buy all those things from them? That is. Then there was a time also in Nigeria that when you are traveling, they will meet armed robbers on the road. They will ransack you, collect all the money from the travelers. When they discover that people are not carrying money to travel again, they abandon that one also. Now they know that, okay, the
No,
only
it's
way
even worse. They'll carry the people.
now, yes, that's what I'm just telling you how the thing just graduated.
So
Now
nobody, okay.
they know that they cannot get money from you, so they will carry you and make some people to pay on your behalf.
Okay, so who do you call that will respond to that thing? Even for common armed robbery. You understand? It's those answers. Tell your people.
I think we don't have enough manpower, security-wise. That's why some
We
people are
don't.
calling
So
for
see, this is
police.
what we're tired of hearing. But you're
Mm.
building conference center. You're buying yachts. You're buying tractors, and
The
even
yacht is
the people.
not by Tinubu. It's Buhari that bought the yacht. This Nigerian said, now you're one or too much
Now
to be
the
crying.
put them
Yeah,
there.
and
You
it's
go
a
there. Look,
security. It's a security boat. It's not a yacht like all those
So
private yachts.
to
Nigerians
Nigerians
what?
now, Nigerians now, the question I used to ask Nigerians now, when we have a problem, we exaggerated the problem, we fixated on that problem as if that was the only problem that we have. Before the insecurity, what was the state of that country? The people, because people now will now adduce insecurity to all the problem that is responsible, so that now we believe that once that insecurity is solved, all our problem will be
okay.
solved.
See, you see, they have different people, and I've got somebody. In fact, I've got one of my people where we say they're even in Nigerian government. We had argument long time, and I said, until you solve the security problem, everything that you do will look like it's zero. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you don't have other problems, but everything that you do will look like zero.
What was that? Let me tell you. Let's say this, because this insecurity actually started with the advent of this democracy.
Yeah, but I don't know. But
From
so
1999,
it's the
that was when we
politicians
started
that are
having.
causing it, and you
Before,
guys,
when the
they're the
military
politicians.
when the military were there, we don't have all these issues. It came with democracy. Now, during the military, when we are not having that insecurity, what will you say was our major problem then, that we could not get things right?
Sorry, come again. What you said? What?
I said, if you look at all this insecurity, Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping, herdsmen, it came with this Fourth Republic from 1999. Do you understand?
Yeah,
Before
yeah, yeah.
that, when we are under military regime, we don't have all these issues. But even then, Nigeria was still complaining that the country was not good. We don't have electricity. We don't have water. We don't have. So so now we now think that is the insecurity that started probably 20 how many years ago? 26 years ago, that is responsible for all the woes, all our underdevelopment. Fine. Before then, that we didn't have the insecurity, what do you think was responsible for our underdevelopment?
It was wrong governance. All those army people, they didn't know about governance. They're the worst. Soldiers, they're
But
someone that's never done economics. They don't
we
know
have
how to do
civilians.
anything.
Wait now, we have civilians in between now.
No, they didn't give them chance now.
For how
You
many
see,
years?
how many years? Who was it? And
We
who
have, we have civilian regime from
of
1990.
Shehu Shagari?
Yes, now.
And you see those things. Yeah, this is why I like this Tinubu self, because and it's two things. We get two fights. One fight is that we have to do the country in a way whereby you have to get the best leaders. And I'm not like, you see, don't get me wrong, don't think say I'm raising your elbow. This one,
You are not serious. Whether you say would you check
this one,
just because you want to
don't,
say something positive about Tinubu, you say
yes,
that she's not.
this one we have to prove to the Northerners, which I think is a good way for Nigeria to have a 8 years South, 8 years North. You understand? Nobody will come overrule you. Say, oh, when it gets to that time, if you come back to South again, we go battle them. Let's now
But
see who knows
Mr.
how to play politics
Mr.
fast.
D, wait now, but can we speak in unison?
Yeah, we can. I think we will. And you see the way the Delta State and everybody will fall in APC if any Northerner come up. Let me tell you, just pray, maybe go and pay the Northerners to come up. Any of them come up, now Tinubu will win. My political projection. I'm not saying that I'm trying to, but we have to prove that. Then the next time they want to do their own, we have to make them compete for each other.
No, because let me tell you, we have
have to.
already considered to them. That was the time I did the analysis. Even in terms of population, the gap between even with that wrong sensor that we have, even with all the projection, the difference between the population of the South and the North is just about 3 million.
Is it? I don't even know, but it doesn't even matter, because at the end of the
What
day,
I'm saying is that shows that if we can speak in one voice,
which for the first time, and let's give this your bad guy something, the first time, and this is why I go advise some of my Igbo people. Everybody, we have to do the way they used to do. Everybody go align.
but let me tell you, even right from even before and post independence, you've been having problem between
Because we will be fighting ourselves, they will take advantage of us.
Exactly. So you now see one of major group in the South, like the Yorubas or the Igbos, they will now go and form an alliance.
Alliance with the other side.
No, but that's not going to happen now. I think this is what I'm saying, and there is no way. Two other things. So if this guy, because that one, if article comes out is running, it's over. Like, bro, me going safe, I'll just go and maybe donate my village house for APC.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, let's use Buhari as an example. When Buhari was running for second term, I believe there was no southerner that ran against him. Everybody understood, like, that's the Nigerian political arrangement. You do your 8 years, I do my 8 years.
Yeah, and they respected that.
Yeah, so for anybody from the South to now support Atiku, it's mind-boggling to me. So
no, this is what I'm saying. So the political obedience that controls the Obi himself, he no born and where make it go. Say it go do vice president for somebody.
If not, everybody's following this guy, make all of us suffer. And at the end of the day, because the guy will want to protect himself, he will cut so many things. So we know if you give this guy this thing. In fact, corruption, he used back way to they fight corruption right now, because now PDP and APC they're sandwich. So you know that all the corrupt leaders they already they one party. I like it. So if for example Tinubu loses, they do election, presidential election, Tinubu lose, all the governors are going because you know go agree me they help them mago anything. So it's good for Nigeria. Do you understand? But he has
So and who are the who are so that's your assumption. So the people that are coming, you think they'll be different?
no. I think they'll be better. No.
Let me tell you the fact
If
that
you
wait now. Tell
listen,
me any of the governors that are ruling Nigeria today, how many of them do you know before?
which one? No, let me tell you my projection and my idea, like what I think will happen. Yeah, for example, if they allow ADC to register party, maybe
ADA or
Amechi,
ADC?
ACD, Abedi,
ADA.
ADA, sorry. Amechi.
Adani,
Machete.
that's cutlass now.
And
Who is
that means different
Machete.
things. For Igbo people, it means woman. So for Yoruba people, it means cutlass. So different thing. But if they did that, that means Amechi and Erufai.
No. It is
No, let her
Atiku and
Remy just say no. Let her even hear his own permutation. Oh, yeah, continue,
This
Mr.
is me as a novice. So novice. I'm not political prophet, but Amechi and Erufai.
Erufai.
Because if they want to win, they need what's it called? They need militant something. If you want to win Northwest, you have to be militant. Even Tinubu don't run from them. You need somebody that's hard. So that's the only way they can win. Then maybe Obi. I don't know who Obi is going to choose as his vice president. If he chooses that he don't go win. No, he has to go and find his own militant.
Whoever Obi chooses does not really matter, sir.
Then
it's
Tinubu
irrelevant.
and Shetima, because it's going to be Shetima. If Tinubu remove Shetima, that means Obi go use that what's it called? The Bala Mohammed Abi. I don't know. Use him.
Bala Mohammed from PDP.
Your Obi is cutting Malami now. That is the professor, because that one have money. That is the professor he wants
that
to
one save na
Malami.
blessing. So if he does that, if na Malami is stronger, but if na any of those weak,
Malami that evil is part of the evil APC person. So, but by the time he join hands with Obi, is no longer evil.
Right now, we need evil to cancel evil, please.
Mr. D. How can even Nigerians be thinking that people like Amici, Rufai will be the one that will change things for them?
When it was your time, when you're doing it, you didn't know, Abi.
Doing what?
When you guys were using them to achieve your goal, you didn't see anything wrong in that.
You know, sometimes if me sometimes, apart from making general discussion, I just look at Nigerian
I have to go to work, you know.
Nigerian political situation.
That's why we're complaining. If Nigeria was good, would have been in Nigeria now. So.
Okay, bye.
If Nigeria was good, I don't necessarily think everybody should still be there. Like, I mean,
you say what?
I say if Nigeria was good, it still doesn't mean people will just sit there. Because I don't care how good Nigeria would have been, it still wouldn't have been better than the United States. So people will still travel to places that's better. So
even United States, where they think is a paradise.
Mike is here.
United States now. Yeah, he's here.
He just got here, Abi.
Yeah.
He said if Nigeria was good, what will happen?
It doesn't mean people will still know. It doesn't mean it would have been better than United States.
But at least
Mike, you see, I said, I just want, I don't even want, like, I don't want it to be as good. Nigeria will never be as good as the United States anyway. But let it be that we can just come, enjoy ourselves, and go back, bring our family.
But people do that now. People that have money, they
Now,
go, they
lie.
come and
I
go
mean,
back.
not for everybody now.
And
You
I
in
can't be for every,
Southwest,
even
it's
if
easy
Nigeria is
for
big.
you.
Even bro,
Listen, you in
even if Nigeria,
Southwest, it's
okay,
easy for
right.
you. People like us, I'm from South. There's police everywhere. It's dangerous. I can't. If I want to go, no lie. I will not take my kids.
So police is the police as your problem. It's not your people.
It's the criminality. Hey, hold on.
Can't even hear me.
It's sounding a little bit far away.
Maybe he
I
accidentally,
think he's talking about,
he
in
accidentally
those
touched on his
areas,
mute
south,
button.
they have a lot of gangs and a lot of trouble, try to collect money by force or whatever from their hand when they go home. But it's totally different from the southwest. If you go home, your neighbor might not even disturb you. They don't even care that you're around. So it's different. I know where it's coming from. Because
Yeah,
that
that
part of
their
the
region.
people,
I don't know. I haven't been there, but
yeah, they
And
are
don't get me
notorious for
wrong.
that.
You cannot take your kids to your. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not. And I went in 2-3 weeks ago, and it was very safe because it was safe.
you went to
And
where?
I think it's
Nigeria?
even safer than this thing. But realistically, make me no lie. You say I won't carry my children and go there. No.
So other people children we did there and call. We seen do them. We seen do them.
That's why we they fight battle now. Say make una tell una people, make they give us state police, make we know they see
No,
No,
the
you didn't
question,
indiscriminate
get. You didn't hear
the
me.
killings.
question they ask you, that people that are there, that are living there now, they have their children there now.
If listen,
So
I mean, so
what
that
makes
even
your
they
own
too,
children
so that they too
special?
they can enjoy free what's it called? So that they can enjoy how am I going to call it? So that they too can enjoy safe place. It's not just for only us.
But they're not telling you that they are not living their life now. They're
Who's
not.
saying that? Those guys, they don't have options. They've
But
never
people in
seen
Nigeria are not
they've
telling you
never
that they are not.
seen a safe country before. All people in Nigeria, they know nothing.
Hold on. See, that's the way you people talk. The people there, when I go to Nigeria, they are not telling me that they are not safe. They are not telling me
They
that.
don't have options,
No.
Mike.
Hold
They've
on.
never seen
Hold on now.
a
Wait now.
sane
Wait.
country where the police is not harassing them.
My brother, what you are doing is you're just shaking argument. Hold on. People living there, they are not waking up every day saying, I don't feel safe. They are not telling me that. They are not saying that.
They live their life to God.
No. They are not. Hold on. If you live in for example, when I'm in America, right, when I was living in a very dangerous neighborhood, right, because in America here we have dangerous neighborhood, where there's we hear gunshot any minute. You understand? When I was there, every day I wake up, I don't feel safe. You understand? Like if somebody asks me, I say, "Oh, that my neighborhood, man. I literally started working out to make money to get out of there." You understand? Now, that's when you know that you are in a unsafe neighborhood, but because you can't afford to move out yet, you don't have a choice but to be there. So that point you are making, if you make that, that's the kind of point that will be valid to someone like me when I was living in a bad neighborhood where I knew I wasn't safe, but I had no choice because that's where I could afford at that moment. But when the people in this Nigeria are talking about, they're not telling you they are not feeling safe. They're
Who
not telling
said
you that
that
there are
every day
some
people are shouting? What do you mean they're not
which
saying
people
that?
online.
All the news that they're bringing online, who they bring them? Now me bring
Hey,
them.
hold on. If you're talking about Benue, that's about. Hold on now. Wait. You're talking
But why
about.
you defending this thing? We're going to one
What am I?
argument. I've
I'm not
almost
defending
gotten
anything.
Remy
Just want to.
and Simba to tell their people to just do this for us, and we don't do okay.
My brother. Yes,
But in
yes, the deal.
Southwest, we don't normally hear this kind of insecurity every
Exactly.
day, every hour.
I
We
don't know
don't
what
hear
it is.
it. Because it's
Maybe we
not
should start.
We
Remy,
go
northwest
come out
now.
now for government, oh.
Mr. D. Maybe when we start talking about this thing, we should be specific where we are talking about. Like even in
No,
America,
for
for
the
example,
whole
hold
of
on, wait now,
Nigeria.
wait. No, it's not the whole of Nigeria. No, it's not true.
The whole of
Yeah,
Nigeria is not
Remy just
safe.
told you in the
The
southwest.
only part of Nigeria that
We
is
don't.
safe
We
is
don't.
the southwest.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been to
Relatively
other places.
safe.
Well, yeah. Well, they don't
Even
say the
I
whole
think
Nigeria.
Taraba na Adamawa, nobody even care. They don't
Even
have
Kanu,
Oh,
insecurity there.
stop it now.
Kano too
Stop.
is safe. Kano
I
is
go,
very safe. Kano
okay,
is
I know
safe.
what I'll do. Anytime when any of those news come, 56 people killed in, I'll just bring it. I will send you the
Is
link.
it not
No, but you're talking
isolated
about the same.
cases?
Hold on. You're talking about a specific area where they have issue. Like it's always Benue, and then once in a while maybe in Plateau. So what about the other 30? We have 36
The
states.
Niger
Hold
State,
on,
they
wait
just
now.
do
Wait,
something.
you have to
Can you
allow
go
people to
to
land. Hold on.
Kano? Borno State. I have a
My
friend.
brother.
I spoke to him yesterday from
Okay.
Borno State.
Calm down. Bonu, we know that one. That one is
How
kind of
many you
Boko.
can they count?
But a lot of people talk now. Calm down. We all know the situation in Bonu that's a Boko Haram land, the epicenter, that kind of thing. We know that. And Benue, we know there are issues there. But here's what I'm trying to make you understand. We have 36 states in Nigeria. And if we have to look at where these news are constantly coming from, it's not more than maybe 5 states. It's not more than 5 states. If you look at all the news, the so-called killing, this and that has happened, it's usually particular same area, same states. So now you can't say the whole of Nigeria because this news you are hearing.
Even
It's
Mike,
always
look at River
Benue or
State.
Maiduguri. That's
River
about
State
it.
is relatively peaceful too. River. It's
Even
No,
River
I
State,
relatively
you
don't.
have
I
peaceful
don't.
Edo
because
No,
of
State,
no.
now courts they
politics.
get. Edo State,
Mr.
even
Edo
D,
Akwa
State,
Ibom.
courts.
Mr. D, my own family are in Kwara State. My own children, everybody.
It's the Nigerians
There's
in
no
diaspora. They are
wahala there now.
always I don't know what it is. Even
Kwara,
my post said,
Kogi, no wahala at all.
my post every time I open
Even
Nigeria, my post
Rivers,
tell me, man,
Akwa
no go.
Ibom,
We're opening their
Cross River.
eyes.
I don't
Mr.
know what
D,
it
what
is.
about Cross River and
No, I don't. I think it will be a futile effort trying to convince. Whatever anybody wants to
No,
believe
Sima, what
can
it is
believe.
when this Western world and this Oyibo people, they know how to like paint Africa as this one bad place. So after you've been around there for so long, they kind of condition your brain to just be afraid of where you come from, that kind of thing. It's what it is because even me too, I first came to America. Just the way they present news about Africa is so bad. The way they present news about black people just make us look like some kind
If
of
the number of people that die in America every day dies in Nigeria, I don't think Nigerians will go to Nigeria again.
American at 25, that 25,000. They still waiting for the day that number will be reduced. Every year is guaranteed 25,000. Sometimes you go to 30,000.
No, they said it's even an average of 130 people every day. Every
day in America, some local news,
every
somebody
11 minutes, somebody will die of gunshot injury in America. Every
every
11
day.
minutes.
Every day in
Every
America.
11 minutes.
That is serious, so it's too much.
Well, everybody wants to come here now. Everybody still wants to come here because the whole world don't consume those news now. So
No, because here I'm living, to be frank with you, the crime rate is all-time low. You cannot even hear gunshots.
No,
You cannot
Remy,
even
you
hear
cannot. You know
nothing.
the Scandinavian countries. You cannot compare them with any other part. The only countries you can compare with areas that you can compare is we that we are living in the Gulf country here. Maybe Saudi
Yes.
Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain. You can
No
leave our door
gun.
open. You
It's
understand?
so peaceful. The sun is so blue, shiny. The trees are green. Everything's so organized that you cannot even think about your prayer point is different. No crime at all. You can
I
you
mean, you have
yourself.
to
You won't
understand the
do.
Scandinavian, their culture. First of all, they have a
It's
socialist
one of the best. It's the
system.
best area to live.
So
I
everybody is
think if
taken
I
care of. But in America, they get poverty here. I tell you, American are capitalists.
Shebi Sherma is saying that everybody is on benefit. The same thing
No, it's not
woman
everybody.
was saying.
No.
Everybody is on benefit.
This is where America works,
I
right?
never said everybody's on benefit. I said that we're serious.
I'm pulling your leg. I'm just pulling. I want you to say something.
I know. Remy, you like to bully me. One day if I catch you, I'll just strangle you.
The poverty in America is strong. Strong. I tell you. In Europe, you guys have socialist. It's more of a socialist society. Yeah, America. Yeah, the
No,
so-called
in European people, they are somehow controlled somehow.
yeah.
Everything is is a
No, in
controlled
America, no.
society.
On your own, man.
Yeah, they are control and they don't want anybody to disturb their peace. Do you know that I often go to somewhere that I just wonder that why did this man build a house in the middle of the forest? And he has about, I think the line is about 2 or 3 acres of land. Everywhere is so serene. I just wonder, how come you come and stay here alone by yourself? What
Oyinbo,
they
they
are
like quiet
asking,
life, man.
ah,
They like
you know those
solitary.
Nigerian GRA side, so quiet, everything is laid out. Now let's consider the city are like that, very organized. No way you can run away. They use the social security number to control you a lot. Anywhere you go, the first thing they ask is your number. It's just like you are a number, not a name. With your number, I think they also do the same thing in America, but here is very rampant. Just your number alone, they know everything where you are living, what you have done in their country. So many things you can't escape. In fact, I think they perfect the system very well. But it's good in a way that you live a peaceful life. And this Scandinavian, they don't want to go into international politics or talk about war. No, they don't want it. Just take it away. We just want to be our simple
But
lifestyle.
Remy, there's nothing that has an advantage that doesn't have disadvantage.
You are right.
That is a dull life. The life is
yes,
so dull.
I saw dull. It's very boring. It's very depressing.
Uh-huh.
Your neighbor cannot even say hello to you. You don't even know your neighbor. In fact, it's a kind of depressive kind of lifestyle. But what can you do? You just have to live by it. You get used to it. So
So
sometimes when I
if you want to live in a very free society where you can do a lot of things, have
why you
that
can
kind
be
of
crazy, this is
there are so
America.
many things. So you have to trade one thing for the other. So you can't eat your cake and have it. That is it. In fact, here I can't remember the last time I even locked my door. You understand? But at the same time, the kind of life, regimented life that you live, is it something that you wish to continue for long? No.
The politics you guys were saying earlier,
Okay.
the election, 2027. Well, the way me I see it, the only person that probably stand a chance of defeating Tinubu is going to be a Northern now. Because I don't see if Obi should just give it up, man. The guy, I don't see that guy winning 2027. Like,
So, Mike, what do you think about him showing up at his brother's to demolish property, trying to spin it?
he's
Was
trying
okay.
to play his politics now. They are
What?
patronizing. I don't see that politics. That's one mumu politics because first of all, the only that kind of politics is doing right that they demolish his brother's kidney. He's playing. It's more like trying to tell his people that okay, they're against us, so vote for me. You understand? Because the only people that we take that kind of news serious are Southeasterners. But why are you playing politics to your people when you already got your people's votes? You understand? This auntie is they're already voting for you by default.
That's why I scratch my because I'm like, by default, like you rightly said, it's going to
You
get.
already got your people's vote.
So how do you expand your base? Is what you should be.
What you should be focusing on.
It does.
But he has been dining and whining with the Almanjiris now.
Is that how to win their vote? Is really
That's what he thought he can use
You
now.
say he's dining and
He's
whining with
eating
them.
rice with them. He's
The guy is mumu. First of all, if you want to get the northern votes, first thing first, you have to ask yourself why the northern are not voting for me. Right? That's the first you're supposed to ask. And then whatever the reason is, that's what you're supposed to be dealing with. Not by you can go and sit and dine and say all this dining. It doesn't mean yeah. First of all, every time your people, first of all, your supporters, obedience, they're always insulting northerners. If you go online, they are insulting northerners. They're attacking northerners. They're attacking westerners. That's where they play politics. They believe politics is a civil war. Now,
Mike, let me tell you, sorry. You know, it's like even we don't understand how grassroots politics is in practice in Nigeria. Let me give for example. If you go to my village now in the southwest, in my village, how many people knows Obi? Even up to now. I'm talking about southwest. Now talking about the north. The people that vote for Obi are the people that are somehow enlightened, that are on the social media, that knows him. And the way politics is practiced in Nigeria, let me tell you, few days before the election, there are people in those areas, those local government, those villages, that the people will go and ask, who do we vote for? It's not those people, they don't have opinion on their own. They don't even know who is who. They don't know the difference between Tinubu, Atiku, or Obi or Kwakwaso. They will. Some people are there that will give them that. Okay, this is the way we are voting. That is the way election is done in Nigeria. So if you don't have all those people, how will you win an election?
And
The election
this
don't
idea
win
that,
on the pages on the social media.
I mean, Simba, we are all Nigerians. And if a Nigeria comes out and tells you, oh, government did not give me any notice, he just showed up yesterday.
We all know that is a lie now.
In most cases, they've been warning you for years, you've been stalling, then you get out of control. That's what usually happens. But for him not to even,
BT,
I mean,
is it me?
Did he address the reason why they demolished his brother's property?
No, he did not actually give a reason. He said unknown person.
He didn't say he was just scrambling. Do you know that is that guy ever coherent in whatever he's talking about?
So basically, what he's just telling us is that
he was just look at the government.
Yeah, it was even accusing Lagos State government, and Lagos State government said we had nothing to do with it, but he kept saying Lagos State government, and the guy and someone who said we had nothing to do with his brother's property demolition.
Who demolished his brother's property?
Nobody knows. But I'm saying that, Mike, shouldn't you investigate that before coming to the media?
Yeah,
that way you
can investigate, get the police, get the facts.
So
then once you get the facts, and then you present the facts.
So you're just putting the accusing figures as the state government, somebody did this and that. No, you so I don't know what the game is with
you
him.
probably accuse Southwesterners and create a division between Southwest and Southeast, and they expect to win votes.
in that same Lagos, I don't know what's going on with. I don't know.
I'll leave Obi alone, man. Actually, I was watching articles, articles interview that the guy said, he talked the story of how he ended up picking Obi as vice president. He said when the party picked him as a candidate, he said he went to Obasanjo and told Obasanjo that he's a chosen candidate that he wants, running. And then Obasanjo, he said asked Obasanjo that who should he pick for vice president. I was like, I think he said Obasanjo asking, so has he chosen vice president? He said he told Obasanjo like, yeah, he has to pick somebody from either the Southwest or Southeast. He said Obasanjo now told him that no, he should pick from the Southeast, not the Southwest. And then he now asked Obasanjo, who do Obasanjo suggest? Obasanjo said Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Atiku now responded, no, she's not a member of the party of PDP. And then Obasanjo's next name was Charles Soludo. And then Atiku responded saying, no, Charles Soludo is not a member of the PDP. And then Obasanjo now say, what about Peter Obi? That's when I was like, yeah, Obi is a member of the party. So that's how Obi came about too. So if Atiku would have took Obasanjo's first two choices, either Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala or Soludo, right now, I think it would have been a whole different. I don't think Tinubu would have been president because one of those guys probably would have.
That is totally different from what Rena Moki said. He said it's Atiku that contracted him to look for VP, and they packaged Obi for Atiku for that 2019 election. So which one to believe
But
now?
Obi, no. If you look at it critically, but they might not be contrasting themselves. Let me give you the way I understand it. Atiku was mentioning names of people that he was thinking about before Obasanjo said, okay, don't pick it, don't pick this. What Reno said is that it's not as if he handpicked Obi like that. That he actually, Goodluck Jonathan told him to pick Obi, but he didn't submit Obi's name alone. That he has to look for. In fact, he said one of them is actually an international civil servant now. Who is international civil servant? Remy, are you listening to me?
Is he Ojuku's wife or something?
I don't know.
No, he's in Kojo now.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Who again? Simba.
Ngozi
Yeah, that's
Kulu.
what I said. That's what Obasanjo just suggested as the
He
first
said
step.
he would not mention their name, but he said he gave a clue. He said one of them. He said one of them is a chairman of a bank, a bank now. That one of them is an international civil servant.
Yeah, that's what Obasanjo first suggests for him now. He rejected.
That's what I'm saying. So they know Remy was saying that Reno, what Reno say is actually contradicting what I'm. No, he didn't contradict.
Okay, I think you are right. Because if Okonjo-Iweala and Soludo, maybe Soludo was chairman of a bank that time.
You know, if you would have picked
No,
one of those two, I think you would have done better. Because those two were, I mean,
Yeah,
especially because
yeah, and you can spin the first
yeah, the
woman
finance minister,
VP.
yeah,
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 you can spin it and make it like the first woman VP of Nigeria. You can
and also they already have like what do you call it? They already served in governments where in a national policy. You understand?
and I
It doesn't
think
mean that they've done things so everybody know them. So, but Obi was more of a trader from the southeast.
but I think that woman is not totally interested in Nigerian politics like that. That is the only
surely
difference.
blame
It's not
her.
better for her.
Surely we can't blame her now. But those two are
Not better
more
for her.
likable.
They will drag her.
No, Remy. No. I disagree. Those two are more likable across Nigeria compared to people. So,
Yes, you are
they
right.
have that
They will
appeal
be
to other
more
people.
acceptable across.
Yeah. They're more acceptable to other regions.
I'm sorry to
Than
say this.
to
I think Obi is too much tribalistic for Nigerians because there was a video of him when he was a governor circulating, and he was talking about how Igbo went to every part of Nigeria to develop the southwest, the northwest, through their trading or something like that. You don't say that. You don't say something like that. You that have political ambition or something like that. You don't talk that way. So I think that is even now.
I
The problem is having now is that the problem.
what happened to Remy's
Continue your own BT.
Maybe most of the political party they don't want to pick him, and he's not sure of Labour Party ticket. I hope they register the OB movement so that he can.
But is he actually in charge of that Obi movement? How can you have a movement that now you okay? By the time they register all the party they want to register, that same movement, how would they divide themselves? Will it not be the presidential candidate of all the parties register under his movement?
I
and
don't
the
even know. I don't
and
know.
Remy, the last time it was actually a coalition. And if you look at those that were involved in the coalition in the obedient movement, I would say half of them have already pulled out. If you're paying attention, some people are just like they've been done with this for like a year now or two. No, about a year now. So I don't think it's going to garner that much support like it did the last time. If you push a
Everybody
political party now.
BT, everybody that actually partnered with him during the 2023 election, all of them are deserted. They left.
They left now. I mean, because if you just look at the big wigs, even your Aisha is one foot in, one foot out. That one's looking for exit.
Who do you see regularly? Let me tell you, when you see a politician, there are some people that you see with him regularly. Can you point to one person that you see with Obi? Obi will just carry his own bag. He's a lone ranger now.
But that does not work in politics. I asked the supporters,
Exactly. He
I
don't have an
I
attribute of a politician.
I said this man was a governor for 8 years, ran a campaign for close to 1 year, right? No single former commissioner was seen with him during the campaign. You can't vote for that kind of. Where was his former commissioners, former PAM secretaries? I mean, usually, right when Simba, if you're running for a higher office, people that have worked with you at that capacity will be the ones championing your cause in the media.
I think what he has is that he is not somebody that can delegate assignment or responsibility, and he likes to attribute every success to himself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Any little thing we want to claim that okay, he's the one that achieved it. Somebody like that he can't be a good politician. You can't put crowd now.
Yeah.
A politician should have people that will believe in you and they will always be with you. Look at the way Okonko, NS, what is the name of this guy is speaking about him now? Even the Igbos that are with him, all of them have left.
Ogongo said Peter B betrayed him. I said, what the hell did he do to you? That's what he did to you. So, it doesn't have, maybe at the regional level, it will be fine. And I don't want to get into that. But at a national level, when it comes to campaign and
You know what?
politicking, it doesn't
You know
have
what
it.
Reno said
It doesn't
about
have it. Yeah.
Obi? He said they were that he was part of the people that actually packaged him.
Kenneth Okonkwo was once APC member now. You
Yeah,
joined APC.
APC. Yeah, APC. Yeah,
That one too has crossed all the parties. So not
You
only
know,
this.
when the
It
guy
was
went
a
to
former
Labour,
APC. It
you know
was a
Kenneth
former
Okonkwo.
PDP. It was former Labour.
Do you know the Kenneth Okonkwo could have easily hijack Labour from Peter Obi during that time? You guys realize that? Because during that campaign, it was like the front guy that was really, like he made himself popular without obedience during that obedient era. You could
Even
have, you could
both
have even
pre-election and
hijacked that
post-election,
position from
you
Obi.
can see when he became when he would wear their wig, he will go to court
Yeah, we go
also
to
as a
court.
lawyer. And then when
The
they
guy could
finish
have
the
hijacked
court
the
session, he will
leadership, man.
come out. He will be the one that will be doing the talking.
You do the talking. And Obi was not even doing that much talking. The guy could have hijacked that Obi's position from him, man. He could have just taken taking the leadership role, man, from Obi, and then join Labour, and then begin to organize Labour.
Mike, do you know what that guy is talking now? He said that he doesn't even care whether the president comes from the north or not. That their coalition, they are not zoning it. Anybody can be present.
Who said that?
Okay, this is same Okonko now.
So it looks
So
like those people just want Tinubu out, man. They don't mind if Northern and become president.
No, they don't care. They don't care. They don't care at all. They can even vote for Satan for them to get rid of. Yes. Can vote for
What I
Satan.
don't understand. I don't understand. Like, where is this issue with Tinubu come from with these people? Like, I don't think Tinubu has ever, like, done them wrong or anything like that.
Let me tell you, I think it's Obi that caused all this. When immediately after election that he went out there and said that the election was rigged, that he won the election. So they were looking at him as if he was one that stole their mandate. Because I don't know why any right-thinking person would think that Obi won that election. I can't. I've been thinking about it. Sometimes I will be searching my brain. Is something wrong with me? Am I the one that is not thinking well? Every time I used to think about that thing like that. Because why should somebody believe that election was rigged in favor of Tinubu that Obi won?
Those people, they will believe anything anybody they follow says. I mean, most of them I used to believe that Buhari was Jubilee actually. And I used to wonder, like, is the same thing now back then? I used to say, I would think this is not possible to believe that. And you believe it.
Mike, at the beginning of Tinubu's administration, maybe you don't remember, they tried to pull that Jubilee thing that Tinubu was actually from Guinea. Do you remember
and
that?
Some of the followers believe this thing.
They
would believe it.
It wasn't born in Nigeria, it was born in Guinea because the guy that is the president of
No,
Guinea.
they say he has a Guinean passport.
Yeah, that is for
That time they were showing one helicopter that they said they were the Guinean. Kai, that country don't suffer.
The kind of thing they will believe in. I'm like, hey. The funny thing, even most of the things that create the division among ethnic groups in Nigeria, a lot of the things that they don't, it's not even true. A lot of the issues people have with other people, it's not even based on true story. Like literally, like even a lot of the Southeasterners, like the way, like they will tell you how they hate Yorubas, and when they tell you reason why, it's based on some kind of lie they were told to them.
In something
and you just wonder, so you hate the entire people because of a lie. Like, oh Lord have mercy.
Somebody gave you 20 pounds. Somebody did not do this in politics. So therefore,
Even the story of 20 pounds now lie now.
yeah, I know, but who has time to, when it's been ingrained in you for decades, there's no point in even arguing. You just let it go and you laugh at it and you move on. There's no point in even debating some people with that kind of mindset.
You know when you have people that only believe that they never do anything wrong, it's only that other people are the one wronging them. They don't wrong any person. It's a problem. Because how could somebody look at, even if you look at the whole story of the Civil War, who should be playing the victim role? Who started it? How did it start it? What is the role played by each and every one in that Civil War? But people will always spin it in their favor and be playing the victim role.
Yeah, but I'm saying that politics is about trust, right? Trust. I want you to vote for me. I have a policy that I think will benefit everybody. But I cannot then bring up old wounds at the same time and then be shocked if you do not vote for me. And if I do not vote for you because I have concerns about the way you are politicking, then I'm labeled a tribalist. So it's kind of it's the approach to the way of they've chosen to play politics that I think is not really resonating with everybody else in the country. So Obi is a classic example. I mean,
Hmm.
that show
The
of shit because
BT,
yeah.
one day I was watching the other platform, so there was this guy that used to make skits. He was talking about something in North Carolina that they were doing one celebration, and the mayor of North Carolina, now recognized that day for our Igbo brothers. That he recognized that day. BT, you are no longer there.
Oh, the one that Davide celebrated, right? That's wonderful. I mean,
You
recognizing.
understand? So they now played that video, and if you see the way our brothers were saying, fat, if I die 100 times, I will always come as an Igbo, all those things. AY now, AY that used to come here before, that Edo guy.
Yeah.
The guy was so hungry. Those South guys, they were so angry that day. But they are more they are more
Why
than
would
them now.
there was no reason to they're celebrating Igbo people. I mean,
The one guy came and said, even when people are saying that, okay, this was, he said that same North Carolinas, that the Yorubas, they have a village there, they even have king.
yeah.
So
Not
what is so
Jersey.
special about it that you are now saying that whenever you die, you always come as Igbo and all those things?
Yeah, but like I think Nigerians have this method of trying to one up each other. Like I got this and you don't. You don't have this and it's like a race to the bottom. If I put it that way, like I don't get this. I stay with the politics of like politicians from each region, how they try to manipulate their people to get votes. That I think it's unfair to the country as a whole. But the North Carolina thing, I think it's good for Igbo people in America, and you have a reference point for those that want to trace their root back. I mean, those are Black Americans that of Igbo descent, they can go there the same way Yorubas would go to Olatunji and maybe the people over there. So they can do more with the government of North Carolina. That's fine. But for somebody to come from other part of Nigeria and say, "Oh, why don't we have one?" or "Why are they celebrating what they do?" I'm not really into that. There's no point. They should enjoy their own victory and let's celebrate.
I think whatever anybody is doing as Nigerian, we should see it as one, and everybody should just embrace it. But by the time we are now putting tribal coloration to it and say this is, and we are now using that one like a competition, that's what I don't actually like.
It's like, oh, we have it, you don't.
Uh,
There's no need for that. There's no need. Yeah, there's no need for it.
it's not only, I don't see the Indians behaving like that. And truly, there are actually there are more tribes in India than in Nigeria. But when you see the Indians, you can't hardly distinguish them when you meet them abroad. And I asked them, I said, why is this like this? They said, whenever they are looking at, they said when they are in India, they compete among themselves. But what they usually have, once they leave the soul of their country, all of them should behave like one. And that's what they do.
Simba, I'll tell you one thing about Southeasterners, man. Like when I really had it with them, like in US here, right? Whenever like maybe a Nigerian guy is drafted into maybe a sport team, for example, Akim Olajuwon. We know Akim Olajuwon. I don't know
for Houston Rocket, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Simba watch basketball.
I know Akim now.
You know when
Akim is from Kwara State now.
Yeah,
Akim was actually discovered in Nigeria.
Yeah, you will know his story.
National Sports Festival of 1980 something. That was when they discovered Akim.
I get it. So what I'm trying to say is when the guy was playing, right? So the guy jersey, everybody they buy was wearing his jersey. Nigerians in America, our children we buy Akim's jersey, we give it to them. So Nigerians will wear it, just represent. Even everybody, even Americans will wear it, right? So there was a time where one Igbo guy was drafted into the NFL. So in the community, some people say, the Igbo guy was drafted. So I was trying to support Nigeria. So I bought the guy's jersey. So I put on the guy's jersey. So I went around Igbo people. You know what they tell me? They say, "Yeah, Yoruba, why you wearing Igbo man's jersey?"
And can you imagine?
Oh boy, that day I felt like,
So Mike, people that like that, my favorite
Nigerian that day pay me because I pay money for that jersey, but I couldn't. The way they spoke that day, I couldn't wear that jersey again. I'm like,
Mike, let me ask you now. The average Nigerian has Okocha as their favorite player of all time, right?
If you go wear Okocha jersey, they will attack you. You're right, gonna wear his jersey.
So if I put on Okocha jersey now, it's a problem.
It's a problem now.
Okay.
If you wear Osimhen jersey now, those people will not tell you that you are not a do. Why you wearing Osimhen's jersey? You know that kind of thing. No one. It's only I don't know. They're the only people that just behave like that, man.
There was a time one popular guy here. Okay, let me. It's not even something bad now. Joel said he went for a graduation ceremony in US, and we came on this platform. I was saying, you guys are trying though. I was not looking at what do you mean by you guys are trying. Probably he went there that day when he was looking at the graduates and they are now mentioning their name. He was profiling them. Okay, this one is Igbo, this one is Yoruba. Maybe he now discovered that there are more Yorubas among the graduates than the Igbo. And he came here, he was expressing it. So why should you go? To me, if I go for something like that, I will only be after Nigerians. I will not be profiling, say, okay, how many Igbos do we have here? How many Hausa? How many South? Why do we need to I don't understand.
Sorry, but I don't think that's a bad thing, It's just when politicians want to take it. Like, our strength is our division. Do you understand? Our strength is our division, and it's not really a bad.
But we are talking about outside Nigeria. You are talking about politics.
Like outside Nigeria, that's what I'm saying. Outside Nigeria, competition.
No. There's a difference between competition and that's not competition. Like telling somebody, hold on, Mr. D, I put on they drafted a Nigerian guy into a sports team in America, and me as a Nigerian, I went to say, okay, because Americans don't know different in our tribe. They don't know us. They just see us as Nigerians. So I buy the guy jersey to go promote among other race of people like black Americans. Say, okay, I'm a Nigerian. My Nigerian brother has been drafted into the team. That kind of thing. And then my Igbo people are telling me that why am I wearing the guy's jersey? I'm a Yoruba. Is that competition? Is that competition?
No. I think say you just make some people that's like that. I will not see somebody where Akim Olajuwon or any of these footballers or anyone
exactly. But whereas the Igbo, hold on now, the Igbo people wearing Akim Olajuwon's jersey to go and shine to Black American. Like, look, I'm a Nigerian and my brother is the best player. You know what I'm saying? They do it. You know what I'm saying? They wear it. They actually wear it. But then when it's time for a Yoruba person to now wear, I'm like, dude, you guys, I mean, what is this? The thing is, these double standard in their behavior. Like some things they can do with other people, but you can share. Like they want to share your own space, your culture, but they don't want to share their own space with you. That's just that mentality that people. I'm like, what is this?
Me, when I when I got here, in fact, these people they be asking me, where are you from? I say Nigeria. Then the next thing they will say, Nigeria, Kano, Nigeria, Rashidi Yakini, Nigeria, Amokachi. I will say yes, they are my brothers.
Yeah, those people don't know. I mean, I go play football with Spanish people. They call me
So
JJ
Nigeria is in
Okocha.
Nigeria. So why should we not be?
There was a time I was living in.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's up to like that though. That one I know go see am because like when they play football here, once it's Nigeria playing, everybody's together, and you even notice
Let me tell you.
only in this
The
politics.
last
Even,
Nations Cup,
yeah,
Mr. D, the last Nations Cup. I know some guy they came on this platform and they were saying that there is the Igbos that are playing for Nigeria. That how many other tribes do we have among Nigerian team? What are you talking? What can you say about that?
it's just maybe some one or two compared to our.
Okay,
It's just like
you
that.
just like
I don't think it's only in politics. Like I said, only in politics that they do this something. Apart from that, on the streets, everybody you can see say even in crimes when people are going to jail, the Nigerian prison in America, all the people going to jail, all the kind of what's it called things people go for is the same people. All of everybody, so they all go for the same wire fraud. This one, that one, that one. There's no jail. There's nothing saying, oh, this one is evil, is doing drugs. Now the same thing all of them they do right now. Let's be real. Do you understand? So I mean that's how I think. Oh, I've never seen it. So if you want to do runs now, who do you go to? Instead when you say Nigeria, give me updates, all those kind of stuff that they do, they don't mind. Do you understand? That's how people do. That's what I think. I'm not saying going to say I know we'll give him a job because in Igbo guy. I know give him a job because him a Yoruba guy. That guy na Yoruba guy. So I know give him a job na lie. Only in politics.
Are you kidding me? Even if you go Alaba, this is Yoruba land. Go there, Yoruba person, go Igbo you say one for their show.
Me and you go to Nigeria, we'll go to Alaba and
my
I'll
brother, man, the
prove
Southeasterners they
you wrong on
discriminate,
that.
man. I
No.
don't care how much you want. I don't care how much you want. They do it to your face, like they discriminate like heavily.
No, listen. There is those things, and you know how nepotism is in Nigeria. It's general.
And one thing I know for sure, you can deny it all you want. There's Southeasterners have this animosity over that civil war against Southwesterners.
Of course.
So you can't deny that. And it's
Met
based on.
Have you met Black Americans? They've not gone away from the trauma of slavery. Have you met Jamaicans? They're mad. You understand? Even the Southeasterners one is small, like it's some, and even all these Arab countries, Somalia. Have you seen how they behave? Somalian people, when they won't fight, they will kill each other over nothing. In the UK, do you understand? Their fight is bloody. That's why they will never give a Somalian nightclub or any of those kind of business.
So what does that have to do with?
Mr. D, you have to look at these two things. Who brought that war upon themselves? Are they not the one? Hold on. Oh, listen to this. Look at the recent Israeli-Iran war. Who brought the war to Israel? Who attacked first? So sometimes you have to look at it. You brought something upon yourself unnecessarily. That war was not supposed to happen at all. It was not supposed to happen.
But when it happened, what are you going to do? When it happened, everybody move on. In war, you have
but they don't move on about it. What
no,
can we
the
do
thing
about
I even no the hold on. The issue I have is not even that you are upset about what happened. But the thing is you are upset at people that have nothing to do with what happened to you. And you are holding animosity. Hold on, my thing is okay. What does the civil have to do with Yoruba people?
Listen, whatever has happened has happened. In my view,
No. Okay, you're not getting my point. You're not getting my point. You went to war with the Nigerian army, Nigerian armed forces, right?
Yeah.
Now, after the war, you are holding animosity against a tribe of people that didn't fight war with you.
Because I don't know so much. I hate to talk about the war. I'm not lying. And even in back in the days, um, when I used to be, because I came from clubhouse where we used to have all those arguments. When they want to speak those war, I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to corrupt myself. I don't want to feel bad. I don't want to learn nonsense. You understand? And I understand. Say everybody's made mistake from it. Do you understand? And
Who's
like we have to
everybody?
just leave everyone that is involved.
Is it every ethnic group or every individual? Ethnic group?
Every all those Nigerians those times, man, imagine someone that is like 25 years old, a soldier, you would think they can run a country. They can't do nothing. Some people will not even get tolerance. And I say it. And me, I'm blaming, and I'll tell you, and I still I blame Ojuku for the war, because at the end of the day, those things, why did you have to go to war to things that you could have just negotiated? This is my own personal view. Like, why would you start a war? But again, when you look who started the war, who first go kill one person, they not tell you the person is from South. I say, yeah. Or when they don't break Nigeria now, well, maybe it's not my direct village, but somewhere around close to us, they're like, ah. Do you understand? Like, you think, like, what was in these people's mind? Like, why did they do that? Do you get me? So I understand, and it's those things, and it don't happen. And then to the seen example of what you lose when you mess up, and they've seen it. We've seen it, because if not be the war, bro, like my village now would have been like Qatar, guarantee. But at the end of the day, those people discussed us hard. But what do? We move on. You understand? Hello? I don't know. My network is bad here.
As I don't think I even addressed anything.
So
Mike, you know Victor Banjo is from the one that Ojuku killed is from Ijebu, right? It's an Ijebu man. So imagine
Ijebu people now
and eating because you killed Victor. No, you don't do that.
Yeah, that mentality, man.
So, by the way, Mike, that's Victor Banjo. People still upset with him now. I mean, the family is on those political guys. They're still angry now. They're still like, they killed him. They killed him indiscriminately. They're still angry to the Igbo people like that now. Do you understand?
Who's angry with them? With the people?
The Yorubas now.
Yorubas are angry with Igbos because they killed Victor Banjo. Are you kidding me?
I think so.
If you think so, you have to give me anybody that I don't know any Yoruba person that's upset with the entire tribe.
How many Yoruba even know that story that
they don't? We don't exactly. They don't even talk about the civil war. I don't know Yoruba that have emotional, even already people already where the Igbos going to commit massacre. Already, they don't even talk about. They don't see that as a Igbo people commit massacre.
This civil war, when people they bring up that division they won't bring, and a scam they won't start. We're not going to do
that's
those
one thing
ones.
I think too.
Let me tell you, it's gone past it. We're not going back again. We're going to choose the next government based on what you've done. It's not based on civil war. It's based on our reality right now with the government that we have. We're not choosing no one. I don't know anybody that goes into civil war with you, hitting a rabbit hole. And me, all these political people, I'm advised, don't go anywhere around civil war, whatever. Just agree. Leave that one. You don't do sorry. We're gonna know best. It don't happen. No victimization. We don't pass that one. We don't this stage of level. Everybody don't intertwine together. Thank God, we're all marrying each other. We all love each other. Mike, maybe go marry Chioma. We did it. Don't get.
Let
me get close to Chioma.
You just call me wicked.
It's Mike.
Are you going to end up marrying Chioma for
Mike,
this
that the one that is Mike making for Chioma.
If I see have space. I can take Chioma. I will bring her to come and do Hajj. I turn out to like that Chioma.
Even Babangida,
Babangida should be married Miriam Abacha, even from Abraka, where they from.
No,
You
from
understand? We don't pass
no,
those
Miriam
419.
Babangida is from what's the name of capital of Delta States now? Asaba.
And now, Asaba, yeah. So, like, we don't pass that stage. You know, to bring us, when ABC, don't bring us those games. We're not on that
Abeg,
one.
you
We're
forget about this thing that you always attribute to APC.
judging your guy. We're
They want to
judging him.
dismiss something with the apple in front before our very eyes. Guy,
Uh,
agitation they go on, my brother. People are bitter.
anything when I want to
People are expressing their
do,
bitterness over that war, man. They
we
still
not go
have
do.
a
We're not doing. You're not bringing. No, Lagos is for you, and now build Lagos, and no worry now do am. We right now.
my brother,
We
just go listen to. See, let me tell you something. See, listen. These dismissive things you are doing, it will make sense if the people we are hearing that are carrying this animosity are just ordinary individuals. We are talking about people that are leadership of an entire group. In fact, people even adopt to be their leader, preaching how they want to revenge against other tribe, Yoruba people, how they want to destroy the upland. I mean, I'm talking about the leadership of the Southeast. You can't tell me, oh, let's dismiss it. It's just no. If I'm talking about one is literally talking on the corner, saying I want to revenge against Yoruba people. I'll buy what you're telling me. Dismiss it. Oh yeah, the leadership of a people passing that kind of message, all those kind of things, and you're telling me, oh no, we don't pass that stage. We don't pass anything, man. Animosity. So one day now, if America give them a weapon now, make
nothing
what
you
Mexico
fit
gonna give them.
do. Nothing we fit do. America come, UK come. They carry all our people go abroad, go to slavery. What did we do? Nothing wey we fit do. You don't pass am, and UK people go tell you say no be dem do am, say na their grandfather do am. Say na these people you wan come hold. You understand? They get ways to run about that. Nothing we fit do. You get me? But presently now for our country, me, I don't want our country to break up. I want all of us to stay. I need us to rule these people back. You understand? I need us, we from South to rule the whole Nigerian kingdom back. I don't want us to break. I want us to open eyes. I want the Yoruba people to speak against their corrupt government. You understand? I want it. I don't want them to say, oh, yes, sir, Ejema Binu, sir, Ejo, sir, they no go fit talk, and you know, say this man a criminal.
Oh my God. Speak. You can speak
I don't
Yoruba
want that.
plenty like this.
So, I don't want you understand? Me, I know, and I'm not saying, I want this people, I want bro, you sabi play politics 2.0, 4.0, AI, we go play them together with this thing. That's what I want. You plenty pastors, you know plenty now. You understand?
I don't worry. After 2027 election, everything will simmer down in Nigeria. Because even before that 2027 election, everything will simmer down. Do you know how it will simmer down? Because when Atiku be a presidential candidate, will be also a presidential candidate, everything don't die like that, okay? Everybody has to be open. It's over. So
No. Because people be the last 4 years. People be the last 4 years. Make you just do before you go back to the north.
Let me ask you one question, man. Since 1999, when we've been doing this democracy, when have you seen an election that went tribal like this? I mean, we've had even Jonathan when he ran, he didn't become a Joe versus anybody now. When Obasanjo was running, he didn't become Yoruba versus. He never went tribal. It was this 2023 he won that somehow some people figure a way to turn it into an ethnic war. And somehow, apparently, it's their first time ever coming into running, being front runners. So I think Southeasterners just leave Nigeria politics alone for now because they just don't understand. They don't know how to play politics. Everything with them is about ethnic. They ethnicize everything.
Mike, are you surprised that they yet to turn on P2B because it's done more damage to their political future than anybody else? I mean, Yes.
We could have just done an election. It could have been APC versus. It could have been party versus party, because the past elections, you notice always who you support, which party you support, kind of thing. It's PDP versus APC. It wasn't Hausa versus Yoruba or Ijo versus anybody. Jonathan ran that PDP. Everybody say, oh PDP, APC. That was what it was. Somehow, the moment Tinubu was running, the moment Obi came in, he just became Indigo. I'm like, guys, why are you guys rejecting ethnicity? Let's just make it party, and let's discuss which party makes sense, which one doesn't make sense, and play party politics. Don't turn into ethnic. And next thing we knew, they just started attacking Southwesterners. Oh, the Yoruba people. I know they do tribal. I'm like, dude, you guys should stay away from politics, I beg. This is not the first time we had an election in Nigeria. Jonathan was running. Nobody mentioned it, Joe. You understand? Nobody mentioned it.
But are you the only owners of? Are you the only owners of Nigeria? Why would you say that?
You say?
Why would you say that? Like, you guys should stop running from running politics.
No, I'm just saying. No. For now, I think.
For now,
unless maybe they should bring.
No. This time around, we're going to give it to Obi. Then after that time, then the new people will come.
That is the problem. You Obi movement, your anger supposed to go to Atiku, because PDP supposed to have zoned. No, listen. PDP supposed to have zoned that.
Baba, why are we trying over?
Let me finish first. That 2023 election, the Igbo people should have fought in PDP that thing should be zoned to them. It is when you guys, they don't play their game very well. If they have played their game very well, Obi would not have gone to another party or whatever. And if they have zoned it to the south, Betty, write it down.
It was really Atiku that caused. It was really Atiku that.
They will produce a better
candidate now. Yes, it's fine. It's fun. But good now. If you are happy, when I don't win, if it's not.
There's no nobody.
No, I'm not happy now.
Who be owner?
Yeah, APC people.
Okay.
If not be Obi, Michael,
you're Southwest people.
No. APC. It's APC that is my that I'm fighting with. It's not really Southwest people. Now APC.
My brother, that election, man. Especially after the gang. My brother, Mr. B, you didn't know many Southerners that stopped, like literally stop being friends with Southwestern anyone as Yoruba because of.
No. I don't think so. Me, I just come from Nigeria. I got friends here.
Bros.
I got friends
I don't know how many. Hold on, man. Just go follow some obedient.
That lie. Michael, that's lie.
On social media. My brother. Now, this one is not even. I'm telling you that they're attacking ethnic. They're attacking our ethnic group.
Listen. Let's even take it that politics is part of the ethnic attacking is part of politics. Let's take it like that, but it's real. It's always happened. It's not going to go away. Let's be real. Let's just learn how to test it. We are doing like very realistic.
You're being dismissive.
I'm not being dismissive. All your people. Look, if I would get you.
You have to accept reality of what we are telling you. Like these people literally, like Obi shouldn't have, like they created this ethnic this thing.
Listen, if it wasn't for Obi, Atiku would have won. Do you know that? If it wasn't for Obi, Atiku would have won.
You have a point. I personally think both of them took votes from each other. So
no. What do you mean? Like those guys were very strong and confident that they would have done everything.
What I'm saying is both of them. Okay, look at it. Both of them ran together.
In this group, now even from this group, they'll tell you, because there's given some facts, not facts, but there's some things that like you could be like, Tinubu even sponsored Obi so that it can break down Atiku's votes. Let's be real, like what's up. So I mean, bro, you don't collect that. Enjoy them. If you don't do the right thing, we all plus the Northerners right now. We have the Northerners on our side, so we're coming for you. You understand? We're going to corner you, all of you. So all your political Remy, Mr. Simpa, Michael,
you are deceiving yourself.
So you
You
honestly
are
think
really deceiving
Obi go win
yourself.
vote or not?
You
You
don't know
honestly think,
Nigerian politics at all. You are deceiving yourself.
I think
Do
you
you
should
know
go and look
what
the
is happening in the
numbers.
north? They are fighting among themselves for 2031. You are still thinking about 2027.
So you think
2027 already dusted.
so D, you think Obi honestly you're gonna get the North vote and win in 2027? In 2027, the guy gonna win in the North. Saying the only Satana that can really do well in the North is even another Yoruba man cannot do well in the North. The only Satana that can do well in the North is Tinubu. I'm telling you. Is a let me not say Tinubu. Remember,
Tinubu where go stone, where they
listen,
stone. Tinubu no go see
listen.
what they go happen.
No, let me put
Tinubu
it this way. Let
messed
me put
up.
it
He
this.
don't go.
Hold on. Let me even ask you before I even go for that. Under which parties will be running next on 2027? Under which party?
Obedient party.
There's no
Obedient
obedient
party.
party now. There's no political party. I'm not talking about street party.
No, they're going to register it now. I've been Tinubu no go register obedient party.
No, hold on. So he's creating new. Are you saying he's creating new party?
Yes, now. I've been only to go.
Okay. Here's the deal. Okay, good point. Here's the deal. If you are not PDP or APC, you can't do very well in the North. You're not.
No, what now?
You're
The
not
North is
coming with
tired
any.
of listening like human beings like they run it now.
My brother.
People are tired of
My brother, just look at the last election, man. The
people are
North.
tired of
You go and look at
what's it
Obi's
called?
number. Obi was calling less than 1% in most of the northern states. Less than 1%. I'm serious. In majority of the northern states, the guy performed horribly.
The guy
in
got
the north.
5K in Chokoto or 4,000.
See what I'm saying? You underestimated this guy. Yeah. Oh, he's not gonna do nothing. He's not gonna do nothing. He just started. Do you understand? Now, what did he get? Because all of you's like, oh no. In fact, all the politicians they never thought that these people don't have a way. Do you understand? Now, what did he do? He surprised you. And again, you're still underestimating him again. It's mad.
No, sure, Mr. Adi, you don't understand.
Obi didn't
We are
surprise
giving you
anybody now.
chance to
He won
continue to
the
do that,
Southeast.
to break Atiku's vote once again, and we custom to victory.
Now lie. When I go say you.
It's the same thing that we have to go and write it down. Even now, we will not even get a lot of votes like before. So what are you even talking about? All the governor will work against him. Go and write it down. It's not going to be. You take the election the same thing every year.
Let me tell you why. If OB is not useful, yeah. Why is it that they're trying to do all these things, bro? Like if you say
No,
someone
you
like
don't understand the politics behind it. Nothing. Continue to nudge him on. Continue to let him talk anyhow. At the end of the people like you still vote. Listen. People like you still vote for him, okay? But in the North Central now, listen to my analysis. In the North Central now, APC will clear everything this time around. Go and write it down. They will clear because although religion, Muslim ticket is no more there. They're in the Northeast, they are still relevant. In the Northwest, they are still relevant. In fact, if the APC want to play the joker of their card now, let Kwakwanso go to APC. All of them are going to APC. What do they see? Why are they going there? Why are they not going to Atiku camp?
They're running because of the scam and the fraud that they've done. You know it now. You know it.
What?
You know,
I don't know nothing. No, I don't know nothing. You can tell
you know it that if it's on a plain ground and in a very same country where they
about in politics, there's no playground. Look, let me ask you one question. In America, the last election, can you say it's a playground? Look at what Trump did. He continued to demarcate Biden, and Biden is extremely old. What happened? I beg, stop all this morality politics you are preaching about. There's nothing like that. When you talk about politics is not just straightforward like that. Even here that I'm living, they still play their policy locally. They know who's going to be the winner. So it's not all those Mr. Saint politics that you guys are really looking forward to. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. It doesn't happen. It's so dirty game that they underneath it you might never know. It's between the power broker, those ones that hold that country tightly. Why do you think everybody go to Babangida, Atiku, and the rest? Sorry, Obasanjo, this old cargo. Why are they going to them? For what reason? You just think, but it's just every playing ground. What is playing ground? Even on playing ground, can Obi win? He cannot win. You know the truth. Stop deceiving yourself. Everybody knows the truth in Nigeria. So they know without no structure, and it will just come again in 4 years' time just to come and win. I beg, it's not like that. Oh, please, I beg.
Okay, if you say so, at your will, let's see if it's hard for Nigerians right now. It's harder for them, and let's see if they're going to choose you again. You understand? And if you think you're going to steal the vote, let's see how much.
Have you ever been to local market in Nigeria? Can't you see what they are saying? They are saying, thank God, Tinubu, the price of rice is coming down. The price of this is coming down. That is an average Nigerian for you. If this APC is not strong enough, why are they winning off-cycle election? Look at the state election.
But rice that they imported, job you don't create, you go and import job. You say price of rice is coming down.
Are you not importing food in
taking
America?
Jobs. You're not even taking the jobs of the Nigerian farmers.
That is normal.
Insecurity.
Nigerian farmers cannot produce. Listen, my friend. Nigerian farmers cannot produce the quantity Nigeria needs every day. They cannot meet the demand. They cannot meet the demand. The reason why the price of rice was so expensive in Nigeria, they tried to protect the local farmers. And when the local farmers also came and played their own politics with it, now they open it up for everybody. The price continues to crash. At least that's what you're asking for in Nigeria. Even power. Now the price of food is coming down. You are not complaining about importation. See yourself now. I don't know what.
No. We're not those kind of ones. So listen, me, I'm for the creation of job. I don't think to go for me is different. You understand? I know you guys advise him to go and import rice instead of them to generate the rice production in Nigeria. But it's fine. Do you understand? At the end of the day,
if they want to plant in Nigeria, is it going to take one day?
there is so much unemployment.
It takes time now.
For it now. Wait for that something. Maybe they do. Make it wait. Make we see as they go happen. Just register our party. I beg go. Make Obi no go dey party like so. Because I remember saying now you don't talk am before. Say maybe you go see whether Obi go even find party to rule. Una don't go destroy all the other party. PDP, SAP, LP, everything. So
Yeah.
make we get our party.
But D, if he creates his own party, he then fits into the narrative that what I've been saying, that it's all about him. Because you don't have to. What you're creating is that anybody that joins the obedient party now, if they create one, we then literally have to kiss the ring of Obi. So, but the idea of a political party is that you might there's a core belief, right? But there are also differences. APC, everybody has their own agenda, like any party across the world. But if you create an obedient party, that means they literally have to bow down to Obi to even be accepted. So what if I believe in changing the government and everything else, but I have a different way of doing? If I don't necessarily like Peter Obi and I'm a part of the obedient party, will I be kicked out? So the name of the party itself kind of suggests that perhaps this is a one-man show once again. And I don't believe that in the interest of Peter Obi or his followers, they should create the party. I don't believe that. They should fight out whatever is going on in the Labour Party. You have the numbers to overwhelm the party, like I've always said. Go there, figure it out in the Labour Party. That brand itself, it's more, I think it's more appealing to the working class. So I'm not a big fan of. I don't understand why you would want to create a political party. Stay in Labour, fight it out. That brand itself is strong enough to get you. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to win, but it makes you competitive. Okay, so I'm not a fan of this. I don't know why you want to obedient party. That means it's about you. So that doesn't make any sense. All right, there, Remy. I'm later, man. Everybody else, Chioma, I gotta bounce. Bye.
All right, guys.
Una still dey?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm
Is
just
everyone
waiting.
gone?
Everyone is gone.
Huh?
I'm just Yeah, everyone is gone.
They're gone. I gave these APC guys a fight today.
Yeah. So, I'm going to
Hello?
close the show down. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you're gonna close it. All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I want to thank you all for joining. Remy and Simba, Babati, Prince Daddy, and you, D. I
Yeah,
like
thanks.
that you come often to the show and contribute.
Is it? What?
You've gotten used to, joining the panel. That's good. Yeah.
I hope they're not going to go and well, we could see. Anyway, but no, I'm cool. I think so. Again, most times when it's the heavy hitters, then I don't like. No.
Well,
When the heavy hitters they're there, we'll just listen. So, well, I mean,
yeah.
thanks.
So, Mr. D, you enjoyed today?
Today, I enjoy what's it called? I know they like to talk, but I enjoy like poking you guys.
I like it.
Poke you guys.
At least there's no banter. Everybody just discuss
Yeah.
responsibly.
It's not. It's just politics, boss. Like it's just
Uh-huh.
politics. Like no one care, and I think that's how it is.
Choma, so
You understand?
prepare against next year. You will do arch next year. Don't worry.
Watch what will happen now. Shebi now that be this thing. You watch. You
Waiting will
how
happen.
many?
Waiting
How
will
many?
happen.
For
Waiting
example,
will
how
happen.
many?
Let me.
Let me see. Let me even. How many people you will see? And after you now say it's what's it called? It's tribalism. Yeah, we know. We go see.
Waiting
All
will
right then.
happen.
Nice.
Waiting will happen.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay, bye
guys.
bye.
I
Yeah,
hope you
bye-bye.
guys have a good morning and take care. Thank you to all the viewers, and make sure you click the like button. Bye.